There was quite a lot of activity near the main entrance to the city, and the main character was heading there. The boy was pleased that he had finally arrived in the city of Solon. The original owner of this body was beaten to death for stealing, so the hero immediately took over his body after he came to this world. He did not expect, however, that the original owner was a native of a famous Orlando family. So it turns out that he moved to this place because there were many reasons. It is this place that will initially be the guy's point in his new life, and it will be considered the system of the Almighty Lord. The boy came to an important gentleman, and he noticed that there was terrible news. The man was the ruler of the city of Solon, and he reported that the hero's father, Calvin Orlando, had died the previous week. The new successor to their family is the guy's half-brother Michael Orlando, and he has long considered him a thorn in his side. Richard Orlando was Calvin's illegitimate son, and he asked what he wanted to say with all this. The ruler looked at him menacingly and ordered the hero to renounce the name Orlando. If he really agrees, Michael will give him 500 gold coins to create his own territory. The city ruler's subordinate brought the chest containing the treasures, and then he opened it so that the hero could verify their authenticity. Richard took one of the coins and smiled, thinking that this would give him something to do in his new life. The old man continued to say that it seemed they had finally reached an understanding on this issue. But the boy looked at him with distrust and noticed that the name Orlando evoked thoughts of success and glory, and that this was the most wonderful thing he had inherited from his father. The old man, of course, was surprised by this and asked if he was really refusing. Richard smiled after this and remarked that he should give him more money if that was what he wanted. The ruler was surprised and said that he could offer 1,000 gold coins and interest-free loans, but he would have to buy in his city. The hero tossed a coin up, caught it, and agreed to this adventure. Before leaving, he turned around and noticed that he had heard there was a group of mountain barbarians in the Colosseum. The old man remarked that he probably wanted to use robot soldiers to create an army, and that was a pretty good idea. But is he sure he wants to buy a group of unruly barbarians with his 1,000 gold coins? Perhaps the old man should remind him of something. Barbarians are known for their bravery and their desire for freedom, so one should not expect obedience from them. But the boy noted that he knew this. The ruler told his subordinate about 20 gold coins per person, so it comes to 50 people, and let him send him to the Colosseum. Richard realized that the first step of the plan was already a success, and the interlocutor next to him suggested going because he would lead him to the star-studded Colosseum. The old man looked at the hero at that time and thought that he was an unusual boy. The hero and his companion were riding in a carriage and sang a song about how people had been wandering around a foreign world for 10 years and sometimes missed their old life. The interlocutor asked him what song he was humming, and Richard smiled and said that it was a simple song and from his hometown. It turns out that after the original owner was beaten, the hero took well his fame. The guy didn't understand whether he was treated like a degenerate who lives on the street. Luckily, he received permission to expand his territory, so he fled here, otherwise he would have been destroyed by people from the Orlando family. Soon she recovered well, and the gentleman was informed that they had arrived at the place. The guy got out of the carriage and said that he had heard before that they had recently brought a group of mountain barbarian slaves here. The interlocutor noted that this was indeed the case, but at the same time asked who he was. Richard stated that Count Augustus wished to sell them to him and would support him while he formed an army to defend his territory. The woman noted that she now understood why he was here, and before that she simply thought that he wanted to watch the fight. Just let him not say later that she didn't warn him when these guys take out all the other fighters with one blow. She paid so much for their treatment after all, and I wonder if he wants to take these people with such a worthless body, they will just smear him. These people can also kill crocodiles and eat their meat. Richard said they could find their own food, which was fine. Maybe they would be more docile if he beat them. The woman shouted at him not to be stupid, because they could kill wild boars with 2 or 3 blows. And so she began to think that this aristocrat had probably gone mad. The hero pushed her away and noticed the statues of his department, so let her not interfere. He also thought it would be better to say that the stronger the barbarians, the greater their chance of living up to his expectations. On top of all this, it turns out that he has a trump card in the form of this system. It was a lord system that showed the level of strength, agility, intelligence, and charm, as well as various inventory and shop. Richard thought that today he would finally show all his skills and the result of 3 years of training. So he went out into the arena, where there were quite a lot of people below. The guy called them Highlanders and said that he bought them all from Count Solon. But at the same time, he thinks none of them will want to become a slave. If this is so, then why don't they fight him? Because if they win, they will get freedom. Then the main character jumped down with a smile on his face, not noticing that there were conditions if they lost. After all, in that case, they will be fighting precisely for his ideals. One of the barbarians remarked that when it came to fighting, they were indeed the best at it. The woman, as well as the city owner's subordinate, were stunned and waited to see what would happen next. At that moment, one of the most pumped-up men told the hero not to cry when he finally loses. Afterwards, he introduced himself and stated that his name was Russell, and he was a mountain barbarian. The hero was ready for battle and noticed that he was Richard of Pompey. The woman looked at this battle and said that this aristocrat would really fight with this barbarian. Yet a scoundrel named Russell is the best among them, and he has killed quite a few slaves. Fighting him will be more deadly than beneficial, and the person next to him needs to convince him to stop quickly. The interlocutor stated that his only task was to carry out the Earl's orders and bring this guy here, so he had no right to control Sir Richard's offspring. The woman was surprised because she understood that she had worked here for more than a lifetime to find herself in such a situation. If this aristocrat who is below dies, then her arena will be cursed. The barbarians began to laugh and said that this boy had indeed chosen Russell, and with a little effort, that man would kill him. His interlocutors asked him to go easy, because it would be problematic if the aristocrat died. But Russell said that he would still be merciless. Immediately after these words, he became very furious and rushed straight towards the main character. As a result of this action, both opponents grappled with each other and wrestled with their arms. Soon, Russell, using his enormous strength, grabbed the boy by the clothes and lifted him up. And after that, he screamed angrily and threw it straight down. The main character's body fell, and it was clear that he was literally unconscious. Russell smiled at this and said that he expected at least some fun from him, but he was defeated in literally a second. After that, he went to his comrades and they said that he had even destroyed the earth and it was unclear whether the aristocrat would survive. The arena's mistress looked at this in horror and begged for at least someone to help him. After all, her arena will have to pay huge compensation if this tragedy occurs. While he was losing concentration, the hero grabbed him by the leg, and so the man turned towards him. He was very surprised when he saw the hero and asked what was going on. The owner finished. The hero, smiling, asked her if she had the right to make such decisions. But the interlocutor noted that she simply needs to defeat him, and then, when he loses, they will be free. So she asked if he would really keep his promises, to which the hero stated that he was a man of his word. And the opponent shouted that it was time the hero managed to dodge. The crowd rejoiced after this, but the owner of the arena was worried about her. The count's subordinate thought that this barbarian chief was unexpectedly quite strong, so it probably wouldn't end well. At the same time, Gunther lifted a huge boulder, and her subordinates shouted for her to kill it, because no person should stand in the way of the boss. After this, the opponent shouted that it would be a stone strike, and immediately threw it towards the hero. Richard only noticed at the last moment that the stone was flying at him and tried to dodge. A column of smoke rose from the place where the boulder landed and nothing could be seen. So the owner of the arena ran down and screamed that everything was bad, because this was the end. Gunther said that the girl killed him, and now it is unclear what she will do with her arena. The rest of the barbarians were truly jubilant and shouted that their boss was simply wonderful because she had given them all freedom. Russell, who was also there, noted that his abilities were not sufficient and therefore he was disappointed. At this time, the stone under Gunther's feet began to rise up, and the heroes there declared that she had enormous speed as well as remarkable strength. So it turns out that this is actually good material for him. The barbarians were stunned by what they saw and wondered how he had not died yet, since he was still standing on his feet. Gunther was also very surprised, but stone is a distraction after all. He then broke the chain that held his neck and, smiling, declared that she was amazing. The barbarians were again stunned by such actions, and Russell stated that he did not understand how this was possible. These iron chains were forged by the finest anomalous craftsmen and were used to bind beasts. Gunther was also amazed and thought that the chains had kept her in a desperate situation for quite a number of years, and this man had just broken them with his bare hands. The heroes at that moment continued to say that this girl was really fast and strong and used a certain strategy, so she was perfect for the role of a subordinate. The girl thought that all this time he had not used his real strength and it was unclear whether he was some kind of monster at all. So she screamed that they were both on the same battlefield and were asking them to respect her and give it their all. Otherwise, if he doesn't do this, then she's not going to obey him. Richard stated that she had been shackled before, so she was not a guy threw one punch, but the girl blocked it, and after that he jumped up. Then he landed and delivered the same blow that destroyed the ground like her opponent had before. Barbarians. You say that with this speed he is much faster, even than their boss, and it turns out that he is much stronger. At this time, the hero appeared literally out of nowhere due to his speed and grabbed Gunther by the neck. After that, he pressed her to the ground and the girl thought that she couldn't even move. She then accepted the loss, and noted that if he wanted to take revenge for what happened before, he should just do it. The hero immediately swung his hand and was ready to attack, and the girl noticed this. So she closed her eyes, preparing for the worst. But when she opened them, she heard the handcuffs on her hands break. So Gunther was surprised by this, and the hero said that now they have a choice. He then added that they should all continue to fight with him until every single one of them lost. But otherwise, let them join him, and everything will be much easier because together they will become much stronger. The girl was surprised, but took the guy by the hand and agreed with his theses. After this, she stood up and, turning to her barbarians, noticed that they were not listening to her attentively. And then she knelt before the hero and declared that from this day on, this aristocrat would be their leader. The guy said his name was Richard Orlando, and he would become an all-powerful role lord, so let them join him, and together they would all become much stronger. The Varvaras looked at each other, and then, inspired, shouted that they were joining the boss and that they would also follow his instructions. The Count's subordinate and the woman were surprised, and he thought it was not surprising that old Orlando had passed on his name to him. While the hero was talking to his subordinates, he saw that system requests had appeared from the mountain barbarians to join his group. After that, he immediately began to accept them all and was glad about it. It is a wild world that was filled with chaos as well as blood, and here countless ambitious people became lords and created a world of their own reality. However, most of them died and left this world in despair. As he moved along with his subordinates, the hero declared that as a pioneer, he was eager to begin his journey. Now that he has the barbarians, he has taken his first step in a new life. Although the hero understood perfectly well that now he needed to dress his army. So they all went into one of the shops where there were clothes and were stunned. One of them remarked that he wanted the beautiful t-shirt he was holding, but Gunther said that it didn't suit him at all. And suddenly the owner of the store, who was the gnome Negan, appeared and asked how he could help. Richard approached him and noted that he was there to buy equipment for his gang, and he had also heard that they had good weapons. The old man smiled and remarked that he seemed to really know a lot about his wares. Then he pressed one of the bricks on the wall, and so the inscription on the sign changed from Oliver's clothes to Oliver's weapon. The barbarians, of course, were surprised by how the store changed abruptly and the walls turned, but the owner told them to say what they all needed. All his goods were really high quality, and people started checking them out. The hero noticed that the old man gave each of them a pike and 3 throwing spears, but the old man wrote it down and noted that it would cost 15 gold and a total of 750 gold. After all, there are exactly 50 of them, and this amount will be enough. The hero then threw a handful of gold and noticed that this is all he had. The old man looked at it, and it seemed like there was very little there. So he apologized and said that they didn't do business with the poor and didn't give out loans. Gunther was surprised, but the hero told the owner not to rush. After this, he took out a sword and asked what would happen if he added this weapon to the deal. The old man, however, was very surprised, and, taking the sword in his hands, noticed that this was a snake killer and that this was the first time he had seen such a legendary weapon before his eyes. He then thought that since he had such a high-quality sword, he must have made a major mistake and he shouldn't contradict this man. So he said it would be a shame to leave this sword here gathering dust. So how about he keep it and let him sign the contract, and they would pay off the loan. Richard stated that they should each take a pike, 3 javelins, and leather armor, as they needed to prepare for the journey. And the old man asked where the armor came from. And the hero noticed that this sword wasn't worth leather armor for everyone. So because of this, the shop owner noticed Erica to bring them the weapon. While the barbarians were rejoicing over all this, Gunther turned to the hero and asked what would happen next. He smiled and declared that they would not seize the land that was rightfully theirs. Soon they were all heading towards that place, and the hero was riding ahead on horseback. Already at that moment, someone was watching them through a telescope and saying that it had been a long time since pioneers or caravans had passed through here. It was the goblin chieftain named Luke, and he noticed that this time their victim had a lot of things, as well as materials. The leader of the jackals, who was nearby, shouted that they should not give him at least half of the weapons, and the interlocutor noted that it was even less. The jackals shouted that they naturally had 5 times more people than the goblins, and Luke thought that everyone knew that jackals were stupid. He then asked why they were in such a hurry. They should wait until they were brought to the hunting grounds and had a chance to escape or call for help. And the chief of the jackals declared that the main thing was that he and his brothers had a good battle, and that the rest did not bother him. Since they were at the top, and the hero's caravan was walking at the foot, Gunther heard their laughter. That's why she told the boss that they were being tailed and that it looked like a gang of bandits. But the hero smiled and said that he knew all about it. Then the interlocutor asked the boss if he really had this plan from the very beginning. Richard shouted to the others to stop and surround the wagon. and also to bring in the animals and put things inside that were not needed and prepare for an attack. Then he turned to several people and told them to come to him because he needed to tell them something. Taking out a small bag, Richard announced that they should distribute it to everyone and tell them to swallow one for each. Gunther took out one of the things from this bag and looked at it in surprise, and the hero noticed it. So he also took one of them and opened his mouth and said, "In the state of the pill from the east, it does not make people stronger, and let them hurry up and prepare for battle." One of his subordinates was surprised and asked if such things seriously existed, but Richard said why would he lie at all? At the same time, he thought that, of course, he had lied to them because these were just dumplings, but he would use his system. And then he began to use them to strengthen his army before battle. Soon a menu with all the fighters' stats appeared in front of the guy, and it was a guide to upgrading the mountain barbarian soldier. Most of the thieves he has are defined by the system as soldiers, and only Gunther is defined as a hero. Richard was well aware that barbarians would gain experience after battles and be improved by the system. All this happens because the system is too powerful, and in a short period of time the overall power will increase, and they will feel that something is wrong. It was precisely because of this situation that the hero used dumplings as a deception. Therefore, he continued to tell his subordinates that they would feel the power of the magic pill. The goblin chieftain declared that they had stopped, and the jackal chieftain remarked that these idiots would now die. The interlocutor hit him in the chest and asked if that really made him so happy. But the jackal did not understand whether they were really scared and thought that the group had stopped. But Luke smiled evilly and noted that it was simply because they were scared of their power and decided to just give up. But despite this, they were told not to care and were told to move forward and not to take prisoners. The hero heard this and declared that they were advancing, so his subordinates should prepare for battle. The jackals joyfully rode around and shouted that those who wanted weapons should simply take them away and let them kill and destroy them all. Richard saw a huge crowd, became inspired, and, grabbing a spear, shouted that the battle should begin. And so the guy with great force launched a spear, which flew towards the attackers. This spear flew through the entire crowd and was heading straight towards one of the leaders. The goblin chieftain deflected the spear with his hand, and the spear struck towards one of his subordinates. He noted that it was quite powerful, but not threatening enough for him. Then he shouted that they were several times stronger than them, so they had no choice but to die and needed to go on the attack. Small as well as huge goblins and wolves were heading to fight the people there. Some barbarians were even a little scared and said that they were attacking, no matter how powerful they were, but they would not defeat such a huge army. The jackals also rushed into battle with great speed, ready to fight to the death. Soon a very strong fight began between people, as well as various creatures. In some one-on-one fights, people waited, and in others, animals won. A huge number of goblins as well as jackals suppressed the forces of the barbarians. So soon people started shouting that they were surrounded, and it was pretty bad. The few people who fought to the last were killed by the overwhelming number of jackals, as well as a huge goblin. Gunther saw this horrific picture and so turned to the boss, asking what they should do. The hero asked her to give him another spear directly, but the girl noted that the boss would not finish them off like that, because there were too many of them. But the guy took a spear in his hands and noticed that there was absolutely no need to kill them all. First of all, they just need to find the right target and attack it. Richard looked at his huge crowd of creatures and then began to accelerate. Because he slashed so hard across the roof of the carriage, a fire appeared at the tip of the spear. Gunther was surprised and asked what kind of fire was on the tip. But the hero did not answer because he was focused on his target, who was in the crowd. So, swinging his hand quite forcefully, he directed this spear straight towards his target. After this, the head of one of the trolls flew into pieces. The creatures that were there with the gap fell into panic and did not understand how this could have happened. Some jackals, fearing for their lives, began to run away from the battlefield. They said that it was impossible. How could such a thing even happen? That the troll was killed with one spear, so they should run away and be afraid. The protagonist smiled and said that first they should take care of the giant. The barbarians were encouraged and noticed that the boss had killed the troll with one spear, so they had nothing to fear as they explored the rivers to attack. A man who was surrounded by a crowd of jackals threw them all back and shouted for his comrades to fight back. At that very moment, the leader of the jackals appeared behind this man, ready to kill him. Of course, the barbarian felt his presence and looked at him. He thought that perhaps it was jackals, but he had no time to defend himself. And when the death of this man was already inevitable, a spear flew into the leader's chest. The man who released it turned out to be the protagonist, and he defeated the creature. That same barbarian was surprised and thought that their leader had saved his life. Richard took out his ball and held it forward, declaring that the leader of these guys was dead, and they had no strength left, so they should be finished off. The people suddenly became animated and began to smash these creatures, inflicting critical damage on them. Gunther smiled and noticed that you were walking. The boss was aiming at their leader and standing on his belt to get a better view. The guy said that, as they say, to catch bandits, you first have to catch their leader. And he finished the surveillance, so there was only one left to finish off. Luke got angry and shouted, "What kind of a bunch of losers are they? Isn't this a normal person? Let them see what they just did." The hero noticed that this goblin looked like the chieftain and asked if he had planned this attack. It turns out that he caught their ambush, but isn't he afraid that he will fall under the hands of more powerful races? The goblin asked what other times the nearest one was in a high mountain fortress, which was a couple of miles to the east and was easy to defend and difficult to besiege. But these kobolds do not have the courage to go out and steal his battle trophies, and the hero thanked for such information. It will help him a lot. He was also ashamed that he let him take their things, so he used the killer snake, while the goblin was preparing to attack. Looking intently at his interlocutor, the hero declared that he would give the ball to him. And at the same moment, he suddenly rushed towards the goblin leader and cut him into two parts. The subordinate goblins were horrified by what they saw and understood that this was bad, because their leader was dead, so this guy was just some kind of monster. Without wasting any time, Gunther ordered the warriors to kill them all, and they enthusiastically agreed. Richard received an urgent notification from the system, stating that the barbarian spearmen had been promoted to level 4, two trolls. So whether they should be killed, the hero said that there was no need to do this. One horse was killed, so they will carry the things. Now they are marshals Ben and Bean. At that time, Gunther came up, who noticed that she found Luke's map. Richard picked it up and looked at it, and said that it was really not bad. Then he became inspired and shouted that their next stop was a high mountain fortress. Soon their whole army set out forward, and the hero sat in a cart pulled by a troll. Richard noticed that the troll was quite fast, and at this rate, they would soon reach the high mountain fortress. After that, I logged in to see my strength, agility, intelligence, and charisma. The guy knew that after each improvement, he would receive bonus points for personal attributes in the system. Right now, the store button is still grayed out, so it's definitely not active. Probably, you need to first pump up the strength and throwing weapons points, because weapon proficiency can be improved not only by adding points, but also by participating in battles. However, the attribute bonus is limited by talent, and he doesn't have any magical talents because the guy can only choose hand-to-hand combat. Right now, he's literally 10 times stronger than a normal human, and if he keeps it up, he'll probably become a muscle man. Soon, Gunther turned to the boss and noticed that they had arrived at the foot of that very high mountain fortress. The hero was surprised and remarked that if this was so, then he should take a look for himself. After that, he looked forward and immediately declared that everything here was not so bad. Soon they stopped, and the barbarians began to go to the pond to bathe, where one of them said that he had spent his whole life in a wheel and therefore stank. Afterwards, he suggested that the boss and Gunther take a bath too, but the girl shouted at him to wash himself first. A few guys came up with the twins and noticed that there were a lot of wild animals in the area. They caught a few and would soon start a full-fledged hunt. The protagonist understood that these guys had a lot of survival skills in reserve, and then he looked at Gunther. He quietly told the girl that she had been fighting a lot in the last 2 days, and maybe she should also swim and rest, because there was a hidden pond nearby. The girl was surprised, and Richard told her not to worry, because he would keep an eye on the boys. Gunther smiled sweetly and thanked her boss for his concern, and so soon she went to that very hidden pond in order to rest and wash her body. When night fell, the hero, surrounded by several subordinates, came to the top, and he said, "You are all ready, because this is a high mountain fortress. It turns out that today they will make this place their camp." And then he thought that the kobolds who occupied the high mountain fortress are here. Russell stated that these guys weren't particularly strong, so they could just go and kill them all. And the hero noted that then they would attack right now without delay. Inside the main room was the boss of these kobolds, who wanted love with his companion. The leader told his companion that they should do this, and she only smiled at him in response. And at the moment when all this was happening, the main character, alas, kicked the door and went inside. The kobold looked at him in surprise and asked who he was, and also shouted, "Everyone, come with me. There has been an invasion." But at that moment, a subordinate came to Richard and noticed that they took care of all the kobolds outside, to which the hero stated that this was an excellent job. The leader of these creatures shouted how they dared to attack his army, and he had a huge gang nearby, so if something happened, they would not leave them alone. Let this man simply await his punishment, and the hero was inspired by these words. Soon, the creature was hanging upside down, screaming that he was wrong and apologizing for being too arrogant, while the hero sarcastically said that he couldn't hear him. Soon he asked Gunther to untie him, and the girl asked what the boss wanted, to let him go. The guy said that he was understood correctly, and after that, the rope that held the kobold was cut. The creature began to run away very quickly, and Gunther screamed at him to get away from here quickly. In the end, the kobold was very angry and thought that he had never been so insulted, so they would definitely get their comeuppance. Russell said that he didn't even expect that they would just take the high mountain fortress like that, and the girl next to him added that the kobolds were just so useless. Richard smiled at that moment and stated that he had already inspected the building from the inside. It turns out that there really is quite a lot of space here, and it is more than enough to set up a den. The sites are strong and fairly well maintained, and there is also an excellent field of view, so they can see everything for a couple of miles around. When all the troops had settled down a bit, everyone gathered in the main building, and the hero threw the map on the table. He told his subordinates that soon he looked through his telescope at the camp of those attacked, but that's fine, because he'll use this opportunity to establish his dominance over the Highland fortress. Richard told his subordinates to listen carefully. He would only take Gunther's squad with him, and the rest, together with the trolls, would guard the fortress. All of this had to be finished as quickly as possible, and Gunther said they would do it. At the same time, the goblins were sleeping peacefully in their tents at the foot of the fortress. Suddenly, one of them heard some sound and looked at the exit and saw a girl there. She killed the creature, and all the other members of her squad attacked these goblins. Richard thought that the Highland barbarians had excellent individual abilities, but their teamwork left much to be desired, and the main problem was that they had no training. Strength alone would not make them skilled soldiers. And all the while, Gunther was screaming at them to stay in the hollow and kill everyone. The hero thought that now these barbarians had become elite soldiers, capable of organizing their forces, because the system had given them more than just a boost in strength. Russell was pleased with this attack and said what a bunch of losers they had. Suddenly, the ground under his feet began to shake very violently, and he asked what it was, whether it was an earthquake. After this, some kind of creature burst out of the ground and pushed the man in the other direction. This creature turned out to be a huge goblin, which differed in its size from ordinary ones. Russell was surprised and asked if this was the same dragon goblin. The barbarians nearby did not understand what kind of giant it was, because it even had some kind of horns. One of the people noticed that it was a goblin who had dragon blood, and his interlocutor asked, standing up, "What kind of blood?" The huge creature made some threatening sounds, and by doing so it attracted its relatives to itself. Soon after, a large number of goblins began to emerge from the ground. The barbarians noticed this and said that they were cutting out of the ground, but it is unclear why so many of them appeared. Gunther told the boss to be careful, because they weren't that easy to deal with. That same goblin with the dragon's blood shouted for his huge beast to come out. After this, the earth opened up and some huge creature appeared from there, on which this big goblin was now sitting. The barbarians were stunned and said that this monster was simply enormous. The goblin chieftain said that he was not a stupid loser and let the dragon's blood punish them all. Gunther didn't want to listen to all this, so she shouted that he should shut his mouth and threw a spear at him. But when the spear hit the body of the huge monster, it simply fought it off, not piercing the skin. The girl was stunned, not understanding what had happened, and her opponent was shouting, did she really want to pierce the armor of his huge beast with this fragile stick? So let this loser know her place and experience the power of the noble blood of a dragon. Gunther understood perfectly well that she would not have time to dodge the attack of this creature that was rushing towards her. At that very moment, the main character saw this and with a sharp movement stood directly in front of the girl. Richard grabbed the monster that was attacking them and grabbed his leg. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and he squeezed that leg tighter and tighter. Soon the boy screamed very loudly and then threw this huge creature to the side. Because of this action, it was defeated, and the goblin stood there in confusion at what was happening. Russell was also surprised by the situation that happened and thought how strong their leader was. After this, the hero approached the tapestry with the dragon's blood, and the creature screamed that it was impossible. Richard asked them what kind of noble dragon blood this was. Perhaps his nobility would surrender to him. The monster grabbed his weapon and asked the boy if it was enough. Immediately after this, he rushed into the attack and shouted that he would never give up. Richard easily parried his attack and counterattacked with his own hand, knocking the monster out. Soon after this, they were all defeated, and the hero was pleased with himself. And speaking of that, as he had said before, this should be finished quickly. The hero logged in and wondered if he could do it now. He saw that his experience had increased, and the barbarian spearman had been upgraded to level 4, and also the hero Gunther had been upgraded to level 2. Richard thought that he would simply add a few points to the jelly for growth. At this time, Gunther approached and noticed to the boss that they had brought a gift for him. The man next to him was telling the boss that these guys were very poor. There were only 2 gold coins inside their chest. Richard said it seemed so. They were clearly having some pretty tough times too. The girl turned to him and asked the boss what they should do with this huge thing. And he looked at her and, licking his lips, asked, interestingly, if her meat was tasty. Then the hero noticed that now this creature would carry him around and he would call him a windbag, but if he dared to disobey him, he would feed everyone his meat. Afterwards, Gunther suggested that the boss return to his fortress and have a good dinner. After some time, the main character was riding on the head of his new monster. He looked at the system and saw that the store button was lit up, so he was happy. In the inventory, there was an old-fashioned knight's spear, so the guy understood that now his wallet was empty, so he could only choose a weapon at a discount. And soon the purchase was made, and the hero noticed that some strange action was happening near him. The weapons he bought out of thin air materialized in his hand. Now the hero understood how it all worked like this, and below, Gunther saw it, and she noted to the boss that he could even use special magic. Richard turned to his subordinate and noticed that there was some movement to the side. Russell looked around and said it looked like a group of jackals out on a robbery spree. The hero looked through the telescope and noticed that it was a rich caravan, so it was not surprising that they attracted jackals. Gunther asked the boss if they should intervene, and the hero stated that it seemed like this was no ordinary caravan. The first trading experience is indeed quite important for a Lord Discoverer, and perhaps they will help him with his future affairs. The jackals who attacked the caravan shouted at them to quickly hand over all the money because it was on their territory. The old man said that they were from the Voya Trading Company, and if these jackals harmed them, the Imperial Army would not spare them. The interlocutors laughed at this. He said, "What other Pompeian Empire? Because they are bandits, does he really think that they will be scared of them?" The others also laughed at this, and everyone immediately rushed to attack the people. The old man saw this fight and tried to run away in order to save his life, but one of the creatures hit him right in the back. In desperation, the man said that he would give them all the money but begged them to spare them. But the jackal told him that it was too late to ask for mercy because no one could save him. Literally immediately after these words, the body of this jackal was pierced by a pike. The old man, as well as the other creatures, were surprised by what happened and looked away in horror. The main character released this weapon and noticed that the new spear worked quite well. Moreover, Gunther and her squad were approaching, shouting for everyone to kill them. The jackals looked at them in surprise and did not understand who these guys were. Richard stood near the tree and said, "The state jackals, just a gang of bandits, and this time he will only be an observer of this fight." The girl led her squad into battle and said that they did not lag behind and split into 2 fronts. But the hero saw all this and thought that, of course, the barbarians were really strong. But as a pioneer, he prefers a disciplined army, and this was exactly what his army needed to win. One of the jackals ran away and 2 asked if he was really running away, and he noticed if he had not yet understood who these people were. They were the ones who destroyed the alliance between goblins, trolls, and jackals, and they even easily recaptured the kobold territories. It was this man who appeared rather unexpectedly, already the legendary noble lord of the wildlands, and at this moment they looked at the protagonist. After the jackals found out who Richard was, they immediately began to run away, but they did not have time, because the hero's creature attacked them. The guy saw how his pet literally dealt with these victims with ease and realized that this time his army could finish off the jackal without his intervention. So now they are not the confused and scattered bunch they were before. Soon the slaughter was coming to an end, and Russell remarked to the boss that he had killed the last jackal. After this, important members of the crew who were in this caravan approached the hero. There was also a priest who thanked the warrior for his help and noted that he would sing his praises. The hero smiled and said that if they wanted to pay him, they would simply give him money. Suddenly, a girl appeared, got out of the carriage, and noticed, as expected from a greedy aristocrat. In the end, he really is quite an interesting person. The girl got out of the carriage and noticed that she was a warrior merchant, and her name was Annie. Then she turned to the subordinate route and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was okay with him. Soon they bowed together before Richard and thanked their squad for their self-sacrifice, salvation, and the hero declared that his soldiers were brave. So these jackals didn't hold a candle to him, but at that moment Russell wondered why he never praised them under normal circumstances. Then she said that she would like to ask them for help, and the hero asked what kind of help they were talking about. The interlocutor stated that as he could see, they had suffered great losses and many people had been wounded or killed, so that they could not complete the deal with the remaining caravans. That's why she hopes that they will be able to stay with them at least for a little while. Richard noted that living on his estate costs a lot of money, and in his homeland it is called a five-star hotel. Annie said they wanted to use money and guns as payment, so she asked Robin to bring that thing, and he agreed. The girl saw some kind of ball in her hand, and the guy asked what it was, but she said that he looked at it carefully. Then she commanded this ball to increase in size, and it went straight to the top, and soon it swelled to a large size. She stated that it was a communications crystal, and she was using it to send messages to their trading house for help. Richard asked when reinforcements would arrive. The interlocutor sadly stated that they needed at least 3 days, and this place was too far from the city of Corin. Richard smiled and made up his mind that this was an unusual caravan, so his business would start and he would be able to make a lot of money after all. Therefore, he agreed to the offer and remarked that they should come with us. He is Richard of the Highland Fortress and will never refuse friendly guests. Annie then asked them to take good care of them, and soon everyone was on their way. After some time, they arrived at a high mountain fortress and settled there. Annie helped her subordinates and asked him to give them this potion, to which he immediately agreed. The main character watched carefully what was happening and wondered if this was the legendary healing potion. The description said that it was unavailable due to its low level and that it required a high-level Maya to create, and it also cost 50,000 dinars per bottle. At night, Annie asked his subordinate if he had checked all the victims. The man stated that they had no problems with finances or things, but half of their group was either injured or dead. After this, the girl sadly noted how they, poor people, were treating her. But the interlocutor added that fortunately Richard saved them, otherwise the consequences would have been simply colossal. The lady asked what she really thought about Richard. The man stated that he was, in fact, indeed, a great lord. Indeed, at the moment when the jackals attacked them, they were already in a desperate situation. The man did not know what they should do and was already prepared to die from these creatures. But suddenly the knight's soldiers appeared and immediately turned the situation upside down. This man's soldiers were indeed quite strong, as they were defeated very quickly. The man is afraid that their troops are not standing next to them, and the girl said that they survived only thanks to them. At this time, the main character thought that the caravan soldiers were well equipped, and perhaps it looked more impressive. And next to him at that time, his soldiers were fighting for the hatchet and saying that this weapon would go to them. Richard looked at them and thought that this time he not only got the caravan armor and didn't pay a penny, and on top of that, he also has Fred's battle axe as a reward from the system. His soldiers have also grown as a result of these battles, and so the guy is quite happy. After some time, Gunther turned to her boss and noticed that something had happened. He looked at her and asked what the panic was about. Let her tell what happened. The girl said that she had just seen a large group of armed half-people, half-horses heading towards them. The hero was surprised and therefore asked if it was true that these fat people were half-horses. Quite a large number of these creatures actually belonged to them, and they were led by one girl. These people were representatives of the Storm Clan and were led by a girl named Lily. A few moments after they all reached the place, a huge number of spears and arrows flew from there. Most of these weapons landed right on the approaches to them, without hitting anyone. The girl was surprised by this attack and noticed how powerful the throw was. But all this did not bother her, so she ordered her men to continue advancing forward. The protagonist then asked if they were continuing to ignore his warnings. That is why soon he and his men again launched a series of copies in their direction. Richard aimed his spear straight at their leader in order to strike him down outright. Of course, the girl easily blocked the spear, which was flying from a great distance. But as a result, she stopped her people and thought that at such a distance it was really too dangerous. And after thinking about the situation a little, she took a white rag out of her pocket. After that, she hung it on a rag and started waving it around, saying that they were surrendering. Gunther saw this and told the boss that this was a pretty smart centaur. It turns out that they seemed to have given up, and the hero declared that he would not meet them then. However, the intentions of these creatures are not clear, so it is not worth removing the protection, and the subordinates noticed that they understood everything. Soon the heroes stood next to the centaur girl and asked her to explain why she came here with her group. The girl then bowed down and noticed that her name was Lily, and she was the leader of the Storm Clan and had come here with good intentions. And the hero declared that his name was Richard, and he was the lord of a high mountain fortress. She asked her interlocutor if he was really that same invincible Richard from the martial arts competition in the southern province. The hero was surprised and asked if he had really heard about him. Lily noticed that his reputation had spread quite far, and even the Storm Clan, which lived in the wilderness, had heard of his achievements. Richard was proud of himself, but he noted that it was an undeserved reputation. But the girl took out something on which information was carved and noticed that they had come to tell him something important. The main character picked up the object and asked what was written there because he couldn't read anything. The centaur told Lord Richard that the locals wanted to create an army, and they sent her this invitation. The high mountain fortress used to belong to the kobolds, and since they are now forming an army, it is dangerous. Gunther noticed that the locals always hated the conquerors, and so the girl thinks that the guy understands what all this means. The hero crushed the information board and noticed that they wanted to recapture the high mountain fortress. The centaur stated that this was true as well. They had enlisted the help of shamans and sorcerers, and their power was not to be underestimated. The main character asked in surprise, but then what? Otherwise they are from him. Lily, in turn, bowed and noted that since he would face great difficulties, their clan was offering its help. But Richard continued, wondering why they weren't helping him specifically and not those other people. And the interlocutor stated that the Storm clan once belonged to the Orc Kingdom, and they never joined the locals and will not become bandits either. Before this, it turned out that they lived a simple, calm, and peaceful life. Indeed, their people had good manners and a wonderful culture of poetry and chronicles. Now they want to count on a powerful lord to bring back the glory days of their clan. The protagonist looked at the information about them and thought, the old system receives their requests, then this means that they really want to join him. Then he looked at the information about the hero Lily and realized that these centaurs could fight from a distance. Soon their offer was accepted, and they all entered the main building where the hero said, "You all met. This is the leader of the Storm clan, and her name is Lily." To be honest, she brought some pretty bad news to them. Annie and everyone present were surprised and asked what the bad news was. The hero sat down on a chair and declared that soon enough the kobolds, as well as the jackals, would declare war on them again. The girl asked Lord Richard after this how soon he thought this would happen. The guy thought for a few seconds, then smiled and said that at least 10 days had to pass. Annie and her subordinate were whispering about this situation and did not know what to do. But Russell and Gunther were happy because they understood that there would be more victims because of this. The centaur stated that although the locals already had an army, it included many different species, and they had definitely divided the work as well as preparing food for the army. To get here, they all need at least 10 days, at which point the hero smiled and noticed that the enemy is strong. But even despite this, they have 10 days, and this is quite enough to prepare. Richard then placed the map on the table and announced that he had created a strategy to defeat the enemy. Gunther was inspired and remarked that if the boss had a plan, then could he tell them about it too? Richard noted that they shouldn't worry because they would know when the time came for it. He then turned to Miss Annie and remarked that in order for them to meet such a formidable enemy, he had one request. The girl told him to keep talking, gold coins from her. Annie said that there would be no problems with this, but if it helps, she will give him 500 gold coins. Richard bowed before her and said that the Highland Fortress would always be grateful for her generosity. That same night, while inspecting the property, the hero turned to Lily and asked if centaurs were really good with a bow. The interlocutor stated that he understood correctly because the Storm clan literally had the best archers, and the hero at that time was looking at his system of bows and arrows. The guy understood perfectly well that it was very expensive and that equipping soldiers would eat up quite a lot of money. He soon acquired a weapon and a purple bow, and a pointed arrow with a white feather materialized in his hands, so he told his interlocutor to try it. The girl was surprised and asked if the Lord really used magic, but the hero said that it was just a little trick that he could pull off, after which Lily took the bow and arrows to herself. Then he closed his eyes. She began to pull the bowstring and listened to the rustle of the wind. Soon she released her finger and the arrow, which flew at great speed, pierced several leaves, also killing the insect. Richard was pleased with this, not noticing that, as expected, her technique was indeed excellent. The protagonist understood that these centaurs would strengthen the remote defense of the high mountain fortress. The centaur thanked Sir Richard and remarked that she had not used such a heavy bow for a long time. The guy laughed at this and said that she would be able to train quite well tomorrow. It was at that very moment the hero told Miss Annie that the high mountain fortress was not safe now, so he suggested that they send the caravan back to the city of Solon. One of the living people who were in the caravan shouted for them to take healthy soldiers and horses, and even if they met jackals, they would quickly lose to them. The merchant shouted that this would not happen. She could not leave the wounded members of the caravan, and they no longer risked their lives to fight for her. Richard, you pulled the spear out of the dead soldier and noted that in such a dangerous situation the rent would be higher, and what he sees before his eyes at the moment will be worth 2,000 gold coins. The girl was silent for a few seconds and then noticed that he did everything as he saw fit. Ones who often fight for territory to strengthen the army and have forged their weapons, so their strength cannot be compared with the local savages. Lily turned to Annie and asked if she really meant that the caravan was attacked by ice natives. The girl confidently noted that this was true, because right now the local kobolds were gathering an army, and she was afraid that the appearance of the ice aborigines was not a coincidence. The main character noted that this was a correct observation, since they did not join the war either. Then Gunther declared that it would be better for them all to come at once so that she could take them out with one blow. Richard stated that Gunther was indeed right, because they wouldn't just catch them all at once. And after this conversation, 10 whole days passed and several centaurs rushed to the mountain fortress. The barbarians were at that moment training with all their might to fight in the subsequent war. The centaur ran up to the main character and noticed that they had already discovered the enemies. Richard smiled and remarked that if that was true, he wondered where they were now. And the interlocutors stated that they had settled at the foot of the mountain about 50 miles from here. Besides, it looks like they are going to attack their camp tomorrow. The main character smiled and said that they had not been waiting for this for so long, and that time had finally come. Soon, several thieves began to inform the others that it was time to fight. Richard grabbed his weapon and shouted to the army to get ready, for it was time for a fight. They should all gather and cut off the heads of the attackers and then drink from them. The warriors gathered and became inspired, preparing for battle, and they also had the weapons that the hero had bought. Richard, in turn, also prepared for battle and put on his armor. When he was already in full gear, he looked at himself and thought that this armor was really very heavy. Annie approached Lord Richard and asked him what the plan was and how he wanted to proceed. The hero noted that first he would not shoot all the arrows, and then let them attack, and if they killed 100 people, the rest would fall by themselves. The interlocutor's subordinate asked if this was really the plan he was talking about, and the interlocutor herself noted that there were at least 600 soldiers on their side, so she is afraid of it 6 times more than the people in their fort. But the hero stated that everything is fine, and they should not worry. There were countless people in the opponent's army who plunged into the valley altogether. The chief of the jackals asked if these were all soldiers, since they were asking for death if that was the case, and then he turned to the dog-headed leader. He told him that this time they needed to defeat them as quickly as possible, but the interlocutor noted that there was no need to rush, because their leader was quite strong. The interlocutor looked through the telescope and asked if this was serious. After all, this time their strongest army is assembled and ready to attack. So having collected such a large number, they should be able to crush them easily. The main character stated that God gave them life, but unfortunately, these creatures do not value it. Further, heading into battle on his pet, he shouted for all his subordinates to prepare for battle. On the opposite side, there was also a leader, leading them into battle and shouting for them to kill and bite everyone to death. The head of the Centaur clan, armed with a bow, started fire. She ordered her subordinates to shoot, and after that a hail of arrows flew towards the opponents. Some arrows hit the shields of the defending individuals, while others killed defenseless creatures. 2 huge military forces were heading towards each other, and they were shouting that they should kill one and the other. The goblins, who were armed with spears, also shouted in response that they would shoot and threw them. But a large amount of this weapon crashed into the head of the creature on which Richard was moving. Gunther, as well as Russell, also fought fiercely, killing the creatures in front of them. During this battle, after some time, the ground opened up and a goblin with dragon blood began to crawl out from there. The main character noticed this and immediately ordered his pet to show how good he was. The creature obeyed his order and immediately after that jumped up and then rushed down, crushing a large number of opponents. Richard did not sit on the sidelines and attacked the goblin with dragon blood, and he easily killed him with his weapon. Russell also joined in, using his axe to land a critical hit. The final cut to this creature was still made by Gunther, who killed it into pieces. Richard, continuing to move on his pet, shouted for them to kill everyone and leave no one alive. A few moments later, several goblins with hammers jumped up to him and greeted him. The hero realized that he had to defend himself, and so he spread his weapons like nunchucks. Soon he tried to parry a blow from one of the goblins who was attacking him. But that blow was so strong that it knocked him off the creature. After Richard landed on the ground, he thought that these guys were really quite strong. Several of the same representatives continued to follow him and jumped down from the monster. Richard was prepared for their attack, so he moved to counterattack and hit several back. Swinging his weapon, he killed the creatures in front of him. Gunther, as well as Russell, looked at this and said that Lord Richard was too strong because he was almost like the devil incarnate. The leader of the jackals looked at this whole massacre through a telescope and said that it was terrible because he did not understand how this could happen. He then shouted to the sorcerer to use his spell, and the kobold standing nearby confirmed this and asked for help. The sorcerer they had turned to began to cast his spells at that time. There were several subordinates next to him, and he was calling upon some magical powers to come to him. Soon after, a magical fireball shot up from the fire ahead. The jackal and the kobold, who saw this, were joyful and said that now their opponents would definitely die. A few seconds later, the hero turned his attention to the sky and saw a magical fireball. He asked if this fireball was really the magic of a shaman, and that same shaman was the one who controlled it. Soon, this ball changed its shape and looked like some kind of dragon that was heading towards the warriors. They asked if it was really flying towards them, and the hero shouted with "You!" They were careful with this weapon. A moment after these words, the fireball hit the ground and the impact was quite strong. Due to the enormous heat, Richard's weapon broke into pieces, and he wondered if this magician was really that strong. The guy understood perfectly well that this shaman's spell was really very strong, and he got hurt the first time. Still, we need to find some way to fight her. Looking at this sorcerer, the hero decided that it seemed like she was controlling the fire with a cane. Soon, the leader of the centaur ran up to Richard and asked the master if he was okay. The hero turned his attention to me, and then noticed that Lily had indeed arrived on time. Pointing his hand to the side, the guy asked if she could shoot the shaman at such a distance, and the girl noted that she would do it without any problems. She then ordered her subordinates to listen to her command carefully and soon ordered them to fire there. Moreover, she asked them not to stop under any circumstances and to continue shooting. The leader of the jackals saw this attack and remarked that it was a rain of arrows, so the shaman should be protected. Several goblins then grabbed their shields and approached the shaman, protecting him with their bodies. The main characters used their spear and threw it in that direction, noting that they should simply take advantage of the opportunity and organize a surprise attack. The jackal was distracted and told his subordinates to protect the shaman, and then everything would be fine. While he was saying that they could turn their defeat into something else for him, the spear flew away. Of course, by the time he saw the spear flying towards him, it was already too late, and so it pierced his chest. The jackal did not understand how this happened, and therefore he, as well as several of his subordinates, were struck down on the spot. Moreover, the jackal hit the shaman with its falling body and his cane broke. The goblins and jackals who were on the battlefield said that the fireball in the sky had shattered. Because of this magical weapon went out of control and began to attack its own allies, falling down. There was great confusion on the battlefield, and the warriors ran in different directions trying to hide from the fire from above. Richard was very pleased with what was happening there and noticed that this was friendly fire. The kobold saw that the general was defeated and was therefore stunned. Then, in desperation, he turned to the shaman and asked what they should do. After that, he went to some bowl and began to use his papers with it again, but now it was already dark. The main character, looking around the battlefield, noticed that they should clean up after themselves. Suddenly, something from the side caught his attention and he looked there, and there he saw that with the help of magic, dead creatures were rising. Because of this, the guy was discouraged and asked if this was really blood magic in front of him. Indeed, this was the case, as the creatures that had recently been defeated began to rise and charge. Richard realized that a fight was inevitable, so he immediately rushed to attack with his sword. Having attacked one of these creatures, he cut it and inflicted quite a lot of damage. Soon after this attack, the creature flew into small pieces on the sides. But the opponents did not end there, and then a fierce goblin attacked the hero. But Richard did not despair and continued to fight these creatures, cutting them into pieces, after his rather aggressive as well as sharp, and so only parts of the bodies of these creatures flew across the battlefield. Gunther also fought desperately with the creatures and killed them one by one. After a short period of time, the heroes jumped onto the slope where the opponent's leaders were standing and declared that he had finally caught these guys. The kobold and the shaman were stunned, and he declared that it was all over. In despair, they began to run away together, and the hero asked if they really just wanted to leave here. Immediately after that, he threw his helmet towards them and hit them both. The sorcerer who was on the creature's back immediately fell to the ground. He said that he was in pain, and the hero angrily approached and declared that he had finally caught him. This sorcerer turned out to be a girl in the end, and the hero smiled and said that he didn't think that she would turn out to be a witch. The main character, along with two enemy leaders, approached Gunther and asked what was wrong with Arnold. The girl told the boss that he had a very serious wound and that the man needed a doctor. The guy threw the witch to the ground and noticed that she had killed many people, and he told her to save them. The interlocutor stated that she was forced and asked not to call her because her name is Jessie. Richard asked if she was arguing with him. Maybe she didn't believe him, but he would make her suffer in every possible way, and the girl noted that she didn't need it because she would do it. After that, she sat down next to the wounded warrior and began to use her magic. Soon he opened his eyes in surprise and began to rise on his own. Those present looked at the wound in surprise and realized that it had been removed. and this was amazing. After the treatment, Jessie sat down on the ground and sadly noted that she was tired. But the barbarians looked at the man who had been wounded before and said that he was completely healthy and the wounds were gone. Richard thought that this girl was not only strong in destruction, but could also heal people, so she could be useful to them in the Highland Fort. Gunther asked the boss what they would do about the jackals and goblins, and he stated that they would bring people to clean up the battlefield. After that, he ordered them to make all the survivors slaves, and the subordinates told the boss that this time they had a big catch. Then, Richard logged into the system and noticed that there were a lot of notifications that his warriors had also upgraded their characteristics. In his opinion, there were really a lot of them, and by the time he looked at them all, he was surprised. Gunther turned to the guy and asked what they would do with this witch, and the hero said that they took her and the kobold with them for him and found out where their base was. Soon, everyone returned to the Highland Fort, and Richard was sitting in his room. He manipulated the system and stated that he divided Lily's upgrade points between strength and speed. Further pumping up her attributes, I noticed that I would probably do it this way and improve her. After this, the leader of the centaurs came in to him and remarked to Lord Richard that they had been unable to learn anything from the magician. Richard asked if she had tried to torture her, and the girl noted that they had tried all kinds of threats and torture, but she had said nothing. Then the hero burst out and added that catching a phoenix is not as easy as catching a chicken, so he will show you how it should be done. Jessie screamed like a barbarian that they were just bastards, and if they hit her, she would turn them all into insects. Then she noticed Richard and said, calling him Pompey, that he was finally here, let him keep an eye on his subordinates. And after all, they did not respect her at all. The guy smiled and in response asked where her base was. The girl screamed that she had already said many times that she would not tell them anything, because I had to go through the blood of a dragon. The bony hero was very angry at these words, and so he hit the girl on the head with all his might. He stunned those present with this, and then walked up to Jessie and grabbed her, noting that he would ask again. He asked where her base was, at which point the girl became wary and immediately stated that the base was in the mountains 200 miles from here. The leader asked how many warriors there were in their tribe, and Jessie said that there were none left because they had defeated everyone. The guy slyly caved in and noted that if she lied to him, they would watch her teeth break. The little witch became alert and noticed that she was telling the truth, because all the soldiers had gone to war and only the old people and children remained. After this, Richard asked her to tell him how many spells she knew, and the girl, with tears in her eyes, stated that there were many different shamans in the wild. She has the blood of a red dragon, which is why she has mastered fire magic to perfection. Also, for example, the Minotaur shaman can control the element of earth, create avalanches, and destroy the earth. And various shaman trolls who control trees and plants kill all living things. The hero stated that it seemed that the wild environment was much more dangerous than he had previously thought. After that, he told Lily that they should go to Gunther and make a plan to attack the enemy base. One of the subordinates approached the boss and asked what they should do with these prisoners. Richard said that they were useless anyway, so let them bury them behind the mountain. Jessie was stunned and remarked to her lord that she was still useful, because she could definitely be useful to him. The interlocutor stated that if this was so, then how could she help him? The girl became embarrassed, and then said that when she came to the high mountain fortress, she saw two huge monsters. Still, the huge desert monsters can teach a little either, so don't let them think they're that stupid. But the main character said that from the first day he saw them, he understood that they were special magicians. Jessie said that since she is a magician, she can teach them. Eventually, after her careful training, they will become azure shamans with an infinite supply of mana. 2 days after this conversation, a huge explosion thundered on the mountain. One of the buildings was destroyed, and a huge number of slaves were working near it. There was also the main character, who was shouting at everyone to work faster and not be lazy. After a while, Lily came up to him, and Richard asked how everything was going. The girl remarked to Lord Richard that everything was going according to plan, as they would destroy the fort by noon and rebuild it. The hero said to defeat the enemy, first they need to improve the fortress, so let them transport more border for the foundation and strengthen the city walls. And at that moment, he thought that he wanted to change the appearance of the mountain castle and make it the strongest castle in the wasteland. Then he told his interlocutor that he needed to discuss something with her because the shaman said that their headquarters were in the mountains 200 miles from here, and he wanted to go with you. The girl checked this. The centaur asked Lord Richard if he really wanted to destroy the remnants of the enemy. The guy said that this was not true, because she would do it, and the people there were weak and old, but they needed to be careful. So he told Lily and the rest of the people that they would now be faster than ever. The interlocutor told the staff that it was true, But for some reason, she suddenly felt the wind under her feet, as if she were flying, and they were moving out right now. Richard noticed that you didn't remember that if something went wrong, they were to come back immediately. The subordinates then left, and he thought it was time to see the results of the shaman's training. Somewhere around this time, in the forest near the fortress, several trolls were training under the guidance of a shaman. Jessie sat on the sidelines and said that trolls really are that stupid. Suddenly, she heard some sound and looked there, and there was the hero approaching, who noticed that she had already been training them for 2 days. But he doesn't understand whether there is still no progress, because the trolls are somehow strange. Jessie indignantly stated that he did not call her by her name. After all, her name is Jessie. The girl thought her new boss was terrible, and now she would show him how it was done. So she used her magic on one of the trolls and noticed that in order to avoid the wind, this monster had awakened the Starskin skill. Richard looked at it and asked what the meaning of it was, and the girl said, "How is it? What is the meaning? Let her look at it." The hero stated that in order to avoid the wind, he became invisible. But what about the other troll? Jessie then said that awakening magic takes time and space, and others have not yet developed their skills. And then the guy said that the invisibility technique is not very strong, but it still increases their magical power. Suddenly, Miss Annie approached them and asked the Lord what they were doing. Richard noticed her and remarked to Miss that they were training trolls. But why did she come back so early? The girl noticed that she was going to take these things to the dwarf tribes, and her path led her straight here. The hero approached her goods and looked in, seeing that there was coal there again. He then turned to Annie and remarked that he had always wanted to ask her ever since they first met why she needed so much coal. The girl said that they would exchange coal for gold coins and peat, and then the guy asked in surprise what the gnomes would do with this coal. And the interlocutor quite confidently stated that they would smelt iron because of it. Richard asked how much iron she needed with that much coal. Annie noted to the Lord that there were gnomes 150 miles to the west, and that last year they had found mineral veins in the clear lake of Kamo. It was they who contacted them and asked them to deliver coal, the more the better. An eagle flew to the guy and landed on his hand. And then the interlocutor asked if this was really a letter, but what was in it? Richard claimed that this was a warning from Lord Caron, and he asked the nobles to return to the city and say that a great wave was coming. Soon several centaurs returned, led by Lily, and approached Lord Richard. The hero paid attention to them and noticed that the country returned from the mission quite quickly. Suddenly he saw a wound on the girl's body and noticed that she was wounded, but did they really meet enemies there? The centaur stated that there was no danger in the tribes of the shaman or jackals. But it turns out that on the way back they found a whole mountain of dwarf corpses. The entire place they saw was littered with corpses, and they didn't even know who these creatures were fighting. But that was until the very moment she saw it in person. The hero interrupted her and asked if they were really talking about a bear man. His interlocutor was surprised and noted that this was true. But how did he know? Richard noted that what she was talking about was written in a warning from the crown, because a huge wave of bear tribe was moving here, and the aristocrats could suffer. Annie asked what they should do. Did they really want to go back to the city with her? And the guy noticed as if he was running away from danger and told Lily to rest. She, of course, agreed to this, but the traitor continued to ask what he was going to do now. The hero said that he didn't think they would make a deal, but why not give the coal to him? The girl didn't understand what was going on at the time, and the guy took her to Richard's armory. The girl noticed what was happening ahead and asked the Lord if he was creating his own weapon. He stated that everything was correct, because a mountain castle should have enough weapons to fight its enemies. Soon the hero approached Gunther and asked if his weapon was ready. The girl told the boss that it was done the way he had wanted it. There was some kind of weapon under the cover, and the guy grabbed the cover and told Annie to look at his handsome man. The girls were stunned when they saw a gun in front of them, and the guy said that this weapon was only available in his homeland. After some time, the main character and his subordinates arrived at the battlefield where crows were gnawing on corpses. The hero asked the centaur if she had seen the bearmen here, and she said that everything was correct. Annie looked at the tracks and noticed that they were indeed huge and frightening. But Lily continued to say that there were quite a large number of these creatures. The moment they met them, after that, the hero stuck his finger in there and picked it up, saying that it was soy sauce. So it turns out that the bear people really don't understand the value of soy sauce. And Annie noticed that the gnomes are good at pickling vegetables and making quality soy sauce, so why is he so happy? Richard said that you are the first to see soy sauce in this area, so it will be a great addition to the food. He will open restaurants in the city of Quran and feed the aristocrats of the city, and thus their fort will have more money. The interlocutor was surprised and wondered if he could really handle the business. Soon the hero announced that it was getting quite late, so they would spend the night here. Annie's subordinate turned to Lord Richard and asked if they weren't just there to scout out the situation. The hero noted that, of course, they were scouting, but they could not return without even seeing enemies. Annie asked the Lord to tell them what was on their minds now. After all, now the army of bearmen is heading south towards the dwarves, dragged the cannons and prepared for the duel. Also, Shaman Jesse and his trolls came here. The hero smiled after this and noted that he even had a squad of magicians, and asked Miss Annie if she thought his army was stronger than 1,000 warriors. The girl asked him if he was so sure about it, and the guy said that he was absolutely sure. That's when he thought that if he saw them, he would be able to get closer to the dwarves, so he declared that when it was all over, he would split the work with them equally. Because of this confidence, the girl shook his hand and noted that they had come to an agreement then. Soon, the whole army was called to line up and await the order. Richard, speaking from the heights, said that this time they were fighting a battle for the Highland Fortress and for them themselves. It turns out that in this war, they must be the sword that cuts down the enemy. The warriors became inspired and shouted to the Lord that they were ready to destroy the enemy at any cost. Soon after, the main character and his army were heading towards the castle. There were quite a lot of people there who were moving quietly, and suddenly the hero said that you didn't stop, because there was someone here. In a nearby body of water, the guy noticed some strange tubes sticking out from under the water. Soon, the creatures that were hiding in the water crawled out and they turned out to be rabbits. Richard noticed this and ordered his subordinates to be careful and hide. He went on to say that similar rabbits were preparing a secret attack on the dwarf's fortress. Of course, this is all really strange because shouldn't bears fight gnomes, but if so, then why are the rabbits here? Annie asked what was wrong with that, since they had made an alliance with the bears. Richard was surprised and remarked, "That's how it all works out." Lily stated that strong races like bears rarely use all their strength to attack, and Gunther added that this is why the rabbits will help them in battle. Richard asked if they knew everything, but no one told him anything. Then, Jesse remarked to the venerable lord, who would have thought that he did not even know this. The hero, enraged, hit her on the head and told her not to think that because of her small stature, her enemies would never notice her. Around the same time, several rabbits were crawling on the wall and the gnomes were standing there, falling asleep. Soon, one of them heard some sound and looked to the side and was stunned, because there was a rabbit with a weapon standing there, and he told the dwarf that this time they were attacking. After this, it was announced at the fortress that the enemies were advancing from the side of Lake Camo. The boss didn't understand how this happened and shouted to get ready for battle because they were under attack. After this, a fight between the gnomes and also the rabbits began. Soon, arrows were fired towards the rabbits from the ballista, which stood on the upper walls. Some of them were chained with shields and survived, but some of these were struck by arrows. After this, even more rabbits crossed the lake and advanced directly on the fortress. Look, the gnomes ran out there to protect and said that this needed to be done faster. One of the main rabbits noticed that they were just in time and ordered his subordinates to kill them. But when this creature said all this, an explosion thundered, which amazed his subordinates. He was stunned by what was happening and turned around to see who did it. There was the main character, the subordinates who were shot from the barbarians also rushed to attack them and shouted that they would destroy them. In addition to all this, Richard, who easily cut down his opponents, did not remain in the country. Gunther, as well as Russell, also fought quite fiercely, killing rabbits. The protagonist soon stated that these rabbits are quite strong, and there are also a lot of them, and it is quite risky. At this time, on the other side, some creature was approaching them, which was crushing the earth. The hero looked to the side in surprise and asked what it was. What kind of earthquake was this? But when he saw this creature, it was a Shirashkin, because its shadow covered the guy's body. And soon he realized that this creature was indeed a bear man. He became angry at the carnage he saw and began to scream and attack. Richard knew how powerful this creature was, so he immediately blocked it. But the power of this creature was so great that the guy was thrown far to the side. When he landed, he assessed his opponent and realized that he had enormous strength. The bear man, with whom the hero was fighting, then shouted to his assembly that they would all attack together. He shouted that they should all be beaten to death, and the bearmen and rabbits rushed to attack. The centaurs saw this and said that they should shoot their arrows. This weapon, the young one, dealt with the rabbits perfectly and killed those who were defenseless. The creatures that were in the pond said that this was a great team going out to attack. After this, as we were leaving for the castle, a massive fight began. Shaman Jessie noticed this and stated that it looked like they needed her help. So she used her firepower again and the magical fireball flew into the sky. The bears, as well as the rabbits, were struck by this fire and did not understand what was happening. They asked if this was fire magic and said that their opponents were not fighting fairly. Several bears were at the same time fighting with one of the trolls who had stone skin. But the weapon did not affect this creature, and therefore the bears did not understand how to fight it. Several dwarves stood at the top of their fortress, and one of them remarked to the patriarch that he did not understand what kind of people these were. They were not very strong. The patriarch of the gnomes was called George, and he remarked that he did not know, perhaps the god blacksmith simply sent them to help them. The subordinate then requested permission to command a detachment to assist them, but the old man looked at him and noticed that there was no need for this. After all, he and his squad should better save their people and let others fight for them. The bears and rabbits at this time decided to regroup and said that everyone should get together, and the hero said that they must find out how powerful this lord is. Immediately after this, using his weapons and powers, he created a whirlwind. The bears, when they saw him, immediately retreated, but the rabbits were caught and defeated. Richard then charged forward and shouted at his subordinates to kill them all. After that, he attacked the bear, but the bear easily parried the blow with the ball and its weapon. The guy realized that he could receive 30 experience points and 2,000 dinars, so the guy said that it was all thanks to the system. One of the trolls was shooting fireballs from its mouth, and Gunther was attacking the bear and telling it to taste her blade. But the opponent saw her attack and easily parried it and also counterattacked. Immediately after this, the girl flew a long distance away from this attack. Russell saw that Gunther was being attacked, and so he called the creature a scoundrel and threw a hatchet at it. But that weapon did not hit him. It simply flew off to the side, and the bear, laughing, asked if that was really all his strength. Literally a moment later, nothing remained of his joy, because his head flew off his shoulders. This was done by the main character, who was invisible and noted that he did not expect this ability to be so useful. The rest of the squad ran up to Gunther and asked if she was okay, and the girl said that everything was fine because the stone skin technique saved her. Richard then noted that it seemed that the stone skin, as well as the invisibility of this guy, could be transferred to other people. Gunther was delighted and shouted to the boss that another crushing victory was theirs. Suddenly, the hero felt something from the side, and looked there and there, he saw some kind of magical pink light. After this color touched the fallen warriors, they began to rise as if they were alive. Jesse was surprised and asked what was happening to them. But after these beasts became even stronger due to the spell, everyone realized that it was a berserker. Eventually, the Crescent tribe came to the aid of those creatures, and it also turned out that there were minotaurs there. In the southwest of the Pompeian Empire, a little life of the Minotaur tribe takes place. They rely entirely on the magical power of their powerful shaman Robert. It is this very power that drives them mad, and thanks to it, on the battlefield, they turn into fierce and invincible warriors. But for the cruelty they demonstrated in the heat of battle, the Minotaurs were nicknamed the Bloody Hoof Tribe. Now, their shaman used his power on the fallen warriors and turned them into berserkers. Richard asked if the others, like Robert, had cast the spell. Jesse stated that the creatures were not completely mad after all, and so he must have cast the spell from a distance. The Lord said that now he understood everything, and that meant that they didn't have to worry too much. In reality, these soldiers are not opponents for Gunther, and let them consider that they have already lost. The rest of the main character's subordinates also easily dealt with the animals that were under the spell. The fight with this evil spirit continued, and it was announced that I should finish off those lying down, and the hero declared that there was no need to pursue deserters either. All that is required of them at the moment is to help the new one defend the fortress from the raid of the bearmen, and for this they will receive iron ore from them as a reward. Richard then stated that they should go and meet their new companions, who were dwarves. And it was just after this that they headed towards the castle where those creatures ruled. And so, at the entrance, they were met by an old man who told them to stop and answer why they came here. Richard claimed to be the lord of the Highland fortress of the Pompeian Empire, and he and Miss Annie of the Evoya Trading Company had come to aid the dwarves in their fight against the raiders. The girl greeted the patriarch and noticed that it was she who the man asked if it was really Annie. Then, they let them in. And the patriarch said that he apologized for being overly suspicious, let them come in, and her followers could also go inside. She stated that there was nothing wrong with it, and then introduced Richard and noted that he was here to help them. The guy wondered why he called him a follower. This angered the hero, and the old man continued to say that thanks to the great god of blacksmithing, they survived this battle, and then told Miss Annie that they should go inside to talk. Richard indignantly declared that he should thank him for the victory, and not some god of blacksmithing, and the patriarch said that he did not expect Annie to return. The girl stated that as soon as she and Lord Richard learned that the bearmen had attacked them, they thought that the dwarves would not be able to stand against them and immediately rushed to their aid. The old man sadly stated that it was true, because they really couldn't defeat them alone. After hearing these words, the hero laughed, and the old man saw this, and angry, asked if he was really making fun of them. But the main character said that he didn't laugh, and it just seemed that way to him. She did not ask her to be angry, because Lord Richard, a famous warrior from the Pompeian Empire, and he came to the aid of the dwarf fortress with good intentions. The patriarch stated that this meant that his spiritual strength must be at a high enough level since he did this. The hero sat down on a chair and, apologizing, stated that he was not developing spiritual strength. The interlocutor asked how it was that he did not develop spiritual strength, and then it was unclear how he could call himself a knight. The boy claimed that it was his companion who had called him a knight, not he himself, and Annie remarked that it was so, and he, Mr. Lord. The girl remarked to Georg that the danger had not yet been eliminated, and so she wondered what he was going to do next. The patriarch stated that the bear men would certainly attack them again and that they should rest first. The protagonist said that in that case, let them provide them with a place to rest. Georg said that the city was full of empty stone houses, so they could use them as they saw fit. Annie turned to the Lord and remarked that George had been a little rude, but that he should not take it to heart. Richard told her not to worry about it because he wasn't as petty as this guy. The interlocutor said that he was not usually like this, and the battle had changed him. And the guy said that he thought he was not fit for the role of patriarch because whining only harms the fighting spirit. The girl said that Richard was too cruel, and not everyone was as fearless as he was, and some were also afraid of war. Richard noted that if she said so, then all people were afraid of war and death, or made their enemy even more afraid, they would be able to win. After that, he asked Annie to have a good rest today. The gnome bandaged his compatriot and asked if he was okay, and he told him that if he was more careful, then he would get hurt less. The man sitting nearby said that they should be quieter, because it was better not to disturb the orcs or the monster. At night, the main character turned to Lily and asked if she was sleeping. But the girl said that the ceilings in this room were too low and that it would probably be better if she slept outside. Suddenly, she heard some sound and asked what it was. Was it an earthquake? Richard also didn't understand why knowledge shook as if it was made of shit and sticks. Of course, he understood perfectly well that this was not an earthquake, but then it was unclear where this vibration was coming from. Of course, at that moment, he was afraid that this was a new offensive and that bears and minotaurs were attacking. We noticed the impending threat and immediately prepared to report it. They shouted that the bears and the minotaur were already near their walls, so they should run faster and not stop. And when all the gnomes ran out into the street, they saw that the people of the Pompeian Empire were already here, but it was unclear how so quickly. Richard noticed them and asked him if they had arrived too. The patriarch got angry and said that this meant that in a few minutes other creatures would come here with their pack. They would fight, not sparing their lives. The hero told Georg that this time Robert himself was here and that was why he asked how he was going to fight him. One of the old man's subordinates stated that the bull-headed tribe was very impulsive and therefore they would lure them into a trap and then attack them with the whole crowd. And the patriarch noticed that they were also too tall, and therefore, in order to attack them, they would have to bend down. The dwarves came forward and told the Pompeians that they would be their reserve army and that they, the dwarves, would try to hold back their onslaught. The hero thought that these half-grown women were so magnanimous, and Gunther told Lily that she was tall, so it would be dangerous for her to fight, but the girl replied that she was also not small. Soon after the battle began, a fairly heavy downpour began to fall from the sky. One of the dwarves said that if the Minotaur destroys the city wall, then they are dead, and the interlocutor noted that this is true, because they are very fierce. The eldest of them shouted at them not to stop talking nonsense and to get to work quickly. The hero looked through a telescope at the approaching army and noticed that there were indeed many of them and they were quite strong. A little later, they would see if they could capture a few and sell them to the arena. Gunther asked the boss if she was right in thinking that they could fetch a lot of money. Richard stated that this was true, but that taming them would not be so easy. The dwarves who heard this were surprised and thought that these people were really crazy. The patriarch ordered Richard that they could attack them with fire artillery, and the hero stated that the last time the fire attack worked only because they did not expect it. Then the old man turned to David and asked how many arrows they had for their crossbows, and his subordinate said that they had 6 arrows. Georg asked in surprise how it was 6, but they had to shoot all the mutants and there was no other way. The dwarves on the battlefield shouted that they should go forward and fought with the bears. But those creatures were stronger and defeated them due to their enormous strength. The patriarch commanded the crossbowmen and told his opponents to come even closer. The bears easily broke through the dwarves' defenses and ran further and further. Immediately after this, Georg ordered the crossbowmen to shoot at them. All the arrows they had instantly flew out of their weapons and headed towards the minotaurs, wounding them. Some, of course, affected these creatures, but most were simply introduced into their skin. The Minotaurs only became more angry about what had happened and began to cut up the dwarves. George looked at the picture below in despair and said that this was the end. Gunther noticed that the dwarves were not coping and asked the boss what they would do, and he said that the crazy Minotaurs were difficult opponents. After that, he asked where their squad of magicians was and where Jessie had gone. The interlocutor noticed that she had tried to escape, taking advantage of the situation when she was caught. The girl was being held by the hand by several barbarians, and she was trying to break free and screaming that they had let her go. The hero got angry and approached her and noticed that they were facing a strong enemy. Was she really planning to run away? The girl noticed that the gnomes could not defeat these creatures, and that is why she was afraid. The guy said that Robert has madness magic, but she has bloodthirst magic, so it's unclear what she's afraid of. Georg approached them and remarked that if they were talking about bloodlust magic, then it would be great to make her use this spell faster. Richard continued to say that she had tried to escape before the battle was over, so she should consider herself owed. And now, pointing with his hand, he noticed that he was ordering her to use the bloodlust spell on us on the Minotaurs faster. The patriarch was taken aback and asked if he was really going to disappoint those Minotaurs. Jessie was also very surprised, asking if he was sick. But the main characters spoke to you, did not cover their own, and did what he said. The girl had no choice but to agree, and so she soon began to use her magic. What will happen to the Minotaur if you add a bloodthirstiness spell to the spell that will increase its combat power several times? Shouldn't all this lower the level of madness power of these creatures? The Minotaurs gained even more power because of this, and they shouted at Richard that he was really crazy. The main character shouted for the girl not to stop and to finish this spell quickly. Soon Jessie actually finished it and immediately sent a flash into the sky. Because of this, a magic circle appeared above the Minotaurs and directed its rays directly towards them. These creatures, after encountering the power of the shaman, began to rise and become furious, and because of this the dwarf was very scared and they tried to run away. These monsters really did become enormous in size, so the gnomes ran away from there as best they could. Someone hid in the arms of his compatriot, fearing this situation. Jessie told the Lord that he really was crazy because now they would definitely all die. But then the hero grabbed her and said, "What is she making so much noise about? Let her open her puppy eyes wider and look closely." The huge creature that carried her Maya was behaving strangely. The Lord noticed that the more power a creature had, the greater the burden on its heart. As a result, the power of madness, as well as bloodthirstiness, strengthened the physical strength of these Minotaurs. However, this increased the load on the creature's cardiovascular system several times. Ultimately, after all this, when this load exceeds the permissible limit, something will happen. Results. A few seconds after he said all this, the huge creature fell to the ground, dead. Those present were shocked and saw that the Minotaur had died. And at that moment, the hero gained experience, as well as gold for the defeated enemy. Georg didn't understand how this was possible and asked what the hell was going on here, but the Minotaurs fell dead on the ground one after another. The patriarch then turned to Lord Richard and asked what it was. The main character smiled and said that everything in this world is subject to certain rules. Although the Minotaurs are good at fighting, they also have their limits. Thanks to magic, the Minotaurs became so strong that their hearts couldn't withstand the pressure. So you could say the bloodlust spell finished off these thugs. The old man noticed that the magical powers had filled the Minotaurs' bodies so much that they had simply torn apart their internal organs. Richard stated that he had made a good point, and in short, they had defeated the Minotaurs with the strength they were proud of. The guy came up with this method when he saw those creatures kneeling, unable to withstand the power of madness. The patriarch told Mr. Richard that he was simply an incredibly intelligent man. The hero smiled and said, "After one, that great strength often becomes the greatest weakness." Then Jessie joined the conversation and noted to the Lord that it was she who cast that very spell. And the guy laughed and said that she was just working off a debt for trying to escape, and did she really expect to take credit for someone else's work? Does she really not agree with something and imagine herself to be a super cool shaman with rich combat experience or something? Runs away when meeting a strong opponent. And when he sees victory, he decides to appropriate someone else's glory and tells her directly that such an experience is worse than nothing. In the future, the Highland Fortress will definitely reach a high level, but its combat experience gained in battles with primitive wild tribes is simply useless. Jessie must understand that painted canvas is less suitable for painting than white paper. Richard soon noticed that all of these mentors were dead, and the internal bleeding should have killed them. Of course, that's true, it's a pity, because he was hoping to sell a couple to the fighting arena. The Bearmen and the Minotaurs fell one after another, and now they will surely calm down for a few days. However, after the calm, a storm inevitably follows, and he thinks that now the dwarf castle is in danger. The hero noted to Georg that these arrows were forged from iron that was mined in their mine, and he stated that this is how their crossbows were also forged. Richard knew that he was not afraid of the system if the battle continued, and the iron ore would sooner or later belong to them, but they would still have to help win. So the guy told his interlocutor that they needed to make as many crossbows and arrows as possible, and they would be useful to them in the future battle. Georg stated that it was possible to make arrows, but crossbows were much worse. Then, one of the dwarves came up and remarked to Brother Richard that he wanted to show him something. Together they headed to the tower, and the hero declared that this was a shooting tower, quite low. The old man smiled and said that they just didn't think that people would ever help them. After this, he announced to Brother Richard that in front of him was a new crossbow that they were now building. He then removed the cloth that covered him and told him to look. The hero was surprised and, after a slight hesitation, asked if they had really done it. And the patriarch said that, of course, this is so. They have preserved several bronze engravings, and on some of them the secret of creating such crossbows remained, and he did not simply follow it. Richard asked what their range was, and his interlocutor replied that this little one was capable of hitting an enemy at a distance of 500 or 800 steps. The hero then held out the thing he was holding in his hands and noted that if they used this sight, they would be able to shoot much further. The power of the forward fire from 3 of these crossbows would be simply incredible, and even he doesn't know who could resist it. George told his brother Richard that the problem was not really the range of the crossbow, but that the problem was now with the bowstring. The guy asked what the point of a bowstring was, and the other guy said that the tension from using a solid metal crossbow was too strong. So the ramwool bowstring they used before just couldn't take it anymore and was breaking. So he wanted to try making a net bowstring out of Monica's giant leech. But unfortunately, he couldn't buy it. Then the hero said that it meant they didn't have a bowstring that would go away, and he understood why the dwarves didn't use it in the recent battle. The old man continued to say that those same leeches of Monica are very rare, elastic, and incredibly durable. Ultimately, if these leeches are dried and processed, they can be used to make very durable wood. The main character thought for a moment and said that if we are talking about these creatures, then this is a rather difficult task. By the way, he asked if they had any gold at all, and the interlocutor said that if we were talking about gold, could Brother Richard really sell them a few Monica leeches? The Lord apologized and stated that he still did not have these creatures. The old man was puzzled by this and thought, why then is he talking so much, some scoundrel? The protagonist continued to say that one commentator uses the remains of a Komodo dragon as a bowstring for her bows. Richard understood that if you twist several of these into one, you think such an ant can replace you with a leech, Monica. But his pockets are empty, so he can't help. And at that moment, Georg thought that it would be worse for the Komodo dragon to use leeches instead, which was an interesting idea. And he told Brother Richard that the dwarves had previously sold iron ore and furs, so money was not such a big problem for them. The guy said that if that was the case, then let Georg quickly bring everything they had. Soon a subordinate asked Commander David why the patriarch suddenly needed so much gold. The man stated that he had been told that he was going to buy tequila for the rest of the crossbow from Lord Richard, and the interlocutor noted that this diaper was not as simple as it seemed. He is sure that the man is helping them not out of good intentions, but solely to achieve his own goals, and the guy next to him said that he also thinks so, but you can't fool them. The commander noted that despite this, he was still helping them, and they should remember that those failures were not so far away. Brother Richard may be their last hope of winning this war, and so the interlocutor stated that he knew it. David added that in their entire clan, there was no one stronger than this man. After some time, the dwarves took apart the bows and removed the string from the Komodo dragon. The main character observed this process together with the patriarch, and the latter addressed him. The old man remarked to Brother Richard that if too many enemies attacked them, the bowstring would not last long. The hero asked in surprise, "What's wrong with that?" He was really afraid of losing. Georg began to cry and then said that it was not a matter of whether he was afraid of losing or not, but that they had been fighting for more than half a month. So most of the dwarves in their fortress were wounded or killed, and they do not express another defeat. The protagonist noted that he had a smarter tactic for this battle, and the interlocutor asked what tactics he was talking about. The guy stated that as far as he could understand, the reason for this war was the iron ore that they were protecting. So they can retreat, leaving them Lake Como, and wait until the tribes start fighting for this territory and then just finish off the rest. But the interlocutor categorically noted that they could not leave this lake. Richard was surprised and asked why this was so. George remarked to his brother Richard that he was actually not just guarding the iron ore. The Lord stated that if this was so, then did they really mean to say that the gnomes were hiding something other than iron ore at the bottom of the lake? And from this, it follows that some secret is hidden there. Soon, there was a meeting of the gnomes, and one of them said that this was the most important secret. It turns out that he is categorically against revealing it to strangers because it is a secret that is important to them, and maybe not so important to others. Georg noted to the dwarf that Lord Pompey was not a naive boy at all, and he needed good reasons to help them. Another old man remarked that Reno was right, and he thought they should not trust this Pompeian. Another dwarf shouted that they were all strange, because without Lord Richard's help, the dwarf castle would have already fallen under the onslaught of the Minotaur. The interlocutor remarked to the other that his words made sense, and the gnome sitting nearby remarked that the diapers had done everything possible to save them. The man noted that getting help from them and revealing their secret to them were quite different things, and no matter how hard they tried to convince him, he did not agree. The patriarch remarked to the elders that they must be clearly aware that the war was not over yet, and they could still suffer defeat. Right now, their people are unable to independently resist the onslaught of the evil enemy. That is why he fears that Brother Richard is their last hope, and after that the meeting is declared over. After some time, the hero watched as several trolls were training. One of them screamed quite loudly at that moment, and then hit the ground with his hand. Richard looked at this and asked if Jesse had seriously trained for so long to show him this useless move. Annie told him not to worry because the technique seemed useless, but might come in handy. And the shaman added that it was, because he had called the technique useless before too. Richard noted that the soldiers of the Highland Fortress should be able to cast a powerful spell, and therefore Jesse should train even harder. Before this, a subordinate of old age came to the hero and called him to him, and now they are heading into the depths of the lake in underwater masks. There was some rather deep crevice there, and it was into this that the three of them descended. When they went down a little lower, the hero looked ahead and was stunned by what he saw there. There was the body of some huge creature that was under the water. Looking at it, Richard wondered if this thing bound in chains was perhaps the legendary Titan. And it turns out that these gnomes are not simple guys at all, and they used iron ore as a cover to keep it a secret. After that, they all swam together to this huge Titan, which was under the water. And when one of the gnomes touched him, the creature's eyes glowed red. Richard was taken aback by this and thought that it was incredible, and that the Titan had really sensed their presence. Sometime after this situation, they all surfaced on the shore. The protagonist stated that at first he thought they were hiding a gold mine there, but he never expected it to be titanium. The patriarch stated that when they began to extract ore from the bottom of the lake, they discovered a crack and, as a result, they themselves did not expect that titanium would be hidden inside. Richard then asked why his people were so desperate to hide this Titan. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was unusual and was the ancestor of the dwarf clan. The Lord was surprised and asked what ancestor. How could this be at all? He did not understand how the Ugandan Titans could have such short descendants as they did. The patriarch remarked to Brother Richard that he too had seen the Titan's eyes light up, and he remarked that this was so, and when they left, they stopped glowing. The old man dived down and told him to look at it again. It turns out that the Titan's soul senses the blood of the dwarves, and that's why it begins to shine. As a result, one blood flows through their veins, and this being is their god. Titans are ancient magical creatures, and in legends they were taller than even dragons. In those distant times when chaos reigned on Earth, they personified the very nature of power. It turns out that they, who possessed the magic of creation, were the only rulers of the Earth. However, all beings are subject to the law of life and also death. As a result, over time, it became much more difficult for the Titans to survive, and eventually, they disappeared from their world. Richard noticed, but why didn't they just run away with this Titan? Because it was no problem for them to get through the mountains, but Georg said that it was not that simple. It turns out that the local iron ore forms a special magical field that holds the spiritual power of the ancestor, and if the ancestor leaves this place, his spiritual power will dissipate. The hero asked us why they thought that, since there is no evidence that iron ore can actually lock a Titan's soul. The old man touched his head and noticed that there was evidence after all. It turns out that before, the light that emitted from the Titan's eyes was much stronger, but when they began to mine iron ore, it weakened significantly. It was because of this that they recently banned their contemporaries from mining iron ore in the lake. Now the guy said that he understood everything, and they were going to protect this Titan to the death. The patriarch said that it was not to that extent, but they noticed that at the full moon the Titan's soul power activates by itself, and during this period he does not need anyone to be nearby. Therefore, it turns out that the full moon is a much stronger force than at ordinary times. Another man stated that they believed it was the full moon that could stimulate the creature's power, and Georg added that they also had ancient books preserved. They say that this power can be inherited, and if you take it over, there will be no enemy to fear. And the guy asked if they wanted to inherit the power of his soul. The interlocutor stated that this was true, they had tried many times already, but all this was unsuccessful. The dwarf next to him said that he and Elder Reno had hoped that tomorrow night would be the fullest moon in a century, and that the power could be taken over by casting a spell. Richard smiled and thought that now he understood why these short people were so zealous in protecting Lake Como. Then he asked why they told him all this. Were they really afraid that he had started all this in order to steal the power of the soul? The old man said that it would not be so scary if the power of the Titan fell into his hands. But it would be much more scary if no one inherited this power and it simply disappeared into oblivion. The man stated that they had discussed this at the Council of Elders, and if none of the dwarves managed to inherit the power of the Titan, they would let them try. Richard pointed out that they had tried this so many times and it had failed, and now they wanted people to find their own troubles. The interlocutor stated that this was not at all necessary. Lord Richard could succeed if he had enough physical strength. The hero noticed that the soul and body complement each other mutually beneficially, and he thinks of the gnomes as secret relatives with a greater chance of success. The elder noted that this was so, and the hero said that it was time for them to return, because if they were gone too long, the others would suspect something was wrong. George asked his brother Richard to help them keep this secret, especially from Miss Annie. The guy said he wasn't worried about it because he definitely wouldn't tell Annie anything. But they must return as soon as possible, otherwise she might suspect something. When they returned, Gunther asked the boss where he had gone and why he was so wet. The guy said that he accidentally fell into the lake and asked to bring a towel, to which the girl agreed. He then asked why they were there and where the rest of the people were. And the interlocutor noticed that the merchant had gone to watch Jesse train the trolls, and Lily had gone off to keep them company. Richard thought that he hoped the dwarves would be safe until he inherited the Titan's powers. After some time, Lily came running to them and told the gentleman that things were bad. Richard saw her and asked her worriedly what had happened. The girl said that the enemy army was moving here and they had about 70 miles left to reach them. The Lord noticed that this was indeed not the right time and asked how many there were of this army. Lily said there were about 4,000 or 5,000 attackers. The protagonist smiled and said that they would not stop until they reached their goal. And that is why he was afraid that tomorrow, on the night of the full moon, there would be another battle. After some time, but we reported that everyone should prepare for battle. Warriors lined up at shooting positions, ready to shoot from a crossbow. Also preparing for battle were warriors with shields, who thought that Hephaestus would bless them. One of the attackers, who looked through a telescope, noticed that they were trying to resist like wild animals driven into a corner. Now they must destroy this dwarven fortress before sunset. The subordinates declared that they would obey His Majesty and do all this. After this, all the warriors were ordered to go on the attack and spare no one. George stated that if the battle could be delayed for just one day, and if someone from their tribe managed to inherit the powers of a Titan, then they would not have to fight. Richard stated that now was not the time for regrets, and the defense of the fortress was under his leadership. The leader of the bears was leading his army at this time and shouting not to finish off these shorties. His warriors immediately became inspired and began to rush into the attack. One of the fighters on the front line saw this and said that the enemy was attacking, so we should prepare and take up defense. The attacking warriors sped up and ran headlong to attack the dwarf. The main character saw this and declared that it was time to start the fire and ordered it to be done. The archers began to release their arrows, and the crossbowmen also released theirs. Several advanced units of the attackers were immediately destroyed by a large stream of arrows, but the rest of them ran up in huge numbers and shouted for them to die. Jesse, using his fire magic, and the troll also attacked the opponents. Fireballs landed on the battlefield, thus surprising the enemies. But the battle continued and no one stopped. The bears, as well as the Minotaur, easily destroyed the enemy forces that were in front of them. The main character then rushed into battle along with the others and shouted for the giants to be left to him. He soon saw that one of the bears had grabbed his subordinate, and so he rushed to attack, cutting off his arm. The leader of the bears noticed this attack and realized that his big brother was wounded. So he got very angry and immediately rushed at Richard, who managed to fight off his attack. Although she turned out to be quite strong, and because of this, his body was thrown back quite far. Gunther noticed this and began to worry, but the boss remained on his feet. The guy then told his opponent that it was no wonder he was the king of the bearmen, because he couldn't even remember the last time he was wounded. The opponent angrily shouted that he would take his life no matter what. The main character was angered by this and asked if he really wanted to die. but at the same time he rushed to attack and cut down several individuals in front of him. A large number of minotaurs and soldiers had already been defeated and blood was spreading across the battlefield. Gunther then turned to the boss and noted that they would be mad and therefore difficult to defeat. Richard declared that this was bad and defeated his opponent, immediately looking into the system. It was reported that the first-class warrior Romeo had died, as well as the warrior centaur Harry, and 9 soldiers had been wounded and several others had been injured. The hero understood that this was really bad because the high mountain fortress was losing its people for the first time. This crazy herd, not sparing its own lives, literally rushes forward. The Lord turned to Gunther and told her to tell Lily to cover them with a volley of arrows, and they retreat back to the dwarf castle. Soon their forces retreated to the fortress, and inside people were screaming that they were in pain. Some people begged you to help them, while others screamed in unbearable pain. The patriarch ran to David's lifeless body and tried to address him. The hero got angry about this and said that they were in complete trouble, and he still managed to find time to cry. Then he grabbed him and said that he was still the patriarch and had to pull himself together and call on his brothers to defend this place, so they couldn't give up. Wiping away his tears, the old man walked out of the room and remarked that this was so, because he had to do it. And the hero approached the lifeless body of the gnome and asked that David rest in peace. Annie then turned to the gentleman and asked how the situation was. Richard stated that the assault on the city had begun, and elves had excellent hearing, so she should be able to hear the sounds of battle coming from outside. Her attacking warriors were already standing at the walls of the fortress and were trying to knock down the front door with the help of a huge beam. The troll used the new as an accusation to detain these creatures. Also, the barbarians and the dwarves held this door, saying that everyone together needed to push on it. At the same time, some creatures tried to besiege this fortress and climbed up with the help of huge ladders. There they fought with the dwarves who stood on the wall and defended this place. After some time, one of the defenders shouted that the enemies had gotten inside, and therefore, following them, they began to run away. Soon, Jesse told the master that things were really bad because enemy soldiers had broken into the fortress. The main character was stunned by this news and asked if it really happened so quickly. Then he got angry and asked why the two of them came back and why the girl didn't shoot them down with a fireball. Jesse said that the rain outside was too heavy and the fireball would be of no use. And the hero shouted that she was a useless girl and asked where Gunther and Lily were. And soon, the entrance wall, which protected the attackers from the people inside, was broken. Gunther was very worried when she saw this and screamed that this was probably the end. The first to appear were huge creatures, which were minotaurs, as well as bears. Richard asked Gunther if she was okay, and the girl said that she was safe. But even the petrification technique did not help to prevent them from breaking into the city. The Lord asked George how many men he had left, and he noted that there were already less than 100. The hero stated that if this was so, then each of them would have to defeat at least 100 opponents. And while he was saying this, several minotaurs and bears had already run up to him. So the guy said that they should be dealt with first, and he immediately shouted to his subordinates, telling them to all go into battle together. Gunther and the main character cut down several opponents in front with their first attack. The guy fought very fiercely at that moment and even killed the goblins that were in front of him. The Bear King was seen shouting to his subordinates to first deal with the Pompeian and finish him off. Therefore, his troops concentrated on the main hero and immediately all rushed towards him at once. Richard noticed this and knew he had to defend himself, so he used his power and seemed to be spinning a magical vortex. After that, he struck with his sword and it was enveloped in magical energy, so it reached the enemy in front. They all fell dead to the ground, and Gunther, noticing this park, shouted that he had fried them. Cool. But Richard continued to say with confidence that today, he would allow them to see the power of their lord. The gnomes were going through a hard time at the same time, and the bears dealt with them with ease. The girl noticed this and therefore shouted to Lord Richard that it seemed that we were not coping with this onslaught at all. The hero noticed her and asked if they couldn't cope. And so, after a few seconds of thought, he shouted at Shaman Jesse to use the bloodlust technique. The girl immediately began to use her power, and the hero shouted for her to cast it faster. And so, after some time, the girl directed her best upwards, which was supposed to spread throughout the area. And these magical rays were directed towards the warriors who were fighting outside. The protagonist saw that magic covered them and shouted for the enchanted squad to use all their powers without reserve. The gnomes who were under the magic of the troll were also ready to fight. A troop of rabbits was supposed to meet them first, and their leader shouted that they should be killed. But when they collided with each other, the weapons of those creatures smashed against the dwarf's head. The rabbit didn't understand what had happened, but the defenders had now become the attackers. Now they fought their opponents with ease and shouted for them to die. The leader of the bears saw this through a telescope and was shocked by how the situation had changed. After that, he shouted to the other creatures that were near him not to attack either, and they obeyed the order. The ferocious goats, using their fast legs, began to rush to attack. The protagonist noticed this and shouted to one of the trolls to use his ability and cut off their path. The creature obeyed him and began to use its magic, touching the ground. As a result, a dense forest appeared in front of the goats, blocking their path, and they did not understand what was happening. The road in front of them was completely blocked, and so no one could get forward. The leader of all these troops noticed this and shouted that the Pompeian was a cunning scoundrel. Richard remarked that this was just fine, and now there was only one king of the Bearmen left. The hero then ordered the troll to use his invisibility technique. The subordinate did so, and after some time they made their way through that dense forest together. And then they headed towards the Bear King, who was left alone. Soon the heroes turned to him, and he turned to see who it was. And the guy was already taking out his weapons and his legs. And then, a moment after that, he declared that his life had come to an end and pierced with his sword. The king did not understand how it happened, but it was too late to take it. He literally died instantly, and the hero said goodbye to him with a grin. The creature's subordinate army noticed this and shouted that their king was dead. This caused confusion among their troops, and the vanguard shouted that the king was dead and that they should flee. But the warriors under the main character's command did not stop and ran after them, shouting for them to die. During such events, quite a lot of rabbits, as well as other creatures, were affected. Richard looked at that army with contempt and declared that as soon as their leader fell, they fled like rats. A huge number of attacking troops then began to retreat from the fortress, and it was already saved. By nightfall, all the warriors had returned to the fortress and were healing their wounds. It turns out that this brutal battle was paid for by the clan of dwarves, as well as Richard, with the blood of their people to protect the fortress of the dwarves. But even despite this, for Richard this battle turned out to be quite fruitful. He sat and looked at the system notification that announced the increase in levels. The centaurs, barbarian guards, and shaman were upgraded to the next levels, so the hero declared that the Highland fortress had risen to a new level. The patriarch approached Richard and wished him good night. The guy smiled and noticed that he was dressed quite festively and was really going somewhere. The man next to him noticed that he had forgotten that today was the full moon, and they were going to hold another ceremony to inherit the power of the Titan. The hero looked up and noticed that even these thoughts had completely flown out of his head. The old man said that although he had not only survived such a terrible battle, such a chance was extremely rare, and they had selected the strongest warriors to try again. It turns out that today is the fullest moon this century, and he hopes that luck favors them this time. And now, perhaps this time, they will finally be able to inherit the power of this Titan. The ritual of transferring the Titan's powers will take quite a long time, so first the spellcasters must drain the lake. The protagonist sailed in this vanguard and declared that the tonic would cool the spell. The subordinates immediately began to do this, and gradually the water came out from there. The water was going down somewhere, and so people were moving closer and closer to the center. Soon, due to the actions of those shamans, almost half of the huge Titan's body was visible from under the water. After some time, the main character and the others got out. Everyone looked at the face of this creature, and the chief declared that the ceremony of her inheritance could begin. The strongest candidates who were selected for this were ordered to begin the ceremony. After that, they all came closer to the huge creature and tried to take over its power. The hero looked at this with surprise and asked what he wasn't doing because it looked as if you were just swatting away flies. Jesse noted that there was nothing like that. They were just doing a ritual for luck, a useless thing, and the guy asked how trustworthy this method of inheritance was. The girl said that she personally had not seen this, but among shamans they say that the experience of the older generation can be passed on through dance. Richard noted that this was nonsense because if shamans had such an overpowered technique, would they have to work hard all day to improve their skills? The shaman stated that, of course, it was simply impossible to inherit everything and a maximum of half. And the hero noted that then there was some sense in it. As a result, if they really manage to obtain only 10% of their ancestors' power, they will not be able to obtain even these 10% in their entire life. And so, after one of the gnomes blew into the pipe, the ceremony began and there was a fiery circle in the place near the Titan. One of the candidates entered there and, kneeling, spoke words about using the blood connection to call upon the great Titan. Richard asked if all this wasn't dangerous, and the shaman noted that such things existed, and after all, it was not easy to squeeze a Titan's soul into a dwarf's body. It may happen that if the body seems very weak, then perhaps it will explode. The hero smiled and said that it was good that he was not one of the candidates. The first dwarf tried to summon the soul of this creature, but absolutely nothing happened. Then, they invited the next person and several more, but none of them managed to do it. Seeing this, the elder fell into despair and said that everything had failed. Another of the old men turned to the great titan and asked to be roasted over his descendants. But despite all their requests, nothing happened, and the dwarves were in despair, saying that this was the end. George approached his brother Richard and remarked that he could also try his hand. The hero noted that he was not a gnome, and therefore did not think that it would be possible to do what his interlocutor asked him to do. The guy then noted that he agreed, and since he was asking so much, then he would try too. Then Richard came into the circle and got down on one knee, asking how they did it. It seemed like this. Literally moments later, a magical light appeared, emanating from that circle, and it surprised the guy. The hero saw that the titan's eyes lit up, and he asked if he had moved so that it turned out that he was also a dwarf or something. The huge stone body of this creature began to glow and crack. A small silhouette appeared from inside, but the body was completely destroyed. The main character noticed all this and shouted to the others to run away because it seemed like the titan was about to explode. The gnomes were stunned by what was happening, but they did not run away, but looked at him, and some kind of silhouette of an animal appeared there. Eventually, this creature emerged from the eye and it looked like a cat. When you had dispersed a lot and the magical light had died down, everyone saw this creature, which was making some strange sound. When the hero saw it, he wondered what this thing had to do with the titan and whether he had really been reborn into this. The gnomes asked the ancestor not to hurry and not to fall, and one of them said that it was impossible for him to get hurt because he was the descendant of the great titan. Richard said it was quite touching, and Jesse remarked that perhaps they should cook the creature and eat it so that its powers would pass on to them. After this, the small animal jumped out of the titan's eye and, in fairly large leaps, descended straight down. We were stunned by how fast this creature moved. The hero also noticed this and said that it was no coincidence that he was the descendant of a great titan, since he liked to rise above everyone. The little animal then jumped onto the hand of one of the trolls. They looked at him kindly and were happy that he had come running to them. But suddenly the hero grabbed him. Examining this little animal, Georg declared that it had membranes between its forearms and ribs, as it should be. With their help, it can soar. After this, the gnomes came up and asked the guy to quickly hand it over to them. The hero noticed that the creature began to behave strangely, and electricity appeared near it. So he threw it to the gnome and ran away shouting for them to catch him. Moments later, an explosion occurred and all the agronomist's hair stood on end because of it. Richard smiled and stated that it was really not bad, because who would have thought that he had inherited the Titanic thunder technique? Georg turned his attention to the titan and shouted to everyone. With you, they didn't look at him. And at this time, the huge stone body, the creature itself, began to fall apart. The dwarves looked at this sadly and said that his body was falling apart, and the elder added that, apparently, he had completed his last mission. So it turns out that it is his time to return to Earth. Based on the sounds he heard, the protagonist said that they would name this creature Chiuchi. Sometime after all these events, the caravan, together with the main character in one of the carriages, was heading somewhere. Annie said that the guy was in such a hurry to get to the high mountain fortress because they hadn't even had time to discuss the terms of cooperation, and the hero said that she shouldn't worry. After all, she will get her share in any case, as they agreed before. The girl was outraged and said that he and these gnomes were probably hiding something from her. The main character tried to hide this and noticed that she was mistaken, and suddenly a creature appeared from behind his back. The girl looked at this creature in surprise and noticed that he was very cute. Then she looked at him carefully and asked the hero where he said he came from. Richard touched the creature and noticed that the gnomes had initially wanted to raise it themselves. But as soon as the main characters left them, the animal began to refuse food, and so the gnomes had to give it to him, and so the guy asked the little one to drink more slowly. A few days later, Richard and Annie safely reached the high mountain fortress, and then the girl, together with the merchants, went back to the trading guild, promising to send people as soon as possible to establish trade relations. But a few days later, without having waited for Annie, Richard met with the head of the reserve, Christopher. Richard remarked to the horde that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and his interlocutor stated that he had become popular recently. And indeed, all the bards of Kowloon sing of his story. The guy bowed down and asked me if the Lord was passing through or had come here on purpose, and the man said that he had come here on purpose and, more precisely, for him. He also asked what all this formality was for, and the hero asked if it was really for his sake, since he wasn't interested in men. The old man was taken aback and said that he did not mean it that way. It turns out that he brought a rare delicacy, and how about a little chat over food, and the hero smiled and agreed to it. Soon they were inside one of the rooms, and the hero thought that that is, in Christopher's opinion, a rare delicacy is the teppanyaki squid. And while the guy was thinking about this, his little animal ran up to him and jumped right into his arms. Richard asked the little boy if he had crossed over again to bother him. At this time, the little animal handed him some kind of nut, and the boy took it in his hands. And then he crushed it in his hand and ate the nut that was inside. The creature was upset about this, and the old man who was sitting next to him said that he was quite cute. There were vibrations of elemental energy coming from him. Could it really be a demonic beast? Richard said that he is not a demonic beast. He is a descendant of the Titans. Then he told the kid to call the cook, the gnomes, and here is his reward for this. After this, the animal ate all the treats and quickly ran away. The guy stated that despite being so small and tiny, this baby has inherited the purest essence of a Titan. And believe it or not, it is true. Soon the squid was ready, and the hero thanked the Lord, because if it were not for his permission, it is unlikely that his expedition would have gone so smoothly. The old man asked if he wanted to know why he had done this before. And the main character thought, how is this possible? He is just trying to intrigue him. My lord then said that he knew that in Pompeii there had been two factions for many years. Richard stated that if he was talking about those same two factions, then he knows them very well. The guy understood that the first faction is the minions of the Holy Church of Light, who sleep and see all the power in Pompeii will pass into their hands. The other faction is the followers of the Ice Goddess, who are at odds with the Holy Church. It is at this moment that the Holy Church of Light is the main religion in the human world, and almost 1/3 of the countries on the continent have the prefix holy before their name. However, despite this, Pompeii is the northernmost country of people on the continent, and therefore many people believe in the goddess of ice. The old man said that in winter in Pompeii, various kinds of natural disasters often occur, which contributes to the spread of belief in the goddess of ice. Richard asked if it was true that he and his half-brother belonged to the same faction. Well, the interlocutor stated that this is not so, because they do not believe in magic gods, and that is why they consider themselves secular people, thereby maintaining neutrality. The guy said that magicians usually don't smoke, and my lord noted that it wasn't tobacco. It was powder from the brain of a giant beaver. Mages are physically weak and often have to strain their brains, so this thing just helps him ease his migraine. Richard looked at his interlocutor and noticed that, in fact, he also did not believe in gods, because there was no evidence that gods came to this world. So no one could force him to believe in something he had never seen with his own eyes, and the old man noticed that he had been watching him for a long time. It's not often you meet people who are as unbelieving as he is, and the man decided to help him because rare species of people need protection. Richard got angry and asked if he was kidding or if that was it. Let him hold his horses and not try to drag him into the faction that adheres to neutrality. The old man smiled after this and said that there was such a thing, but the hero looked at him with disdain and shouted that he hadn't even thought about it. After all, when disputes begin, the neutral side will have to fight both factions at once, and the interlocutor said that it doesn't sound very good, but the idea is correct. So if one day they really find themselves on the brink of war, he suggests that he choose the Church of the Holy Light. The protagonist was surprised and asked why this was so, and the man said that he should look at these 3 types of Pompeii coins. The first gold coin can be exchanged for 12 silver coins, but 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 24 copper coins. So it turns out that humans only have 10 fingers, and in fact Pompey could have changed this ratio to a number that is easier to count. But why didn't they do it? He wondered what he thought about this, and the hero stated that it was because the ice goddess had 12 wings. And so, in the end, perhaps the Church of the Ice Goddess has too much influence. The Lord noted that the hero had a good reputation, so why not take advantage of this small advantage? Richard grabbed one of the coins and remarked that it was true. It was better than nothing, and besides, he owed him 1,000 gold pieces. And the interlocutor noticed that now he owed 1,000, as well as 1 gold coin, and this angered the hero. Soon they were leaving the high mountain fortress, and he did not ask if he really was going to leave like that. The man asked, well, what's wrong? He still can't digest everything that he told him before. The protagonist noticed that this was not the case at all, because in any case, he would act at his own discretion and wondered if he really thought that he could just come here and leave. My lord said he had heard they were making rapid progress, so he had put aside all his important affairs and come to see for himself. And the boy added that it was a good privilege to travel everywhere. The old man said it was a privilege, but he saw no reason to envy the privileges of an old swindler like himself, since a wonderful world awaited the lad, the Lord Discoverer. Richard asked if he regretted not doing it alone now that he couldn't get any higher and he didn't want to be lower. The Lord soon said that he would give him a small example. In fact, he was allergic to the powder from the brain of a giant beaver, and as soon as he inhaled it, his throat immediately began to itch. However, the migraine is much stronger. So even when he complains about the itching of the cordie, he still realizes that this powder has relieved him of an unbearable headache. This is exactly what is called choice. And soon after these words, he and his people set off on their journey. After some time, the main character and his new pet were relaxing at the edge of a pond. Jessie came there and shouted to the boss that little sister Annie was back. When the girl came closer, she looked up in surprise and asked if this was really a high mountain fortress. Richard asked if she really didn't recognize these places, and the girl added that the place had simply changed beyond recognition. The hero stated that it was all thanks to Ben and Bean that they had been using the fertility technique regularly lately, so the whole area was surrounded by flowers and herbs. Understand noticed that she probably wants to ask what these gnomes are doing here, and it turns out that almost all the warriors died. So getting together and living together is a given. The girl asked in surprise if he had made some kind of secret deal with the new ones. But Richard noticed that they decided everything after she left, and not at some secret meeting. Annie wondered what he was even doing here now. The hero was surrounded by several girls who waved huge leaves at him, creating a breeze. He was a little embarrassed, and then said that the girl knew that he was quite the philanthropist, and that after the war, some races found themselves on the brink of destruction. And it so happened that, at the moment when they came to the threshold of the high mountain fortress, he simply could not refuse them. Besides, it was Jessie's idea anyway, although she said that these little girls had no one to rely on, so he, out of good intentions, let them become his maids. The girl was surprised by these words, and Annie noticed that she understood this, and she had one more thing to do. She then stated that she wanted to introduce him to the famous naturalist Miss Jennifer. The girl took off her hood and greeted Mr. Richard. The hero and his pet took off their glasses and asked if she was really a tigress. They said that Miss Jennifer came from a very famous clan of white tigers, but she was much more knowledgeable in art than in battle. The tigress then stated that her nickname was Tang, and therefore he could address her as Tang Bai Hu. The guy said he was glad to meet you, and thought that the name sounded similar to Tang Bo Hu, and what an interesting coincidence that was. Richard then stated, Miss, that he hoped they would be able to fully carry out their naturalistic research. There is nothing wrong with the fact that they don't really have anyone to eat, and the girl was outraged because of this. After some time, the cadet squad told the boss that they were leaving, and the guy remarked that the sooner they left, the sooner they would return. He hoped that everything would go smoothly, and that they would bring a few barbarians with them, but only if they didn't overdo it, and the girl remarked that he shouldn't worry. Still, in any case, someday they will bring all their fellow tribesmen here. Soon after these words, they set off on their journey. The hero then turned to Anna and asked if she could help him see if there were any high-quality books on the market for improving the spiritual strength of warriors. The interlocutor agreed and noted that he shouldn't expect much, since usually good books can't be bought for money. A few moments later, George turned to Brother Richard, and the boy looked at him. He really didn't look so good, so the guy told him to remember to take good care of his condition and not overexert himself. The old man said that they had finally finished building the new blast furnace, and the blacksmiths were preparing for its opening. The main character smiled at this because he understood that the joining of the dwarf clan brought quite a lot of blacksmiths, as well as ore. As a result, the military industry of the high mountain fortress literally reached a new level. Soon after, quite a large amount of armor and weapons were produced. Gunther, I saw this, said that it was very cool, and after so many days they finally have a lot of good weapons. Then the main character came and asked the girl how she liked the equipment, and she said that this weapon was simply gorgeous. Then she leaned forward with her armor and asked what this thing was for. And the hero came up to her and, pressing the button, declared that this event was Georg's invention, so you just need to press this button. And after that, the armor opened up and was ready for someone to enter. The hero declared that this was fast armor technology and let her say that it was very modern. The guy said that the blacksmith still called her a little differently, and Gunther asked him how. Georg proudly declared that it was titanium armor, and the girl noticed that she really liked the second one better. After that, they looked at each other, and the hero said, "What are they doing there? Let them help remove this armor." Soon, with some effort, they finally got it off, and Gunther asked if they were right about it being fast. Kuznets noted that there are still some minor problems with the removal. A subordinate came to the main character and noticed to the master that the lizard men had come here and said that they wanted to see him. Richard noted that if it was about them, he asked to give him a telescope. Then he looked at him and noticed that again these dwarfs, it seems they have weapons, and they can detain them. The subordinate said that they were just passing through, and the hero asked, "So what?" And Gunther said that it was unknown why they were there and they would have to arrest them. But Lily said that they should behave calmly because only fools would worry so much about it. Suddenly, that same new tigress came up and noticed that the war had to wait because these creatures were going to Pompeii. The hero was surprised and asked that if this was the issue, then why should they go there? Miss Jennifer noticed that His Majesty Stephen had begun to gather a powerful army of beast races many years ago. The boy asked what this had to do with them. They said that they should not be underestimated. This people of lizardmen call themselves Cicare, but they have another name for dragon tamers. The main character was surprised and asked what other dragon tamers there were. The interlocutor noted that he should not start talking about real dragons, but about a dragon-like beast, which is called the Dragon of the Lands of Cicare. Richard said she hadn't told him about it before, and the girl became angry and asked what he was talking about. Miss Jennifer then stated that the life of the Psyker people is special and begins from birth. It turns out that each of the lizards is born together with one dragon. This is precisely why they gave dragons a not entirely correct name, because they are relatives and not master and pet. Richard asked who was in charge of reproduction, and his interlocutor stated that the spirits of the lands were sterile, so the people of Cicare were definitely in charge. The hero asked her to wait and asked how big these earth dragons were. The girl adjusted her glasses and said that they were a little smaller than his armadillo, and besides, they were even-toed ungulates, which was useful when leading. Richard then crushed his telescope and shouted for his subordinates to bring them here and provide them with a place to stay for the night. The lady asked what he wanted to do, and the guy noticed what it was like, what he wanted. After that, he smiled slyly and remarked that he was going to let them stay in the fortress. The interlocutor said that he still dreams that the people who do not elect a king will choose his Lord Pioneer with an uncertain future. And after some time, the girl was stunned, because she saw that they had come to an agreement and realized that it seemed to have worked out. Richard said that they could bring all their people here and they would discuss matters later, and the interlocutor remarked to the gentleman that, of course, they would do that. The girl was stunned and wondered if they really called him master. So she turned to Richard and asked if it had really worked, and he smiled and asked if it could have been any other way. Jennifer asked if perhaps he gave them some kind of potion, since even young girls are harder to deceive. The hero said what kind of product. He simply noticed that he had magic herbs. The herbs increase strength, and that the creatures can stay if they want, so they were happy when they heard this and immediately agreed. And the girl thought he was an idiot. After some time, the main character and the trolls were sitting at the table and playing cards. Soon, Richard heard some strong shaking and so declared that his unwavering team of dragon lords had arrived. Together with his subordinates, he went out to the gate to meet them. His little animal, after hearing a loud noise, hid right behind the guy's clothes. Gunther turned to Lily and asked if the centaurs could stand up to them, and the girl remarked that they were so stupid that they wouldn't stand a chance. Richard joyfully looked through his telescope and shouted that it was his cavalry. A large number of lizards were riding on their dragons and rushing straight towards him, and the hero noticed that this was a worthy name for the detachment of the Great Lord. And the guy noted that it was a pity, of course, that the people of Cicare were so physically weak and they could use a stronger rider. They can easily change riders, but the blood connection that creates trust between horses and riders will not be preserved. Miss Jennifer noted that there must be a balance everywhere, and that if nature had given them greater strength, they would not have been such good riders. However, the Cicare people are always twins, but due to physical weakness, it is sometimes difficult for women to become pregnant and give birth to children. The chief of the lizards greeted the master and stated that his name was Chris, and that he was the leader of the Cicare people. Richard also greeted them and asked how they were enjoying themselves here. The leader of the lizards looked at the entire high mountain fortress for us and noted that it looked quite promising. The hero noted that he would make sure that the medicine he spoke of went to everyone, and the interlocutor thanked the Lord. Soon the main character figured out the system and did not expect that dragons would appear in it, probably because lizards and their earth dragons are blood relatives. After Richard's medicine, both of them will start to gain experience together. The white tigress turned to the hero and noted that Annie had told her that he wanted to buy a book of light magic. The guy said that there was a movie and asked her if she had one. The girl replied that she was not there, and the hero got angry, wondering who she thought he was. But the interlocutor added whether he had heard about the art of sacred prayer, and she would advise him to try it too. Richard stated that it seemed that this art was connected with the strength of the voice, and, compared to physical development, could hardly add power to it. Many don't survive natural selection because they don't keep up with the times, so he's not interested in this ancient crap. Annie joined in the conversation and remarked that she too believed that the art of sacred prayer was a thing of the past. Miss Jennifer stated that today's youth are not only growing up without brains, they are dying without brains. After that, she turned to the boss and asked how hard he could punch. The hero looked at him and noted that, if this was the case, Then he no longer remembered exactly. Immediately after that, he used his enormous strength and thrust his fist forward. Due to a fairly strong wind flow, he extinguished the candle in front and then noticed that it was probably a blow of about 2 tons. The interlocutor asked if he knew what the effect of the art of sacred prayer was. Richard smiled and said that, of course, he respected all her knowledge, but he did not understand what she wanted to tell him. The tigress stated that the effect of the art of cut prayer is to increase strength, but the guy asked, "So what?" The interlocutor added that it is a matter of proportion from all its parameters. The boss asked in what sense in proportion. That is, if he is strong, he will become stronger, and if he is weak, he will become weaker. Miss Jennifer noted that in addition, the practice of the art of sacred prayer increases resistance to dark magic. At a young age, she came across him and very quickly mastered all the teachings, and now she handed him some kind of bundle. The hero was a little surprised, but it interested him, so he opened it to look. And after he got acquainted, he asked if Nero was really that same battle mage. 3,000 years ago, in the era of the Great Tide of the Elements, it was extremely difficult to cast spells, and therefore, without relying on them, the art of sacred prayer was created. Nero himself not only excelled in the art of sacred prayer, but could even practice dark and light magic in the magical realm itself. The main character looked at his interlocutor with disbelief and declared that this was impossible. But the tigress said that ancient scrolls are not stored for so long, and that is why this is all really a theory. The guy wanted to say something, but the girl interrupted him and told the boss that she could serve him as the governor of the Highland Fortress. The protagonist smiled slyly and stated that, of course, she could do it. The High Mountain Fortress is currently experiencing stagnation, but such an organizational woman will be able to turn this backwater into a wonderful place. The tigress finally screamed that it had finally happened, and now the fortress was a village full of vitality and great prospects. She hasn't felt this good for a long time and is so happy at the moment. After some time, the main character was sitting in his room and looking at that scroll with sacred power. He looked into it a little and realized that this art of prayer has 5 levels of energy: dawn spell, star twinkle, moonlight, sunlight, and daylight. The lowest rank is the dawn spell and is cast once per day. The effect lasts for half an hour and increases the power by half. It also turns out that with each subsequent rank, the duration of the effect increases. After this, the hero threw away the scroll and declared that enough theory, because it was time to test everything in action, and he would start with the elementary. Soon the heroes actually used this power and shouted that he was very cool. It turns out that this scroll says that it usually takes almost a whole month to learn the basics. If the feeling of warmth reaches the heart, then the spell really worked. With a sly smile, the hero thought that perhaps he should use it right before going to bed. Then he decided that it was all nonsense and would think about it tomorrow. But now he would look at the troops in the system. After that, he went in there and was stunned by what he saw there. It was there that there was information about the art of sacred prayer, and the skill level was level 1, the hero thought. Is progress really going so fast? So maybe he should throw a few points into that skill. He got these glasses quite a long time ago, but new ones are becoming increasingly difficult for him. If he continues to practice, this level will soon increase quite slowly. So Richard became inspired and decided that he should never stop improving for a second. And now the guy wants to increase the skill level to its limit. The guy started doing this, and then the system announced that he had reached the maximum skill level and only spent 30 points. At that moment, the hero felt as if a small sun had appeared in his heart. Richard was surprised and did not understand whether this was the power of this light. Magical power began to envelop his body, and somatic light also poured around him. The guy was stunned. And now he saw everything, and all the details of his past appeared before his eyes. The hero felt that he could discharge the air and change the density of water, as if nature itself had become subject to him. It is not surprising, however, that in the States the white tigress spoke so much about this art, and it will really be useful to him. So I decided that I needed to pack the remaining glasses as well, and I started doing it. Soon, subordinates were amazed and told the boss that he had managed to master this art in just one evening. The guy thought he would hear from the white tigress that he was really very smart and that she was proud of him. That is why, the interlocutor said, he thought he would hear praise in his honor. Gunther, Lily, and also Georg said that the boss was great, and they even lost their breath because of how cool he was. Hearing their praise, the hero was a little upset because he realized that someone had remained silent. Then he looked at the white tigress and noticed that he had already mastered the scroll that she had given him. The girl smiled and said, "If he really read it, now let him continue trying to cause streams of heat." Not hearing any praise, the hero became disappointed and thought that he was some kind of country bumpkin. The blacksmith approached the city lord and asked for permission to ask him about the fact that this bronze weapon was still lying in the warehouse and what he should do with it. Miss asked what the bronze weapon was about, and the hero said that he had almost forgotten that there was such a thing, that when wild peoples dig up ancient weapons, they will seize them. Richard remembers the sword, and judging by the decoration, it dates back to the time of Nero's rebellion, and it must have cost quite a lot of money. The girl asked if he could take her with him, and the boy remarked that he would go too, since if there were more than a dozen bronze treasures, they would most likely be sold quickly. After some time, they all went together to that very warehouse and saw a whole mountain of weapons. The hero was stunned by this and asked why there were so many of them here. This figure is some kind of nonsense because a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Bronze is not some kind of junk, and its high price is evidence of its scarcity. The tigress took one of the balls and noted that she was surprised, because this weapon was quite well preserved. After that, the girl licked the weapon and noticed that the smell of the earth of an ancient mausoleum or armory could not help but please. She had only heard about it, but she didn't expect to be able to try this thing out for herself. The guy didn't care about this at all, and in his eyes there was only a desire for wealth. He then told his subordinates to go and call Jessie for their master, as she knew the wilderness better than anyone. Soon the girl was dragged in, and she, not understanding, asked why they were arresting her here, since she had not stolen the second general's milk. The hero turned to the deer shaman and noted that from now on he would ask questions and she would answer, and the girl agreed. Pointing to the mountain of weapons, the lord remarked that when she was in the tribe before, had she seen this bronze? The girl noticed what she saw, and the guy became inspired and asked where she was from. It was also interesting what time it was and how many there were. Jessie said that about 6 months ago they were exchanged with their eastern neighbors. At that time, many tribes bought them because they were much cheaper than iron weapons. Richard was taken aback and asked why the hell she hadn't mentioned such an important detail before. But the shaman didn't understand, sir, why he needed this nonsense weapon, which they made themselves is much stronger than those broken pieces of iron and bronze. He looked at his interlocutor in surprise, and then asked himself to calm down, because Jessie was probably ignorant and shouldn't be blamed. After this, the guy touched the girl and noticed that the organization had now decided to give her the most difficult task. The boss said that he would give her 10 fighters and let her go and find out where all these things came from, and the girl asked with chagrin if she could refuse. The guy said that, moreover, she shouldn't even ask, otherwise the question would be like this. Jessie with 10 warriors went in search of the source of bronze. Fortunately, after several heavy battles, the famous golden sign of the Scarlet Order castle was erected near the fortress. As soon as Jessie entered the rough, the natives began to flatter her and madly show their affection. As a result, bronze items circulated along the entire route in public, and soon the girl found a deposit of ruins. And on the way back to the fortress, the team's number had already increased to several hundred people. The hero shouted that he already thought that someone had attacked the high mountain fortress, and the tigress nearby noticed that they did not know their origin and from which tribe they all escaped. Richard noticed that one day one man handed out a sickle, and they all turned on the grass for him to feed the cows. Soon after arriving, Jessie revealed that almost everything was there. But the hero was surprised by this information and noticed that there were hundreds of miles of land in this place. Then he told the girl to choose a reliable guide and bring dozens of people, and he should understand the situation with his own eyes. Soon, when the time comes, it will be sold and exchanged for wheat beans, and he will return several hundred tons. These earth dragons are even more terrible than the parasites because their mouths are just some kind of bottomless pit. Finally, the hero noticed that someone had returned and given him good protection from the high mountain fort. A whole week passed after these events, and Annie, seeing the caravan, noticed that it was Richard, and they returned. Upon arrival, the white tigress asked how things were going, whether everything had gone smoothly. The boss showed a mountain of bronze weapons and remarked that if he got down to business, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. The merchant saw this and said that such a large quantity would suppress the price of ancient weapons in the market. Miss Jennifer added that, however, where did the free people go? Richard stated that he thought there was a beautiful fresco on the wall, so he let them keep it and figure out how to destroy it. The interlocutor asked if he was afraid that something would happen to them, and the guy asked what could happen, that someone would get bored and attack the rabbit or something like that. At the same time, the massive leak of bronze also attracted the attention of another legion. This man's name was Jake, and he was the commander of the Brown Bear Roar Legion in the Kingdom of Stuart. He and his subordinates arrived at one of the places and noticed that they had finally found ruins. Jake is a man from the Stuart Kingdom, one of the 3 great states. As a kingdom comparable in strength to Pompeii, Jake is in the true sense the grandson of an imperial marshal. A rich family and noble origin, as well as a bright future and the label of an aristocrat suits a person like him perfectly. Unfortunately, things are not that simple after hard training with several of his brothers. Only Jake was sent to the border and became the commander of the Brown Bear Roar. However, in the Stewart Kingdom there are strict rules for naming the army, because the name alone is enough to understand a lot. The frontline elite army is named after natural disasters, such as the fury of the storm or the tremor of the earth. Tier 2 armies are named after powerful monsters. For example, a dragon battle, the courage of a griffin or a swift hawk. Moonboar bears are common beasts and are the names of all the worst third-line armies. So it's no coincidence that Jake, at 27, will have no chance of promotion in the future. But this person is definitely not someone who can give up so easily. When the bandits were suppressed a few months ago, Jake accidentally discovered that they had a lot of ancient bronze items, so he immediately began his investigation, and finding the origin was not difficult. A subordinate approached the milord and asked if he wanted to first seize the living and torture the information out of them. The man said that it was not necessary to just let him defeat them, and they would tell them everything. Also let everyone rest and eat, go to bed, and prepare for an attack after sunset. At that time, the main character's subordinates were working inside the ruins, and they said that this fresco was too difficult. If they continued to hammer away like this, it was not clear when they would finish. These savages used to at least give advice, but now they just watch and have fun. And the other rabbit said that the chores would be postponed until tomorrow. It was already getting dark, so he suggested finishing it today. The rest happily agreed and said that it was time to go to bed. One of them turned to Freddy and asked what he was doing there, and he noticed that he had gone to take a poop. A large number of savages near the ruins were soon killed. Jake wiped the blood off his sword and asked if they understood everything. And the subordinates told the lord that the bronze was discovered by accident, and the man declared that it was wonderful. He then asked why he still couldn't see her in front of him. The knight noticed that 3 days ago, a Pompeian nobleman had stepped ahead of them, and they had been replaced. Jake asked what about the other people, and the other man stated that the Pompeian leader was from the Alpine castle. My lord said that these villagers described them as very powerful and as the coming of holy light. This is just a small pioneer, and you don't have the knowledge for the Germans, so you shouldn't take these words to heart. However, it seemed that war was about to begin. The subordinate remarked to my lord that if the Pompeians found out, they would be in big trouble. Jake stated that it was indeed true, because it would be a problem if they found out. But if the pioneer leader is destroyed, how long will it take to be discovered? The interlocutor hesitated and asked if it was 1 month. My lord added that if the griffins got rid of the corpses, then perhaps it would never be discovered. Suddenly he asked which of them had farted and why it smelled so bad, but it turned out that one of the rabbits was sitting in the bushes. The white tigress sat at the table with the main character and the others and said that the monarch of the Stewart Kingdom was called Charles, and he was famous for his many ideas. He has appointed many ambitious boys as commanders of armies, and they all feel that they will be handed the flag again. So they build armies out of their own pockets. This is the trick. And does Richard know how many gold coins will be in the treasury in a year? Then Jennifer became inspired and shouted that she was talking about at least 100,000 gold coins. Gunther and the others were surprised, so they asked if there was really that much money that year, but what did Charles use it for then? The tigress stated that this man was known for his gluttony and lust, and so, naturally, he spent all his money on this. The hero smiled slyly and said that corruption was flourishing. But suddenly some sound was heard. Several rabbits brought their wounded brother inside and addressed the master. Richard was scared and asked what happened, and at the same time he thought, "Isn't this the same Freddy?" The wounded man told the gentleman that someone was going to attack the high mountain fortress. Soon after everyone realized what had happened, the game asked if it was really a legion of brown bears. Jennifer noted that Stuart's legion was typically around 4,000 strong, and the brown bear flag was supposed to be a garrison legion. So the maximum would be 3,000 people. And he shouldn't worry too much. The guy asked if there were really that many people and if the legion wasn't a top-level unit. But compared to the total number of people, the most important thing is whether the other side has an army, which once played a huge role in the battle against the Minotaur. They stated that it was true that if the other side had any high-level mage, then he would not be able to play. The hero stated that, on the contrary, they have their own Mach. He is a scoundrel plus 2 fools to him. Jennifer said to calm down. Although high-level magic is strong, but its number has sharply decreased, Annie noted that this is true. Charles is very suspicious. High-level magic is assigned only in wartime, and now peacetime. The hero noticed that he thought he was financially and a drug addict, and knows nothing else. The girl noted that he doesn't even know this, and, of course, the voices of supporters and opponents are very loud, and everyone in all countries knows about it. Richard noted that he didn't understand anything at the time how many years ago it was. She stated that it was probably more than 20 years ago, and Richard added that he wasn't even born then. And did she really think that everyone lived like her? Jennifer noted that they should get down to business, since they didn't have to worry about the mage. The main character said that other people's moves are not as good as their three fools anyway. But there are 3,000 people there, and there is no magician or army yet. After this, he jumped up from his seat and shouted that he had decided that if he did not dare to come, they would never be able to return. The tigress asked, "Is that really all?" After all, even if they mobilize all the people who can fight, the number of warriors will not exceed 600. Having only 1/5 of the enemy's strength, he had the courage to say that there were only 3,000 men there. Richard remarked to Annie that when the time came, the loot would pass into her hands, and the girl was delighted and declared that, of course, there was no problem with that. She then asked if he would tell her that they needed help. The hero said, "What other request for help is better than to let them kiss his ass, because the great rulers do not need anyone's help." Soon after, 1,000 men throughout the Highland Fort began to take action, preparing for the coming war. Their fort is located on the western side of the river, and to avoid losses and damage, Richard decided to place the battlefield on the east. But for the sake of realism, the guy ordered people to build a fake lord hall on the east bank of the river, which would be both attractive and authentic. Second General Ben used the soil fertility technique every day, and the weeds and reeds grew quickly, forming a green city wall adjacent to the riverbank. 20 days later, both sides finally entered into their first preliminary confrontation. After a round of cautious analysis, the sides attacked each other. But no matter how good the scout's riding skills were, he was no match for the centaur's own legs, and the outcome would be decided in an instant. After the battle, Lily told Richard that when they were fighting, it seemed like there was some heavy cavalry on the other side. The guy asked if it was really heavy cavalry, and if so, then its equipment was good and valuable in itself. But they were too slow, because in 20 days only the Rangers reached the battlefield first, and at this rate the wait for the army to arrive would take several days. Jake grabbed one of the arrows and noted that he was pleased to use the centaur as a ranger. But this is just a fight before death, because when his army comes, it will not necessarily lose. After 2 days, there was nothing good left of his enthusiasm. He realized that these were damned weeds. After all, it is they that get caught in the wheels, and because of them, the speed of movement decreases several times. But even despite this, they cannot be left behind, because there are 2 teams of heavy cavalry and 100 people each, who are the key to the battle. After a while, Gunther noticed to the boss that they had arrived, and he asked if they were finally here. Afterwards, he looked through his telescope and was stunned by the fact that after several days of waiting, they received a group of legions in a broken state. It turns out that only the front half of the cavalry armor is iron, and the back is probably leather. And besides, they have horse armor with a bare bottom behind them. So when it rains, are they really going to hold an umbrella? If they don't have money, then let them learn from others. The hero just doesn't look very good, but doesn't he think that he, like Richard, can be intimidated? Jake looked through the telescope and stated that, surprisingly, everyone wearing armor and these big guys did not look like ordinary masters. The equipment, as well as the number of people, was much greater than he expected, and he underestimated them. The knight turned to the commander and noticed that he was looking at these reeds. It turns out that this plant, which withers every year, has grown to 4 meters and is as lush as a grove. And he asked the commander if these reeds were really an ambush. The man said the muddy shoals would prevent horses and soldiers from gaining speed and would make the raid impossible. Then, he shouted to his entire army to prepare for the attack. The swordsmen were to advance to suppress, but the infantry was to march in formation, and all the cavalry was to outflank. The troops immediately lined up, and their leader noticed that you were all shooting. The first thing that happened was that a fairly large number of arrows flew, and the commander noticed that they should not line up for an assault. The protagonist's warriors survived this attack by defending themselves with their own shields. Gunther screamed at the boss that she couldn't control herself, and he told her to wait because there was distance and let them come closer. In this battle, the commanders have one thing in common. They are both absolutely confident in themselves, while Jake fears that the Highland fortress will escape. But Richard is worried that the roar of the brown bear will find his ambush, and then everything will be bad. In the end, even Lily focused only on defense, fearing to undermine her opponent's offensive enthusiasm. Soon, Gunther shouted to the boss that the enemy troops were only 20 yards away. After this, the hero raised his hands up and shouted to his brothers to knock him out of here. A huge army began to move towards the attackers and shouted that they should all be killed. The knights were stunned by what they saw and asked what the hell was going on. Why were there so many big guys? Jake was also stunned by what he saw and realized that it was an ambush. After that, he began to worry about his legion, the roar of the brown bear, and thought that with all his heart and hope he could not be defeated. So he immediately ordered the heavy cavalry to attack. The warriors on horseback with lances rushed into the attack and shouted, "What to the Lord, they will accomplish the task." Their commander thought he was shooting to behave calmly, because dozens of people turned into 200 people. But even though this happened, they still have an absolute advantage over them. The men at the front line shouted to the infantry to hold on, as the heavy cavalry would soon arrive to help. While at the same time, the barbarians easily destroyed this infantry, and the centaurs also fought them. While this battle was going on front to front, heavy cavalry was approaching from the other side. Jake saw them advancing and so knew that the flanking force would surely catch them off guard. Suddenly, together with his subordinate, he heard some sound, and the latter noticed that it was a sound from the reeds. When everyone else turned their attention to these reeds, it was clear that there were earth dragons there with fiery points on top. The protagonist looked there and noticed that the earth dragon is a heavy mount, and its dash is extremely strong. Agility is its only weakness. At such a short distance, the legion will have no opportunity to change its course. The heavy cavalry was amazed by what they saw and asked what the hell this was. Richard stated that to force a turn at this time would mean giving the enemy his most vulnerable flank, which would be tantamount to killing himself. But the cavalry, when they saw the earth dragons, immediately began to turn to the side and run away. Although by this point it was already too late because the creatures were catching up with them and, as a result, destroying them. After this, the knights on horseback turned around and rushed into the attack, trying to somehow survive. But at the same time, they could not believe anything. The huge earth dragons easily destroyed them. Then Jessie appeared with her two generals and noticed that it was their turn to have fun. Then the girl used her magic and created a huge ball of fire. At the same time, she shouted that it was a devastating fireball and threw it straight into the crowd of knights. Because of this, a large number of warriors were struck and ran away to escape the fire. Several trolls also joined the battle, using their magic and radiating it directly at their opponents. The warriors fell one after another, and Jake was very angry at the picture in front of him. Afterwards, he touched his griffin and noticed if he saw 3 mages on the other side, let him kill them. The creature immediately understood the order and flew up to attack. Soon the huge griffin was heading towards the trolls with its claws and also towards Jessie from behind. Jake grabbed his sword in his hands and shouted, "With you, everyone prepared for battle." The warriors were inspired, anticipating the battle, and agreed to his order. At that moment, Jessie heard a sound and turned around to look, but was shocked to see a griffin heading towards them. She then yelled at the trolls to turn around, as they were now in the crosshairs. At this, they turned around with a smile on their faces and immediately began to attack the griffin. The creature was struck by their fire, but did not give up and fought with it. The shaman noticed this and performed her magic to strengthen the attack on the opponent. At that very moment, a huge explosion thundered in the air and the streams of day scattered in all directions. Everyone looked up from their fights for a few seconds, but then continued. The main character was on the battlefield and easily killed his opponents with his sword. The infantryman fell into despair and shouted that this guy was some kind of monster. Suddenly, one of them looked forward and declared that it was Lord Jake heading towards them. When the Legion commander saw what had happened to his subordinates, he attacked towards the hero. Richard, of course, noticed this attack and counterattacked in order to protect his life. After that, there was a huge explosion, and the hero realized that he had such a strong fighting spirit, so perhaps he was their leader. Jake stood there proud of himself, and his subordinates shouted that this was expected of their lord, so now they would definitely be able to win easily. Then their commander turned to the main character and noted that his name was Jake, so let him introduce himself too. Richard took a deep breath and then smiled, noting that he didn't deserve this, and here is the recording. The causal invasion of the Highland Fort. He sentences him to death, and after that asked if he wanted to say anything at the end. The interlocutor got angry and noted that yes, he was waiting for his death, but first let him shut his filthy mouth. Immediately after this, he launched a furious attack on Richard. But the main character, of course, noticed it and repelled it with his sword. After this, the opponents fought with weapons and struck each other. Richard's strength proved stronger in this fight, so he delivered powerful blows. After one of these, Jake was rejected a short distance. The hero then stated that he actually blocked his one hit and he was well prepared. And Jake thought that it was really good that he had the power of the unloading effect. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the opponent's sword attack. Although he smiled at the same time because he saw his subordinates who were flying towards the hero and understood that despite everything, this was definitely his end. The other infantrymen also noticed this and were glad that the leader would be struck. Richard saw the attack and cuts. And with the help of this magical weapon, he struck down the warriors who were attacking him from behind. The Legion's infantry were stunned by this attack and did not know what to do. At the same time, Jesse and the trolls were running away and begging the boss to save them. After all, it was then that the griffin, which was supposed to kill them, was rushing after them. At the same time, Legion's foot soldiers were stunned and shouted that this was the Lord's griffin and that this was all very bad. Jake himself also saw this and was discouraged by the situation that happened. What he saw made him furious, and he shouted that they were all scoundrels, and then he rushed to attack. No matter how powerful his attack was, it was Richard who still contained it with his ball. Then he noticed that Legion 1 had suddenly attacked them, and for some reason it turned out that they were the freaks. He then used his leg to push his opponent away from him in order to attack further. Jake blocked his attack and thought that his magic armor had a powerful fire reflective power, and the more he attacked him, the more damage he would receive. Well, before he could finish saying this, he saw something strange, because the main character's sword began to approach him. Suddenly, the man shouted what happened to the fire's reflective power. Why doesn't this bastard's fire element work on him? Richard's pressure only increased further, and Jake's sword began to crack. Soon his weapon was destroyed, and so the man fell to the ground talking about his sword. At that moment, he was distracted, and the main character came closer and kicked him with his foot. And then he stood right in front of him and declared that a weapon is just a weapon. If he cannot judge and fight without his sword, then he is not worthy of the title of leader. The fire-reflective element of his magical armor is certainly cool, and his hands are covered in blisters. Jake asked what he was saying. 5 times the fire element attack is enough to incinerate a person, but he only burned his hands from it. Of course, the man did not want to do this, but he knelt down and said that he was admitting his defeat. The subordinate knights were discouraged by this and turned to their master, saying that this was indeed a defeat. But Richard's warriors were very joyful and said that they had won this battle. Gunther asked the boss if they should all be caught, and the hero noted that it was definitely necessary to do so, but first Jake and he would take his magic armor. After some time, that armor was indeed removed, but there was a huge dent in the middle. The hero was sad because he understood that he himself had broken it, and therefore he couldn't weigh himself like that. He came to his darling and noticed that she had suffered because of him. Then Annie ran up and asked Richard if he was okay and if he had been hurt. The guy showed the mutilated armor and noted that this is how the heart was wounded and it hurts a lot. The girl realized that he was not wounded, and it was good that she had not wasted the remaining half bottle of holy water on him. Jennifer came closer and asked if it was a magic crystal in her. It is said that magic crystals are so expensive that their value cannot even be measured in gold coins, and are considered a necessary material for magic equipment. But this has already come to an end, and let the guy ask the blacksmith to make progress again, and then the crystal will work again. The hero was surprised and asked if it was really serious just like that, and his interlocutor said that if he wanted to, he could check, but if he didn't want to, she couldn't. But let him not say that she did not remind him that even if he wanted to fix some armor, he still would not be able to use it, because this armor was not for him. Richard threw it down in disappointment and remarked that Georg should deal with it. But he had things to do and a situation to deal with right now. These prisoners would probably be given a hefty ransom, and so he ordered Jennifer to deal with them herself, and the girl obeyed her master. Annie turned to the guy and noted that they still needed to resolve the issue with the remaining military spoils, since it seemed like they could sell that baggage and horses and make a lot of money. Richard asked if that was true, as he wanted to cook some horse meat for himself. The interlocutor said that these prisoners could also be sold in a trade union specializing in the sale of prisoners, and that it would be much more convenient. Each of these people could be sold for about 4 to 5 gold coins, and the hero asked with a stranglehold, was it really that much? After this, the girls left. The hero thought that compared to these two, his knowledge of commerce was very superficial. However, besides military power, there are still many laws and rules in this world that he needs to learn, and it even gives him a headache. And even more so, bronze weapons are enough to completely fill the palace storage and forget about the problem of poverty forever. Besides, it turns out that after this battle, the lizard men improved their strength quite a bit. The guy's system reported that the upgrade of the twin scars to elite warriors had been completed. Even the Earth Dragon's level had increased, and its muscles and body had increased quite a bit. Wars were improved, and the hero understood that of course it was so. With such experience of team fight, it was really great. After this, some time passed, and it was late evening at the High Mountain Fortress. The main character was sitting with his subordinates, and they were having dinner at that moment. Jennifer told Lord Richard that she would advise him to go into town with her this time and exchange the coins. He asked in surprise why this was so, and the girl noted that it was because this time their enemy was an excellent legion. They are Stuart's guards, and Pompey's relationship with Stuart has been very tense in recent years. Therefore, if the guy encounters rejection from them, it should be immediately reported to the House of Lords. The hero noted that in fact this would not be an invasion. The girl remarked that it was no longer up to him to decide whether to count or not, and Richard said that she really meant to say that the top brass of Pompeii could make a fuss about this. Annie said they didn't like to drag things out, and they just wanted to get something to hold on to, and since they were involved in this matter, they would have to cook in this soup too. Richard noted that this did indeed seem to be true, but then in a few days let him not go with Annie. It took 6 whole days to collect all the loot and the prisoners, and then Richard and the others set out on their journey. The protagonist stated that he understood and the man was improving through sacred prayers. Jake, who was in front, was also one of the captives and heard this and became angry. And then he started shouting quite loudly, "Is this really true?" And his subordinates told him to shut his mouth. Richard asked with a smile if he really thought that because his mustache had grown, he had become a man. But the interlocutor continued to shout that only sacred prayers, and only they, could give him such a powerful force without the vibrations of the basic elements. The hero noted that he was right, and it was true, the art of prayer, but he would not give him a pie for the correct answer, and the man asked what his rank was. After all, even the fire element attack had no effect on him, and the hero stated that there were some small problems until he could switch to the previous apocalypse mode. Jake was stunned and asked what apocalypse, because it was simply impossible, while thinking that it turns out that he had reached the solar rank. It is this rank that is only inferior to the apocalypse regime, and the man also dreamed of capturing this place. Then he asked the hero what he meant by problems with this, and Richard, with a smile on his face, said that the problem was that he hadn't even gotten to that level yet. Jake was taken aback by this and fell unconscious, which was announced by the hero's subordinates. A few days after what happened on the road, Richard and his company finally reached the city of Corinth. The guy said that time really flew by very quickly, and it was as if he had come here all alone yesterday. But it turns out that now, he is not at all the same person as he was then. After all, he is now the owner of 1,000 elite soldiers, as well as hundreds of scientific centaurs. And returning here, this time he feels completely different, when suddenly something caught his attention. Because the vast majority of people want to follow Annie into the deal, Richard is left hanging around. So the hero went to one establishment and asked the bartender if this drink always tasted so strange. And the old man told him that at this time of year, it would be a luxury to waste winter ice and a magical creation, and he apologized for this. Suddenly, someone burst through the open door and announced that he should be given 3 mugs of dark ale quickly. It was some strange man surrounded by several people. He also added that he had disappeared. He should bring a fried knuckle, beef tongue, and requires 3 sandwiches with butter. The bartender saw the coins that the man had thrown and said that this money would not be enough because they were worthless coppers. And the thug hit the table and shouted that this was all nonsense and did he know who his boss was. The hero was surprised and thought that it was a bunch of some screaming boors. But the man continued to say that he works for my Lord Richard, who is the owner of the Highland Fortress. And does he really still owe him something now? The man who came with this man sat down next to the hero and noticed that it seemed that this friend had also heard the name of Lord Richard. And the old man asked if this was really the same Scarlet Ripper, Lord Richard, whom all the local savages admired. The brute continued to say that, moreover, they had recently defeated the entire Stuart army with only 300 men available. The protagonist thought that it was really very fast, because they had only entered a few hours ago, and the news had already spread so quickly. Then he came closer to the boy and asked if he was the lord of the high mountain fortress, and he proudly declared that he was. Literally after that, he raised his gaze and waved the sword he was holding in his hands. And again, he was proud of himself, declaring that it was his huge sword with which he had beheaded the dragon. Those present were shocked, and said that this was indeed the Scarlet Ripper. He was swinging the dragon-slaying sword so easily that he was definitely a strong man. Richard thought that this ready-made sword was made of light iron and its weight and lightness was only 1/5 of the weight of a real iron. The hero then asked the others if they were really Gunther and Lily, and they noticed that this was indeed the case. The guy pretended to be very surprised and asked if Lily was a centaur. The interlocutor was amazed and did not know what to answer, but soon stated that these were just rumors and under no circumstances should one believe them. It's just that his horsemanship is so good that he is almost like a real centaur. That's what was meant, and the hero said that he understood everything. At the same time, I thought that it's true that if something serious happens, then 90 or 80% of the time some kind of scammers will appear. Everything that is happening before his eyes now, although different from reality, is quite reasonable and not devoid of details. So the hero said that he still thinks that Lily is actually a centaur. The other person asked, but if he is not real, then Richard and Gunther are not real either. Let him just look at his huge sword, and if he is definitely not that person, then who is he? The hero smiled and declared that he was the real Richard. The interlocutors were amazed, and the man who was pretending Gunther approached him and remarked that he was funny as a friend, and it was interesting where he would go next. Richard said that he would go to the noble garden and asked what he wanted, and his interlocutor said that they were going there too. Very soon, they would set off on a merchant caravan, and he must have heard about it because it was a luxurious column of carts with several hundred people. They are heading there to establish contacts with big figures. Otherwise, they would have taken him too. The guy wondered if they really thought he needed them. After a while, those people left, and she was next to the hero and asked who they were. The guy said that they were just a few acquaintances. Finally, the hero declared that the caravan would wait for now, and he would go to the noble garden in order to find Christopher. And now he was heading towards him. The maid saw the boy and asked Lord Richard what he was doing there, and he asked where he needed to be. The woman noticed that Lord Christopher had gone to the Highland fortress to see him a few days ago, and the hero was amazed and asked if she was joking and when he left. She said that it happened 4 days ago, and the hero screamed how he could have made such a mistake. The guy felt that someone had addressed him and asked if he was calling him. Richard paid attention and saw that it was Christopher, asking what had happened to him. The old man said that he must know. In order to return from the high mountain fortress as soon as possible, he did not drive 6 high-class horses and use acceleration magic. The hero asked if it really took them 4 days to go there and back, but why so urgently? Did something really happen and Christopher declared that their Pompeys had started a war with the Stuarts? Richard asked how this was possible. Was it really true that Pompey had started a war with the Stuarts? Christopher did not respond to this and simply called the protagonist to follow him. Soon they came to his office together, and he opened the curtain. The room became more lit, and the old man, pointing to one of the envelopes, made Richard look at it. The guy took her in his hands and asked if he really wanted to create a more atmospheric environment, since they weren't in such a close relationship. The document itself spoke of a decree from the executive chamber of Pompeii, and it said that the country would take revenge for the vile attack on Lord Richard, and that war would begin. The hero got angry, and throwing the document, asked if it was only because of this nonsense that they declared war on the kingdom of the Stuarts. The guy's hands were shaking, but even so it flattered him a little. That's why he smiled and didn't think that his high mountain fortress would ever be connected with such a historical moment. So he told his interlocutor that His Majesty was indeed correcting his mistakes, even though his fortress was attacked, but not seriously damaged. Christopher asked what kind of correction of errors he was talking about. He didn't think that the war with the Stuarts actually started because of an attack on them. Richard asked him what he meant, that he was just bait, and the old man said that in fact the Stuarts had declared war on them first and let him see for himself. The hero opened the document again and saw that during a standard military patrol, Jake had come across an unprovoked attack from Pompey, ultimately while putting up tough resistance to the attackers. He unfortunately died. Richard was stunned and shouted that it was clear that the Highland fortress was simply defending itself, but here it was set up as if they were the ones who had attacked. He couldn't understand how they could not even know that Jake was still alive. Christopher said it didn't matter at all, until the Stuarts themselves admitted it. No one would be able to prove that this was Jake. This old grievance has long since reached the boiling point, and now everything can only be resolved by war. The hero asked what this old grievance was. The old man noted that 5 years ago the Pompeys and the Stuarts discovered a mine with magic crystals on the disputed border. The reserves there were simply impressive, but they never determined who the mine belonged to. So the hero declared that for the sake of the mine with magic crystals, both sides were ready to declare war. The interlocutor said that a storm was approaching and asked if he was afraid, and the hero said that he would not be afraid because it was nothing. The man stood up and walked over to the window and then said that my boyfriend was staying here for a few days because someone wanted to meet him. Richard asked why they couldn't see each other right now, and the old man said that it was because the gentleman was very busy. The main character asked, but who is he? Is this the person he is talking about? And this is the governor of the Northeast. Christopher replied that the man was His Majesty, and they were now at his front door. The old man knocked on the door and asked His Excellency if he could come inside. The man replied that the gentleman should pass through, and the heroes, together with Christopher, went inside. The old man then told Richard that he had heard that he had kept him for several days and was asking for forgiveness, and the boy smiled and remarked that he was very polite. The interlocutor added that the two countries declared war on each other and, as a nominal party, what he thinks about this. The hero asked Christopher what side he was on. And he replied that His Majesty meant that in this war, their Pompey needed a hero who would inspire the people's military spirit. The guy said that he understood, he was talking about something, but he thought that every hero was destined to die and begged him not to even think about dragging him into this. His Excellency then inquired who, in his opinion, would be happy to come. And the hero declared that, of course, this head of the court was Lord Christopher. The old man remarked that Richard should not talk too much, since he was the one who was suited to the role of the hero. His name is written in the decrees of war between both states, and he is the master of the high mountain fortress. His lordship remarked that they should not take this as something too heavy, and he asked Christopher to pour everyone a glass of wine, and only let him choose a 50-year-old bottle. He agreed, and the man went on to say that the military corps was ready to give Richard the title of Knight of the Eagle, a rare honor in peacetime. The hero, with despair, noted His Majesty that even thieves do not bother to touch their village detachments of the high mountain fortress, and that there is complete poverty there. That's why, if he is ready to share half of the division of the most honorable palace with him, then he will think about it. The head of the court declared that the division of the most honorable palace lord really dares to think about it, and his lordship remarked that it was understood, and they would discuss it later, because he had one more thing that he wanted to ask him about. The Scar tribe recently answered the call of Pompey, but halfway there they disappeared without a trace. But the high mountain fortress is located exactly in the place where they disappeared, and he asked the hero if he knows where they are. In the end, it turns out that they are not natural warriors, and no one will simply accept their loss. The boy immediately stood up and remarked to His Majesty that he should not think about it. Of course, he doesn't know why at all, but right now, an unimaginable fire of justice is burning in his heart. So it is now that he considers himself worthy of the title of Knight of the Eagle. His Excellency asked if he had changed his mind, and the hero remarked that he was selflessly ready to serve this country since this was the duty of every Pompeian. Of course, he would take it upon himself, and the interlocutor noted that, in addition, being an Eagle Knight, he would receive great honor and respect. And his soldiers can also be enlisted in the Dragonclaw squad out of turn, but they will not be obliged to obey because they will have greater autonomy. Richard knew that the Dragonclaw, he remembered this squad, and they were known for their bloody and brutal battles. She understood that he didn't care whether they were good or bad troops. This battle would not be easy for both sides. Christopher said that Richard should not worry too much, since His Majesty was also currently serving in this legion. The hero was surprised and asked if His Excellency's son was also here. The old man noticed that this was reality, and so Leo was here too. Richard understood that this was, of course, wonderful, because the unit in which the prince served would certainly suffer the least, and there would be many merits. Then His Majesty declared that since he had not discussed everything so well, then he would not detain them, but let them rest, and the guy thanked him for this. Christopher and Richard came out of there, and the hero asked that perhaps the king's eyesight was not very good after all. The man noted that this was not even true, because it was not that it was not very good, he hardly saw anything at all. Despite this, his sense of revenge is very deep. The ability to understand the world with this feeling and spiritual strength is no worse than the eyes. The guy remarked that it was really cool, and Christopher went on to say that the strength of the past rulers was actually average. Despite this, all this does not mean that they were stupid. It's just that power requires double the expenditure of energy, as well as time. But their most respected majesty was able to cope with all of this. The hero was surprised, and thought that this old man was so furiously praising another man and that it was just some kind of snot. Then the head of the yard began to say something else. The hero's legs interrupted his. And he said that perhaps he should go to this dragon's claw to meet everyone, and his interlocutor said that perhaps that was really what was needed. Then he suggested going right now, and soon they arrived. When they entered that very building together, a large number of warriors were already training there. One of the main knights noted that this was the location of the Dragonclaw Legion and let them be allowed to ask what happened to them. Christopher noticed that this boy was Richard, the master of the Highland Fortress, and he had come here by order of His Majesty. The interlocutor read the instructions and asked who else was the owner of the High Mountain Fortress by order of His Majesty. After this, he turned around and asked the Lord to follow him. Richard asked what was wrong with this guy and why he was acting so weird, and Christopher said he didn't know and he shouldn't have reacted that way. The chief swordsman approached one of the doors and asked to come with you. The lords were not too angry with him. After that, he opened the door and noticed. Immediately, he did not make a reservation that it was Richard. Then perhaps they would still find out this truth. He and the hero turned their attention inside the room, and there were 3 acquaintances who pretended to be his squad. So he got angry and shouted, "Is this really that same bunch of freaks?" The old man asked if he had misheard what he had just said, and the hero said if they were so brave that they did not believe that he could finish them off. Then he went to the largest of them and noticed that the knight respected the eagle very much, that they were apologizing for this little joke because they did not mean anything bad. Richard was surprised but asked who they were anyway. The interlocutor was a little embarrassed and scratched the back of his head and noticed that he was actually Leo. Both men were stunned, and after that Christopher asked if this big man with dark skin was really His Majesty. Leo hesitated and stated that it was true. His father had probably already told Mr. Richard about him. The hero approached the table and asked what it was, whether he really was the son of His Majesty, and he noted that it turned out that way. The guy who pretended to be Richard said he was a member of the court division, and his name was Harry. And the guy who pretended to be Zali said he was a top-level swordsman from Horan. Richard thought that they had no skin or faces, and it was unclear why he still believed them, because they were typical slackers and also traitors all rolled into one. Most kings had several sons, and this made it easier to choose an heir for themselves. But here His Majesty also stood out very much, and he only has Leo. What a powerful omen of the fall of the state this is. After this, Richard turned to the leader of the knights and asked if he had seen them before, and why he too did not recognize His Majesty the Prince. The interlocutor became embarrassed and stated that in fact he had not seen them before. The hero stated, "How is that possible? Surely His Majesty Leo had not served in their Dragonclaw before, and why hadn't he seen him then?" A guy joined the conversation and noted that although he was listed here nominally, to be honest, this was his first time here. Nowadays, many noble children have learned to simply sign up for service, and the current generation has truly become worse than the previous one. The hero asked if he was not one of them, and the knight next to him noticed that he was almost. And Richard asked who he was to speak for others. And after that, turning to the three, he asked why they had pretended to be him. Leo then told Richard that it would be quite difficult for him to understand the soul of an unfortunate man who had no talent. The gentleman probably can't understand what it means to be a rotten egg. And the hero asked what kind of rotten egg. Christopher approached him and remarked that this applies to those people whose talent is indistinguishable from wood or stone. In their world like this, all beings have their own talent and power, even leaves or stones, for example. However, history is not short of talent, but a great wise man can become one by relying on hard work, resources, and luck, unless the person is completely talentless, which is why the hero asked Leo if he really was talentless. The guy hesitated, and with tears in his eyes declared that he really was nothing special. Harry then stated that His Highness had an excellent talent for the elements, and could absorb the elements on his own without even thinking about it. But he has a special body type and will be affected by these verses, so they must do a special weekly cleansing of the accumulated elements in their body. In general, elementalists cannot know the elements from their own bodies, just as a magician would never worry about a fireball clutched in his hand. Therefore, in fact, His Majesty's strength was different at birth, but it became like this after a severe illness he suffered 4 years ago. After that, Leo said that he had already heard that Richard could pass through an army of 1,000 with the strength of his body, and this made his heart tremble. The guy asked how long he was going to pretend and suffer. The hero saw their gloomy faces and remarked that he should not forget about it. Let him just come to their high mountain fortress to visit them sometime. He then went on to ask the commander of their Dragonclaw why he still couldn't see him. The knight asked for forgiveness for this. Lately, he has often been in the garrison, which is why he is not with them. Richard made a slight face that he understood all this, but he also liked to hold meetings without pressing problems. However, when the two states have already declared war on each other, he cannot stay here for long, and he still needs to return to his high mountain fortress as soon as possible. And when everyone was sharpening their knives and preparing for war, the only thing everyone faced was years of idleness. The high mountain fortress could barely keep up with the latest news that Wrath was bringing to them. Richard noted that this is a church of light, and they handed over the signature of the Pope to the two countries. An attempt to smooth out conflicts in the future. War is coming, but violence must be secured. They asked if this meant that wars were not fought, and Richard noted that the conflict could be settled, but the question itself was not resolved. If there was a battle, so be it. It was only a matter of time, though, and then he said that he was idle anyway, so Jake should be brought to him for trial, and his subordinate obeyed him. The guy said that the original plan was to get him for ransom, but in the end, Stuart sent him to his death to start a war, and he couldn't do anything. Jennifer said that the letter also mentioned that the Church of Light and the Church of Spirits were not there, and the snow collided with each other in front of His Majesty, and it ended with the Church of the Goddess of Ice and Snow simply leaving the hall. The hero declared that in this war it is impossible for the Church of the Goddess of Ice and Snow not to go out to fight with Pompey. But he really doesn't understand how one can insult such a powerful force as this church right on the eve of war. Jennifer noted that he may not have found out all the information he needed, so the text of the letter was a bit vague. Richard stated that this was true, because the church was very powerful and its strength was comparable to the strength of an entire country. His Majesty Alexander will not allow discord in his country, so they will definitely fall apart. After this, the guy asked his interlocutors who they thought would win, Stuart or Pompey. They said that she heard that their forces were equal, so they could start such a large-scale war, and the Tigress added that this was outdated information, and she was already 30 years old. Once King Alexander came to the throne, he did not have the same thirst for greatness and glory as the previous rulers. Pompey was able to revive and is now flourishing. Of course, the girl rarely praises people for their great deeds, but it was His Majesty, the ruler of this country, who was able to become a powerful ruler. Arnold of the Stuart line is the perfect example of a lousy monarch. He is quite durable as everyone can imagine. Both of these people are opposite to each other, and their powers have long been unequal. Richard asked if this meant that their Pompey would definitely not win, and the girl noted that it didn't necessarily mean that if it was a war between two states, then the issue would simply be resolved. But once entry to other countries is closed, this situation will become much more difficult. The hero asked if she meant that southern San Jose was also going to have a hand in the war, and the girl noted that most often the third side ends up winning the most. When they interfere, they win, and the guy said that he had a headache. Suddenly, subordinates with Jake came into them. The guy turned his attention to him and noticed that the Roaring Bear Legion commander had finally arrived. Jake stated that he was no longer of any value to him, so just let them judge him. And the hero noted that whether he was valuable or not was not up to him to decide. So it's better that he asks for what? Let him say what interests him and what doesn't. Otherwise, his sword will decide everything for itself. After this, the hero used his weapon and cut the man's chains, and then said that before revealing his secrets, let him look here. The commander noticed the document and asked if the Stuarts had really declared war on Pompey. Richard said that he should be more concerned with the fact that he was already dead to everyone. And the man said that this was how his country had disowned him. That day, he opened his treasury for visiting, so Jake also visited there. At that moment, the man's eye fell on an ivory bracelet, and the Lord told him that it was a ritual bracelet of one of the clans of savages, and not a piece of jewelry at all. But despite this, he, of course, knew that this was not a ritual bracelet. This item is not even a bracelet, but a ring that was worn by the Titan gods themselves, and it is a ring of thunder. The Titan king who ruled the world during that era created a whole set of rings from the bones of the rebels. They were named as follows: the Ring of Thunder, the Ring of Red-Hot Iron, the Ring of Earth Veins, and the Ring of Sea Storm, and were in the hands of 4 Titans. Jennifer noticed that this legend is very popular. It says that if you collect all 4 rings, you can get unprecedented power. The hero noticed that it was incredible. Afterwards, he asked Dyke where he had crushed it, and the man said that he had not obtained it, since Lord Magellan was a very powerful man, and he would not have dared to ask him. But he probably hasn't revealed the secret himself yet. That's why it could work to his advantage. Richard asked what he was saying. How could he not understand? Was he some kind of mentally retarded? Jake said that the higher the level of the magic items, the more imperceptible the fluctuations of their energy are, and that is why the energy of the Thunder Ring cannot be detected, even if it is an artifact. Titan artifacts can only be used by Titans themselves. The hero looked at his pet and noticed that if we were talking about Titans, then he had one of them. However, no one could find this artifact for a long time, and how did he manage to understand that it was him, as a child? And he declared that he was kissed by God. Richard was surprised, and Jennifer noted that, as the name suggests, this is a lucky person, blessed by the gods and possessing special abilities. The hero asked what abilities he had, since he felt nothing, and the interlocutor added that he could not see with his right eye in the usual sense of the word. The guy asked if he was blind, but his interlocutor said that this was not entirely true. He cannot see things, but he can distinguish the brilliance of color and the vibrations of different energies. And this is precisely the reason why he is sure that it really is a ring. The reason for this is that it emitted an unusual golden glow, accessible only to his eyes. The main character said that it was cool, and it was probably something like a golden pupil. Then asked to wait. He urgently needed to look at everything here. Suddenly there was something valuable lying around here. Jake noticed the pet, and noticed that it seemed a little unusual. Richard, inspired, asked us what else he could say, and the other man remarked that he could not see anything else. The guy was upset at first and then said that he definitely hadn't told anyone about his talent, probably. Jake noticed that this was the case, and by the time he realized what it was, he was old enough not to tell anyone about it. The hero asked why this was so, and the interlocutor noted that he had studied history, blessed by the discovery of his talent to people with relatives, the beginning of the countdown of life. Annie noted that it might be anatomical research or alchemical experiments or something like that. Richard cleverly returned and noted that special body parts of monsters could be used to create magical creations, and perhaps his eye could be used as well. Jake became very wary, and the hero smiled and noted that he was joking because he didn't have any alchemists here. Then the guy walked up to the man and grabbed him by the shoulder, noting that now he could no longer return to the stewards. So I asked him if he would like to join them by chance. The man looked at him with distrust and asked what would happen if he refused this offer. Richard smiled and said that he was facing eternal imprisonment. And are there any other questions? Jake stated that he has two conditions. If he does not agree, then he would rather die here. And the hero stated, "What a tragedy this is, let him speak." The man said first not to mock his eye, like hitting it or gouging it out. And the guy said that he had always been kind to his subjects. The man noticed that too, although he was a prisoner of war, he refused to join them as a slave, at least as a citizen. Richard stated that he accepted all of this, and then the other man evaded and stated that from now on, Jake would be faithful to them until his last breath. The hero was surprised by this and noted that it was rather saccharine. Immediately after this, I noticed that he had to come up with a new name for himself because Jake had been dead for a long time. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then declared that from now on he was Dracula and had nothing to do with the stewards. The hero realized that Jake was two-faced, and who would have thought that the system would approve of him quickly, unlike the man who claimed that he would give his life for him, and the system did not approve of him. She might still be angry about not having access to the biggest system perk at the Alpine Castle. Gradually, cool and late autumn set in, and Richard finally received military aid. He asked why they were sending all this. This thing looked like a coffin. It became clear to everyone that His Majesty wanted him to face death in battle with resignation. The knight told the gentleman that it was actually a primitive teleporter, and the hero asked if there really were world gates between them. He didn't believe it. They were enhanced with magic crystals. The interlocutor noted that this teleporter can automatically accumulate magical power every 2 weeks and teleport one person to the specified location. Richard said, however, they are waging a massive war and teleporting only one person every 2 weeks is very insignificant. The knight noted that one should not be ungrateful. If you did not constant request Leo, he would not be able to get. And it was so simple, and the guy understood who was being talked about. The interlocutor then stated that His Highness asked him to convey a message so that he could boldly kill enemies and achieve success. He said to tell Brother Richard that if he could not win the victory, he should run away when he had the chance, because the war was the country's business, and his life was his own. The main character found this quite funny, and he noticed that soon it was November and the church was no longer able to resolve the conflict successfully. Richard led the group to the city of Corin to meet up with a larger army. He knew that he had chosen such a beautiful name, the Ripper Army, and he had been given a disgusting banner. The Great War was coming, and the once barren lands beyond Corum were now occupied by a few legions. Somewhere on those streets, Lily said that such weather is not suitable for war, and in the wave, you can stay home and eat barbecue. Gunther noted that this was true. When the war was declared, no one thought that it would be so cold this year. The hero noticed the big beast, and noticed that this thing was so big, and why was it bigger than their local dragons? Suddenly, Jesse joined the conversation and told the guy to look. There was a sorcerer there. They immediately turned their attention to him. And Leo approached and noticed that he was a priest of the Church of the Ice Goddess. Richard became wary and noticed that this guy was some kind of undead. Where did he just appear from? And the interlocutor asked if he really scared him. The hero then said that he said it was the priest of the Church of Ice, and he thought they had problems with them in Pompeii. And Leo noticed that he was indeed right. Previously, each region was supposed to have 20 people, but this one has 2 times less. Then he said that we should go to a pre-war meeting and we shouldn't forget the banner. Before they headed there, the hero noticed that he had a meeting, and Lily should start taking the guys to lunch, and she agreed. Soon they got there and he got his banner out of the game, so Leo asked him if he really got the banner out of the trash. Richard noted that, of course not. He had made them in an Alpine castle. The guy added that they would come back later and take the banners to replace them. And the hero asked why this was so. Leo said that when the meeting was over, there would be a procession of all the legions with the banners of the detachments, and the hero noted that he lacked more problems in this kind of situation. Soon after, it was announced that the leader of the Dragonclaw Legion had arrived on the scene. Leo then noted to the hero that it was Oscar. who came from a famous Western family. However, in military circles, he was always characterized as a wise but indecisive man, capable of taking responsibility for his actions, but not for the overall situation. Richard then asked why he became commander-in-chief this time, and Leo said that several years ago Oscar took over the responsibility of commanding the troops. He did this when his partner's boss retired due to illness. The leader greeted Richard's commanders as well as Leo. The prince said that he should just call him by his first name. The army has no such thing as His Highness. And the interlocutor said that there was no need to be modest. His Highness is anywhere in the kingdom, and the barracks are no exception. Besides, he is interested in what he thinks about this war. Those present immediately began to think about this, but no one gave an answer to this question. Oscar noticed this, and with a smile on his face, said that there were no strangers here, so they should not be modest and say it like it is. From his 20 years of military experience, he does not think Stuart could match their Pompeii. They chose the wrong time and the wrong enemy, and His Majesty Arnold may yet inherit the title of Mad King. The hero asked Leo if he thought the Lord was as optimistic as he said, and the boy wasn't sure of the details, but his father usually didn't do things he wasn't sure of. Oscar said that in this battle on their side, there are only 150,000 people and 4 dragon cavalry. They are like the claw of the dragon. They will be the vanguard of the army and will be the first to attack Winterfell. The end result of this battle will not make them pay for their gross ignorance towards her. Richard thought that Magellan, whom Dracula spoke of, lives in a fortress of harsh winter, and God help him. Soon the hero returned home, and Gunther asked if the meeting was over, and the guy noted that it was. Afterwards, he asked where Chris was, why he hadn't seen him. His interlocutor said that there was a parade of flags going on in the street right now, and they were staring, not wanting to go back. Lily asked what his banner looked like, and the hero, embarrassed, said that it was just a piece of rag. The girl stood up, declaring that she would go and have a look. But the guy blocked her way and said, what was so wonderful about the banners, he thought. She had no business being out in the cold. Why don't they wrestle with her a couple of times? Then the girl said that they should just forget about it, and she won't go. Suddenly, one of the centaurs ran into their open door and told the master that something bad had happened. Chris and the others had started a fight with the people, the dragon's claw. They were at that very parade. The banners and the lizard said that he would spare no one. Before this, several lizards were at the parade, and one of them remarked that this was such an event and it was majestic. The interlocutor said that you saw that this was the military banner of their Alpine fortress. Several people laughed and pointed at them, shouting, what kind of crap is this? Another person said, just look at this flag with a broken chicken leg. How are they not ashamed to show such poverty? And the man noted that as far as he remembers, this is the banner of the Alpine fortress, and the head is the eagle rider. The guy noticed how else this short general could become famous. Did he see that the leader of the eagle riders was an ordinary yellow-haired boy? Chris became very angry about this and asked how these people dared to speak out against the Alpine fortress. So he ran up to the people who were laughing and hit one of them in the face. Someone asked what kind of reptile it was, and another noted that he had beaten up their soldiers, and so he would not let them get away just like that. Soon he ordered the men to go forward and the battle began, and now the hero ran up with the others and thought how they dared to mock their men from the Alpine fortress. Gunther screamed to hell with it all and to go into battle. So she jumped up to the man who was fighting Chris and kneed him in the face. Leo told Richard that it was great that he was here and that he could probably pull them apart. The hero noted that he would first get Chris out and then they would talk, not after the fight. The fight between their squad continued for some time, and the people from the Dragon's Claw asked how these people could fight so well. Yet, they are completely impossible to defeat, and they are as strong as some kind of bulls. The man noted that if he could not defeat them with his hands, then he would use weapons. Leo ran up to him and hit him with his hand, noting that, in his opinion, he had become bolder and could not do anything but wanted to win. Richard continued to escape without weapons and struck down his opponents from the other squad. Suddenly, someone appeared and shouted that everyone should immediately drop their weapons and stop fighting. It was Oscar, and he was saying that they were all soldiers and the whole kingdom would be held accountable for this stupidity they had committed today. And next to him was the adept wizard Marcus. Seeing the scene, the leader thought that most of those who were knocked to the ground and could not get up were soldiers and dragon claws. Gunther looked at the battlefield and asked where Chris was. The wizard Marcus told my lord that something was moving towards them at great speed. The people from the dragon's kitchen immediately turned their attention there and were wary. Chryso rode on the earth dragon and shouted for the boys not to run away and to come back and continue fighting them. One of the guys shouted that this was a local and a dragon, and the interlocutor noticed that this reptile was really listening to a common dragon, so he shouldn't make fun of him. Oscar told Richard that these were his people and asked him to keep them under control. and the guy said not to worry because he vouched for his soldiers perfectly. In the confusion, people from the neighboring detachment began to scatter, and the show's heroes were on the way. Chris saw him and asked if this was the chapter, and the hero remarked that he would only tell him this once. And after that, he stood right in front of the Earth Dragon's passage and ordered it to stop immediately. People were amazed and said that there were so many local dragons, and everyone stopped after the word stop. Someone asked if all the Alpines were crazy. Chris told the master that they were the ones who started insulting their fortress, and the guy added that he should forget about it. It was good for a small fight, but it was their fault that they summoned the dragon. Oscar remarked to the hero that he couldn't believe they had such a powerful Earth Dragon, and the hero remarked that if it only seemed that way between them, they ate a lot. The man hoped that they would understand that this brawl was an outrageous horror, and that he and the rulers of the Dragon's Claw would have to pay for it. The company commander, King Dragon Jonathan, noticed that the Lord's soldiers were just new to the city, and they were being too cautious in their new surroundings. Oscar noted that he didn't know that their men were fighting with others, but if he couldn't send his internationally, then how could he be an officer? Jonathan said he thought the soldiers were too excited, because after all, war with Stuart was coming soon. Presumably, he thinks the same applies to Lord Richard's subordinates. The hero noted that this was so, but how it was his duty for the soldiers to fight back when they were attacked. Be that as it may, it is impossible to deny that there are scars on his face, and he is the real culprit. Oscar said that it is difficult to blame Lord Richard for this, and he, in turn, bears responsibility as an officer, and this is just fate. The hero noted that perhaps this was something random and strange, and that was not the reason for this farce. Oscar noted that they should both keep their mouths shut, because they would do anything to avoid responsibility, and it was a perfect combination. If they could use it in battle, they wouldn't have to worry about the outcome of the battle. But the honor they had passed on was too heavy for him to allow anyone to tarnish it. In accordance with military discipline, he decided that in relation to this fight, the commanders were included in the vanguard of a special command. The vanguard was going into battle, and Jonathan told the hero not to look so sadly. They say that this is the vanguard battalion, but the enemy is always in front of him. Richard pointed out to Leo that it was their business in Suffolk, so why had they come? The guy said that he volunteered to do it himself, and he didn't know anyone else. Jonathan noted that, after all, the three of them were the most responsible, and if they were severely punished, he would not be able to stay away. There was so much snow this year, and it was surely a sign from the goddess of light and ice, so he asked the wizard if it was true. Marcus stated that snow and wind were normal natural phenomena, and there was no need to drag a goddess into this. The leader of the Claw thought, "It is not surprising that out of 10 famous ice and snow mages, he is the one appointed to the vanguard. With low IQ, they will be ostracized." It was also quite snowy at the command headquarters of the company's expeditionary forces. One of the subordinates was in the room, and the man was telling him to pour more. The boy told His Majesty Dr. Simon that he would not advise it, but the man interrupted him and told him to pour more, and his subordinate added that he was making his task more difficult. Alexander entered the room and remarked to Simon that he really should get out in the sun more often. The interlocutor stated that he knows its effectiveness and does not depend on it, and the old man added that this also brings benefits. The goblin remarked that he was simply afraid that the humans would find out that the human expeditionary force was being commanded by a goblin from the most despised race. And yet, despite all this, he is disabled. Alexander poured himself a glass and noticed that he couldn't sing anymore. He's sure his people don't care, so he should go for a walk because he deserves some fresh air. Old Simon obeyed him and remarked that he would do as he wished. After that, they went out into the street together, and the man took the goblin out in a wheelchair. He noticed that it was the tuna's flame boundary that maintained the internal temperature, but the interlocutor noticed that His Majesty takes everything to heart. Alexander added that they also met in the cold and hungry winter. The man said that this was true, and there was a food shortage then. The old man stated that when they did not find the creature, they saw Simon in its all-devouring mouth. And so, during his rescue, he accidentally discovered that he was a god-bearer, and a very smart one at that. When the old man finally becomes king, he will be able to continue to use his talents at the state level. Everyone considered him a genius who managed to combine teaching with administrative activities. But despite this, few people know that the real person behind the curtain is the one who pulls them inside. It turns out that it is thanks to Simon that their Pompeii is thriving. The goblin stated that His Majesty saved his life, so he will do everything possible to help. The king asked if there was anything to say about it, whether there really was nothing about him. The interlocutor asked what he was talking about, and Alexander remarked about the goddess of birth. The goblin then told the master to be patient because the ripe apple would one day fall to the ground. And the army asked them whether they had already set out, and the king remarked that they had set out that morning, and Richard had been temporarily transferred to the vanguard. The goblin remarked that this was a good idea and would allow them to see what he was capable of. When he first analyzed the fortress, he found that every step they took was gigantic. The old man himself is a genius and naturally does not doubt the ability of others to perform miracles. So he can only explain all this by the fact that Lord Richard is a rare and also a great general. Jonathan remarked to the hero that he was in a great mood even after everything, and the guy said that he was practicing the prayer book for his own perfection. Leo noticed that, according to him, the people of the fortress and the temple are the same thing. The hero was angry and he had an affair with you. He shut his mouth because he is the only one who does not shut up. Suddenly, one of the subordinates of the kitchen group ran up and shouted that there was something ahead. There is the very city that seized Stuart's troops to defend itself. Jonathan said that there might be a whole formed corps of 3,000 to 5,000 people there, and that this territory is a relatively important military hub. Leo noticed that this was not the case. This was an ordinary farming town with the only specialty being pumpkins. The leader asked how high the wall was and what the defense was like, and the subordinate noted that the wall was thin, no more than 3 peaks high, and no guards were found either. The man said that it was strange. Isn't it an empty city? And the hero added that perhaps it wasn't that simple. Most likely, this place is indeed a trap to lure them in. After a while, the main character climbed onto the back of one of the earth dragons and looked through a telescope. After that, he approached the others and noticed that he saw a small farming town in Cascade. The soldiers on the wall also noticed them and began to quietly transfer their troops. Jonathan said he thought he had just seen a griffin flag with a red background and gold stripes. Leo said he knows of a trillion with griffins that are in Stuart. Richard remarked that he had a man who had formerly served in Stuart's garrison, and he would call him to see him. Dracula looked there and noticed that this ambition of the lion, and he also met the head of their army, whose last name was Lincoln. They are only but regular region, and the man is sure his troops are stronger. The hero said that then there is no need to hesitate and prepare for the attack. After this, he, the hero, ordered the archers to block fire and the infantry to raise their shields and prepare for a siege, at which time they were preparing to attack the city of Cascade. There was Baron Lincoln, who was the commander-in-chief of the Army of the Brave Lions. He noticed that several days had passed since the declaration of war on Pompeii. The command was in complete chaos, or perhaps a piece of shit was a more apt description. 15 days ago, His Majesty asked their griffins to move to Winterfell. And now, 3 days ago, they were asked to return to Wangdu, which is like asking them to become a monkey, but Pompey's army is already on the move, blocking their way back. He had to bring his men into the small town of Cascade to be able to fight on the defensive, and it was all that stupid Arnold's fault. His Majesty Arnold was never interested in politics and always relied on a few ministers to form the cabinet. It worked well enough that some people even thought it was a better way than the emperor's monopoly, but then Arnold suddenly returned as king, and he began to interfere in politics with greater force. And soon it became clear to everyone that he was talking pure nonsense. It is well known that in recent years Pompey has developed much better. But the king declared war on them, and now the subordinate told Lincoln that the barbarians were advancing. He was shocked and noticed that he should show him. The commander-in-chief went out onto the wall, and his subordinates declared that you, my lord, took care of yourself because this is a rain of arrows. But the man continued on his way, and they covered him with shields to save themselves. Lincoln looked at the arrow and noted that it was amazing, but not 3 times bigger. The knight told my lord to look at these dragons. It was only a matter of time before he destroyed the wall beneath them. Richard asked why no one had broken away. He would have liked to demonstrate their military prowess. Jonathan noted that they had too much cavalry and they could not escape. The arrows were fired and further discussion was required. The hero asked what the point was in simply letting the dragon take the initiative and break through the walls. Jonathan said that the siege was a delicate and difficult matter since he was inexperienced. Why not entrust it to him? Richard noted that it did not matter. Everything depended on him. Leo noted that she would like to gather her orcs and tigers. Such a battlefield suits them. The hero thought that they really do this for the sake of military affairs. Soon after this, the order was given to the detachment to rush into the attack, and they all rushed. After that, Richard ordered Jessie to hit the fireball and make a hole in that damn wall. Saman immediately used her magic and sent a huge stream of fire upward. Soon after, a giant fireball crashed onto the wall, and the hero looked at Jessie and noticed that she was a piece of shit. Was she really going to make a hole in the wall like that? After this, the priest in the church came up and asked to let him do it. He immediately began to use his power and a large amount of snow appeared. Then this giant block of snow headed towards the wall and destroyed it, breaking through it. The troops present in the city noticed a huge hole, and Capet's heir Johnson turned to his uncle and asked what they should do. Lincoln said that the enemy would certainly attack through this gate and that the order should be given to all infantry to prepare. The heir asked how it was to attack and not defend. But the man shouted with no. Don't be stupid and go forward. So the guy said that they will do it. A subordinate said his nephew didn't seem to understand what war was, and Lincoln remarked that he would begin to grow up when the army stopped calling him uncle. The interlocutor asked whether he had understood correctly that he had just said that they needed to attack. But the commander added that this needed to be done without fuss. Still, now is not quite the right time for this. They are Stuart's most secret weapon, and he will not allow them to be revealed until it is necessary. Stuart has a superb black crystal, Rhoda Vera, which can be purified to create the famous magical equipment, the Destiny Stone. Those who have been on the brink of death are rewarded and given the ability to control their own blood. The stone takes its name from the power of a soldier who controls blood. Some of them may be good fighters, while others are most likely useless, and the solution to the problem of the lack of black crystal is simple for Stuart. For each stone, a certain number of human receptors are prepared. And if a person is too weak, he is simply killed, and the stone is given to the next person. Skilled recipients of the stone, who become Stuart's finest soldiers, are known as blood transfusions. And in this city of Cascade, there are 50 Blood Knights who are Lincoln's main force in this battle, and it won't take him long to destroy the enemies. Around the same time, a knight in golden armor appeared on the battlefield, destroying everything around him. Lincoln saw this warrior and was dumbfounded, so he asked the almighty light of God what the hell this was. When that knight in armor continued to fight, the tail of the beast was visible from underneath him. Lancelot noticed this and declared that it was indeed half man, half beast. So it really does seem to him that it is time to move forward now. Lincoln noted that there was no need because they still had to wait. They needed to strike back. It is possible that the Pompeians are indeed rapidly advancing on their breached wall. But despite this, their archers occupy a more powerful defensive position. Indeed, when the archers began to shoot from the roof, a large number of barbarians circled around without protection. But soon, the situation began to change, and these archers were killed with some strange weapons. They looked closely and saw that these were ice crystals flying from the walls. Lincoln was horrified, asking what it was and not understanding who was doing it. And this matter was handled by a shaman from the Church of Ice and Snow who used his power. The leader turned to Lancelot, who declared that in the end it was up to them to turn the tide of events. There is no need to worry in your head, because the man will bring the seriousness of the problem to the attention of the attackers. At the same time, the main character was looking through binoculars at how the battle was going. With a smile on his face, he declared that this was truly worthy of both a half-man and the pinnacle of courage. Leo told him to stop looking and give him the binoculars because he wanted them too, and the guy gave them to him and said that these were his half-humans after all. The prince's half-humans are truly something, and perhaps he will make use of them somehow. Suddenly the man noticed that this couldn't be true. They were at a disadvantage. The hero looked with him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Together, they saw some strange combat unit that easily destroyed knights. Richard asked how it was possible to allow the tide of the battle to turn in an instant. What he didn't understand was what had happened to Buster there. The hero could not understand how that man could lose to these incomprehensible wars. Richard then told Chris that this was his area of responsibility, and that he should first accompany their retreat, and he immediately agreed. After a while, the Claw Squad returned and Jonathan was angry. The man wondered what kind of creatures these were that had turned the tide of events. The main character came out to them with a bottle of wine and asked what was going on. Jonathan took a sip and noticed that there was a great group of magic knights there. He didn't know what kind of magic they used, but it was pretty amazing. After this, a knight in golden armor came up and took off his mask, and this creature turned out to be a tiger, who noticed that they were using red weapons. Another guy added that they stretch and can fly without hands. The hero was shocked and asked if such a power really exists. Suddenly, Dracula approached and noticed to the master that these were Knights of the Blood. Leo asked if these were really the same Knights of the Blood, because he had heard quite a lot about them. Richard noted that he knew several new ones, but in Stuart, there was no more than one brigade of Knights of the Blood. It is not clear how there can be so many knights here and asked Dracula to know how strong they are. The man said that compared to her, he is much stronger. Jonathan suggested waiting for the arrival of the main part of the Legion before they made a mistake, because they would not dare to leave the city. The hero noted that this was nonsense and there was no need to strain. He soon became serious and ordered the Alpine fort to prepare for battle. The Talon leader noted that these Blood Knights and their entire legion were not something they could easily take down. Richard's subordinates approached him and noticed that this was their improved armor. It was lighter and also faster. The hero began to dress her and remarked to the horde that if they couldn't do it, then let them say they couldn't. But Richard's squad shouldn't be included. The interlocutor noted that they could not attack the city with the help of dragon cavalry. But Richard had already changed his clothes and with a smile on his face said that he should just wait a little. At the same time, I wondered if he really thought that his Alpine army only had land dragons, since barbarians and centaurs were the best of the best in the world. The hero saw the banner and shouted that they should not hang out this order in disgrace and remove it. Jonathan got dressed and noted that if he considered him a weakling, then he was going too. The church sorcerer noted that he could no longer help, because the spell had stolen his divine power. The tiger in armor asked the master to allow them to return to the battlefield again to kill the enemy. Leo told them not to worry, and that he would do nothing to undermine their morale. Gunther told all the newcomers to step aside, because they didn't belong here, and Lily added that it was right, because they were the ones who should take the initiative. The main character shouted that this was excellent, and that the old men should be allowed to fight. Soon, the Alpine fortress was once again assembled to lead the attack. But whether they would succeed this time remains to be seen. The opponents noticed that there was another quick attack, and this time only 8% of the number of people who were in the last attack had gathered there. Lincoln noticed that this time the battle was only being watched by the dragons of the area and the cavalry centaurs who were watching from afar. Johnson asked to join the battle. His uncle told him to go and be careful because he should stay with the knightly reserve and not go alone. The old man then went to the top of the wall to give instructions to his subordinates. He told the archers that the barbarian soldiers of Pompeii were already close, so let them shoot as much as possible, and they agreed. Literally a moment after they received the instructions, they received several arrows to the head. Lincoln hid behind the wall and noticed how they could move at such high speed and still shoot with such accuracy. Afterwards, he ordered half of the warriors to raise their shields and cover the archers from fire, and be sure to provide sufficient support to the warriors under the walls. Lily told the chief that they had set up shields, and the guy added that they should aim for the back of the bill and shoot if they dared to show even a body. The centaurs obeyed his order and began to shoot, so some of the archers were actually hit by these arrows. Lincoln saw this and realized that these were veterans with huge numbers and experience, and they didn't even make it to the second round before suffering heavy losses. It is possible, of course, that these younger Pompeian horsemen were stronger than the three-bladed orcs. Finally, the main character rushed to the wall with his weapon and was ready to attack. They were met by one line of defense, and so the subordinates attacked them. The heroes jumped over. The fight between these opponents dragged on quite strongly, and the Earth Dragons also arrived in time for this attack. Lincoln thought that the sword of that military man was especially strange because his weapon was clearly not sharpened, but was able to inflict such a devastating blow. Lancelot was ready for battle and asked if it was their turn yet. The leader thought that the Blood Rider, his card, and whoever played it first at that moment would be at a disadvantage, but again it seems he has no choice. So he asked Lord Lancelot to help him win this victory again. The main character at this time was fighting on the battlefield, easily defeating his opponents, and suddenly he noticed something. There appeared some rather strange squad of the game. I thought, could it really be the legendary Knight of Blood? And he appeared. In this, he immediately used his power, and it enveloped his body, and he also asked that it not fail him. After this, the opponents rushed at each other, and Lancelot shouted for him to die. The hero noted that he had never heard such a strange request before, but he would grant it. Their powers were indeed quite strong, and due to the resonance, one country glowed red and the other blue. Richard noted that they had gotten straight to the point, and he was a wolf. After this, he pushed his opponent away with his enormous strength and inflicted a wound on him. Lancelot was surprised that such a severe and huge injury was inflicted in one moment. Using his great hero speed, he soon found himself behind his opponent, and noticed that there was no point in being distracted on the battlefield. The man noticed his attack at the last moment and still managed to block it with his weapon. But the main character also had no intention of stopping and attacked the knights of the opposing squad. He then remarked that they should all go to hell with their leaders. Those creatures smiled slyly at him in response and threw their weapons to the side. The swords they were holding in their hands extended far behind the boy's back and turned into shurikens that were ready to attack. Richard, of course, saw this, but did not understand how this could happen. Soon he picked up his weapon and with his power made a shield that would protect him. The opponent's weapons collided with his sword and blood gushed out. Richard felt blood on his face and thought it was disgusting. While the guy was distracted by this opponent, they didn't stop for a second and appeared behind him. And the main character, of course, saw this, and at the last moment managed to turn away from their swift attack. Soon she abandoned her weapon and began to fight these opponents with her hands, throwing them around. The Blood Knights lay on the ground, and the hero noticed that without their weapons they would not be able to fight with their bare hands. After that, he took their own weapon and pointed it in their direction while declaring that even idiots couldn't win against him. Richard, after defeating his opponents, turned his attention to the blood and to his subordinates. Gunther stated that this Blood Knight was truly something, but it took a lot of effort to kill one. At this time, the leader of the Claw Squad, together with the Panther, also attacked one opponent. Of course, at that moment he was wounded, but by extending his hand he used his blood. Because of this, a shield appeared right in front of him, with which he repelled the opponent's attack. The hero understood that this blood manipulation technique is truly universal. So it turns out that not only can it be manipulated remotely, but it can also be turned into a shield. Otherwise, it will not allow him to finish this game. Several barbarians were killed after fighting in fair combat. Lincoln fought them, thinking that these barbarians were tough guys, but this time he would die trying to win. After that, he turned his attention to the main character, who was standing next to Lancelot's body. Lincoln was taken aback by this and thought how the leader of the Blood Knights could be dead. One of the subordinate knights ran to Lord Johnson and said that he would fight with him, but at that moment, he was killed by a barbarian who was there. And soon after this, the Lord himself was left surrounded and struck with a sword. Lincoln knew the situation was a stalemate. Win Johnson and Lancelot were already dead. Of course, there were still a few knights of the Blood Squad who attacked Gunther from behind. The main character noticed this and struck them with his weapon, asking how they dared to sneak up on him. Richard shouted at her to retreat first. The dragon of the area would be here soon, so they shouldn't get caught in the wave. Gunther stated that she understood everything. The crowd of attacking people shouted that there would be a charge now, and the dragon of the area would destroy the walls. Lincoln was no longer fighting, but looking ahead and realizing that it was all over. After that, he saw huge emergency dragons and shouted that they should leave, and also asked the stupid lizard to get lost. But it was too late, because the earth dragons could not be stopped, and they easily destroyed the walls of the fortress. One of the bloody warriors asked if the city walls had been destroyed, and another asked how this could have happened. The guy then said that Lord Lancelot was there, and that this man killed him. This is absolutely unforgivable. Even if they lose this battle, they will avenge the death of their lord. So they ran straight towards the main character and shouted that they would take his life. Richard noticed that the man knew his country had been defeated, but still wanted to avenge his lord. He then raised his weapon and noticed that their courage was fully accepted by him as Richard. Then the hero prepared for the attack and noted that if his master's life was so dear to him, then he should stay here with him. After that, he made a very strong attack with his power and magic, and the blast wave killed those people. In the corner of the undestroyed city walls was Lincoln. He had a knee in his hands and he immediately plunged it into his heart. While turning to his father, he begged him to forgive his son for his incompetence. It was a monster with a giant ball that was engulfed in chai flames, and he couldn't hold back. So he was really very sad, and he kept apologizing until the last moment, until his eyes closed. After some time, the sunset appeared on the battlefield, and the warriors were very joyful. The whole crowd of people shouted with joy that it was a real success. They didn't win, and it was a victory. Leo noted that it was hard work for all of them to participate in 2 sieges in one day. Jonathan said that if he wanted to thank, he should thank Richard, because he is the real fighter. Gunther asked the chief if it was a lunar wave, but it was amazing, and the guy noticed that she shouldn't pretend she didn't know him. Afterwards, he noticed that he was hungry and asked if there was any suckling pig, and if not, ham would do. Leo thought, this is what it means to be ridiculously strong. Leo walked over to Lincoln's body and remarked that he couldn't believe he had committed suicide. Jonathan stated that he probably knew that if he lost this battle and survived, he would sit in a cage for the rest of his days. Then he asked what Richard was doing with the heir, and Gunther noticed that the head of the family always had this habit. She doesn't know why it surprises everyone, but they don't get used to it. The hero thought it was terrible. He didn't expect some blood knight to appear out of nowhere in this shitty city and cause so many deaths this time. Perhaps everything was going so smoothly that he got a little carried away with himself. The boy returned to the battlefield and noticed that they were all soldiers who had come this way with him. Therefore, he promised his fallen soldiers that he would remember them all. Soon the sorcerer of the Holy Church told him not to worry, because the great goddess of ice would notice their lost souls. A huge number of funeral pyres burned on the battlefield, and in this way, the warriors said goodbye to their brothers. Gunther told the leader not to blame himself, because for them, fighting and death are a part of life, Lily added that it was such a rare privilege to die in a large enough battle. Richard told him there was no need for them to come here to talk to him since he was fine, but there was good news. Another update after this battle. Finally, the first system top fighters have appeared. Berserker and Centaur Pioneer are the two names that first appeared as top titles. Having been in an Alpine castle for some time, it is not surprising that no one has been promoted for some time. The Barbarians, the earliest of the patriarchs, produced only one best warrior, while the later Centaurs produced 4. Perhaps the former need more experience. Melissa told her boss that she felt different. The hero wondered what her name was, and then asked what happened. The interlocutor flared up and declared that it seemed she was heading towards enlightenment, and the hero asked what kind of enlightenment. Immediately after this, Melissa noticed that she felt as if she was about to explode, and some strange energy began to emanate from her. Those present, as well as the main characters, were horrified, and the guy asked what she was doing. It seemed like something was about to happen, but after a few moments, everything went quiet. Richard became very angry at what he saw and asked if she was playing with his feelings. The girl thought that he seemed to be quite angry, but the hero came closer and noticed that since she was not angry enough, he would help her. The guy started beating the person and said that he should be angry enough, and she begged him to stop. Soon after, she screamed that enough was enough, and a strong wave flew away from her. Then Melissa seemed to flare up with rage and noted that this was really enough. Her appearance had indeed changed quite a bit, so she stated that it appeared to have been carried out. Richard was happy about this and asked her how she felt, if there was anything special about it. Melissa stated that she wanted to hit someone, and it was like a fire burning in her heart. Leo came closer and noticed that it was a berserker. The hero thought that this man could not see the system interface, and was there such a thing as a berserker in this world? The sorcerer came up and asked if he hadn't heard of the famous berserker, and the hero wondered if they were talking about a berserker of ancient times. The man said that this is true. In the distant times when the Titans were the kings of the world, people had no advantages over orcs, titans, and elves. But in general, the human race arose to hold the glory of the future continental and hegemon. That is, the wind itself leads the berserker. Richard asked what this had to do with Melissa, and the shaman noted that the history of this time was so obscure that many races disappeared during that period, and they too. According to various rumors, the barbarians have a more or less pronounced lineage of the berserkers, but he does not know whether this is true or not. Judging by the way Richard's subordinate looks now, she has definitely fallen into a rage and thinks that perhaps she has activated the berserker blood. Richard may not know that the wind berserker has disappeared, but the secret of berserking has survived to their day, and the secret art has been modified and turned into a holy prayer. It is said to be more effective and has fewer side effects. Richard noted that it was all probably related, and now that the fight was over, why not try to get out of it? The girl was breathing heavily and fell to the ground, so the hero asked what was wrong with her. Melissa noticed that she was so tired, because she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The shaman said that perhaps it was because she was not yet used to it, so let her go back and rest, then everything would be fine. Richard told his subordinates to hurry up and remove the loot and count the pokers. The subordinate understood the order. The hero didn't even think that he would improve himself, so he invested all the attribute points into the holy prayer, leaving 2 points each in dexterity and strength. The system bonuses are proportional, and with its current base of 2 attribute points, it is an exaggerated effect. The guy asked how the capture of war trophies and the collection of captive tigers was going, and Jonathan replied that everything was already in progress. Richard asked where the camp of the commander of their army was. The leader of the Claw Squad noted that he had not yet had time to look, but why was he looking for this camp? The main character smiled slyly and remarked, "How is it?" "Why, for robbery, of course." Jonathan said that 80% of the camp is located at the original residence of the commander, but does not know where it is. Dracula noted to the gentleman that he is familiar with it and he can lead. Richard noticed that he'd already forgotten about him and let him show the way. It was surprising that there were quite a lot of commoners in this suburb. Jonathan noted that it was normal. If the repatriation was carried out before the war, there are always people who have nowhere to go. The hero asked if the interlocutor was sure that it was here. Dracula noticed that everything was correct. Then the hero went inside and noticed that it looked miserable from the outside, and he would eagerly wait for him to be compensated for the moral damage. And when they all went inside together, they were stunned by the expensive things. Jonathan remarked that, of course, this must be personal property brought by the army commander himself. The wine really tasted good and was quite pleasant. But suddenly Leo said that they shouldn't look because he had found an official letter. Richard came closer and asked to be allowed to take a look too. After that, they looked there together and were stunned by the information. The hero did not understand what kind of jokes these were. Did they really want to confuse Stuart's army? Jonathan came closer and asked what he was talking about. Richard said that the Brave Griffin and the Bloody Knight received several conflicting orders to transfer, but in the end they were blocked here and could not take a step. The man asked if it was a fake, and the hero noted that this was issued by the Council of Ministers and then by the Imperial Court. But the plan and route had nothing in common. Richard said to go immediately with a copy of the letter to the rear and also let him ask whether they should move forward or rest. Jonathan noted that this crazy King Stuart. He intervened in the command of the wish, and this is indeed so, and the hero declared that in this case the banquet should begin on the way he... At night, Gunther was near the dead soldiers and smiled slyly. Richard came up behind her and asked what she was doing, and the girl noticed that the head was quieter. It turns out that in the hearts of these people there is a very powerful and valuable magic stone, and she is going to pull it out. The hero asked how she wants to find such a good thing. After all, the girl said that, in the end, it was their Alpine fortress that was the main force, and it was reasonable to choose the best war trophies. The rest she gave became heavy, that he wants to kill her now. In Stuart are not idiots, and how could it happen that she does not realize this kind of problem? These mystical knights have explosive fruits in their bodies, and once the host dies, the fire element explodes and burns the magic. Did she know why? The girl remarked that they were just idiots. Richard shouted all this angrily because he was bitter, and the girl was shocked. Dracula noticed that the gentleman had a jewel on him. Near the man's heart he saw a flame of light, and there must have been a stone of destiny that had not been destroyed by mistake. Richard took it and noticed the control of blood, deprivation of feelings, stimulation, intent to kill. Such is the role of the magic stone, and it is still too abnormal. This kind of thing would definitely bring chaos to their world. Dracula wondered. But did they still want it? Richard said that this was nonsense. Why would they not want what he now had in his hands? This is a mentally ill addiction. Now, no one is allowed to talk about it today. They will take advantage of the darkness and hurry to burn all the corpses so that there are no traces left and they will not be discovered. Gunther soon asked how he made it look like a theft, and the hero noted that she was the main brain, so he should shut up and calm down. On the way, they met Jonathan, who remarked that he had not seen him when he was drinking wine and what they were doing now. Richard said that they were going to bury the corpses, otherwise it would cause a plague. The interlocutor asked if everything was okay with him now that it was winter. Everything would thaw out by next spring. The hero screamed, but doesn't he still have to deal with this in the spring? Doesn't he think it's better to deal with it earlier? Let him forget about it, they'll deal with it themselves. Jonathan said he was not quite right in the head, and the shaman added that it was possible, but he could not bear to watch the mutilated corpses carrying the darkness. After some time, the protagonist was sitting with Leo, and he noticed that the letter sent with the Falcon yesterday afternoon had come back. The main army asked them to stay put. When they arrived, they were told that they would begin to attack the Winter City. Richard thought Dracula was saying that the Thunder Ring was in the house of a high-ranking nobleman named Magellan in the Winter City. Noticed, remembers the Winter City the main and important city of Sturt, Leo stated that it was so, but now it seems Stuart is surprisingly slow to react to their attack in Pompeii. The hero said, "To be honest, this war is not at all like a national one. It is too easy and the cities are successfully conquered." Leo said that now there were only a few large cities left in Stuart, and all of them were guarded from within and could not retreat. The hero asked where the hundreds of regiments in the army had gone. They were under their jurisdiction. And where did the Dragon, Knight, and Great Mage go again? The interlocutor said that the king's accidental violation of command was one of the reasons. But that's not the only reason, because perhaps Stuart really is secretly up to something. 3 days after Richard led the detachment, successfully broke through the city, and the main forces of the Legion also rushed for a general assembly. Many people were looking at the guy, and he asked what they were staring at. Did they really see gold on his face? Leo said that they envied him, the Knight of the Falcon, because he defeated the Blood Knight, won the first victory, and captured the banner of the Legion. Richard said that sounded good, and his interlocutor said that he shouldn't get too cocky. He was in the spotlight now, so when they came back, they would just kick him out. The initiator rots first, and he must know this, and the hero asked if the board makes sense if it is replaced with gold. Oscar said that Richard's victory came as a surprise to him. It was hard for him. Leo noted that he overestimated him. The hero wished the gentleman a good day, and the miss and the girl did the same in return. After that, she looked at the hero and noticed that he was rude. The guy did not understand why this girl was so angry. Leo said that it was even stranger that he had to tell him off, because it was Mr. Roger, and he was a guy, so he didn't like being mistaken for a girl. The protagonist was stunned, and the interlocutor noted that this might be difficult to accept, but that's how it was. They even went to wash together. Oscar said that Richard knew why such a powerful beast as a dragon wanted to become a partner of a rider. The hero asked and thought that he did not understand why this question. The man said that dragons have different characteristics that do not speak to you, and their life cycle is measured in thousands of years, but they live it in boredom and indifference. Dragons don't mind spending a decade traveling with people they find interesting, and the hero now understands everything. Leo noticed that there were also some particularly interesting chants, touching the soul or relying on appearance. Richard was shocked again, and he asked if he really wanted to say that the boy was a dragon rider. Oscar said that it was because there was a dragon ready to take the initiative. He wants to download the contract because of Mr. Rogers' appearance. In terms of aesthetics, there is no significant difference between humans and dragons, and beauty is beauty. He had heard that after the defeat of friendly forces, he took responsibility for a second attack on the enemy army. Lord Roger recognized his fearlessness, and therefore came here on foot and not riding a dragon. Soon after these words, a rather strong wind arose and soared into the sky. Oscar said that this was indeed the Master's dragon, and the name of this wind dragon was Asterix. In truth, this is the first time after Asterix and Roger signed a contract when they went on a foray outside Pompeii. Except for the dragon, there are also 9 Falcon Knights, and they have amazing maneuverability. Richard remarked that he was delighted that if he one day had a flying beast to ride, it would fly over the heads of other sledders and shit on them. In one of Stuart's towns, a man asked if there was no news, and the subordinate said no, there was no news. The old man said, "What are the top brass thinking about? They themselves declared this war, so now they are pretending to be dead." At first it was good, because their city received a lot. There were enough provisions, but he does not know for some unknown reason that reinforcements from other provinces from afar were all transferred and supplies ran out. It was, after all, obvious that the war would affect the fate of the state, but they acted carelessly. The man noticed that they could carefully consider how to use the power of the provinces to fight back. Another noted that they were no scoundrels. They had only 30,000 city guards and 10,000 volunteers among the civilian population, and there were as many as 200,000 Pompeians. The old man remarked that Bernard should not get angry, as it was not often accompanied by stupidity and excessive aggressiveness. The subordinate agreed with his judgment and apologized, but the gentleman put his hand on his shoulder and said that they would do everything possible and leave the rest to the god of light. In the city where the main character was, quite a large number of birds were flying, and soon riders on griffins appeared. Lily asked the leader if he thought they could take this city by storm, and the city walls here, which were much more majestic than the previous ones. The hero said that there shouldn't be any problems, but Leo noted that the books on the art of war said that it might take more enemies to condemn a city. The guy looked through the telescope and saw a girl, so he thought, who it is? It's hard to tell by her clothes, and it's possible that it's a Stuart pastor. Richard understood perfectly well that she had a simply gorgeous figure, and in modern parlance, she was a MILF among MILFs. Leo asked why he was watching, and the guy said that he hadn't noticed anything strange yet, just the usual security and patrolling. Suddenly, a report came that they had completed reconnaissance within the city walls, and nothing unusual had been noticed. There, in the equal step of half-ruined buildings and low walls, they do not have many weapons and crossbows for counterattack. Leo ordered them to return to formation, and Lily turned to the leader and asked how soon they could occupy Stuart after the intelligence report. Richard noted that if there were only 2 countries on the continent, everything would go much easier. But the reality is that, with the exception of Stuart and Pompeii, there is now a west of the Holy Lotus. So it turns out that they are clearly not going to watch one side or the other suffer total defeat in a war. The engineers began collecting wood for production. The installation of massage equipment took 10 days, and these days were the calmest before the battle. And it turns out that one side is preparing siege equipment, while the other one is adjoining the wall and preparing for the battle itself. At last, the great battle has begun and Pompeii's heavy weapons are ready. The warriors lined up below the city awaiting further attack. Jonathan told his subordinate to keep up the pace and maintain formation. Everything was actually ready for an attack, and Gunther asked the boss if they were being too secretive. It seems to her that the rest of them had already seen the guy, asked what she was thinking about, let her mobilize the troops and be ready to defend. There must now be troops on the city wall, determined to die in battle. One of the knights told Leo that they were ready to attack and everyone was in position, and the man told them to wait for the command and be ready. Soon after, he began counting down until the fight began. The countdown ended, and he ordered everyone else to move forward for further attack. The warriors on the wall heard a loud noise below and were ready to defend themselves. The siege weapons were launched one after another. hurling stones straight at the wall. Also at that moment, sorcerers were already prepared who used their power. They created large fireballs and directed them towards the wall as well. Of course, this combined attack put the city in danger. Therefore, the sorcerers who were in defense said that all this should be stopped quickly. Eventually, they used their strength and began to counterattack. Due to the resonance of power, bright flashes appeared in the sky, like fireworks. Richard was surprised and thought that this eye for an eye war was really shocking. The knight remarked that these waves were annoying, and Jonathan added that he should not worry since he had done nothing to break through the walls. They deliberately throw fiery stones at the walls so that the defenders have nowhere to run. The hero thought that, of course, he could use his intellect to the maximum and could competently organize everything, even the killing of allies. Jonathan ordered the first line of fighters to head into battle, and so they ran with enthusiasm and said that they should continue to attack them. This city needs to understand who the Pompeians are. And somewhere in the city, in one of the houses, an old man was sitting near the fireplace. The man noticed that if they were attacked from the air, then they were at a disadvantage. So an investigation of the enemy should be carried out. The gentleman stated that there was no need for this. He was panicking too much. When it comes to aerial reconnaissance at high speed, only blurred colored spots are visible, and it is impossible to distinguish details. Instead, they may use good opportunities to convey false information. Ballooning is a no-no for them. To win, they need heavy firepower on the ground, and let it be left to higher altitudes for reconnaissance only. The subordinates stated that the Lord had previously used all the necessary materials to capture all the military bases, things on open fabric covers. Many will think that this is just the roof of houses, and it is impossible to understand what this fabric is. The barbarians who climbed up were stunned. The man said that the roofs were actually their nirvana. One of the barbarians asked how this was possible. Their aerial reconnaissance had not reported this, and no one had said that they had such firepower. The boy asked the Lord why they were relatively weak, and the city defense army was guarding this fortress. The man said that they were generals and the brains of the entire army. All they have to do is just think. They are in the province to fight against the country, so the city wall will definitely not be guarded. People will definitely rely on numbers, suppression, and wall defenders to help their push up the wall. They will certainly do so. And it is good steel to use the blade on. Their troops use the weak army of volunteers to guard the wall as bait. It's ruthless, but there's no room for friendship between them. Jonathan asked what was going on. Had they given up? The gentleman said that the war had officially begun, and they would take the initiative into their own hands and let the other links leave the fight. Soon he ordered his men that it was time to counterattack. One of the warriors under the wall looked at something strange, or thought what was happening. When he looked up, he saw his soldiers falling down. Then he approached one, and the wounded fighter said that there was siege, heavy weapons, and throwing towers. The man asked how this was possible, since the report did not mention this, because it was only a house behind the wall. The main characters, along with the steel ones, also noticed this, and he shouted that they were scoundrels. Jonathan stated that he should be told that when they attacked the wall, even if they were blown to pieces, they must take the city. The warriors' subordinates heard the order and began to furiously attack the wall above. But at that time, the rest of the defenders approached the upper tiers of the wall and said that they should be killed. Jonathan asked where the mock was. They should hurry and provide support at the front. The old man said it was time for the Ma to act as support. The wizards who defended themselves used a fireball, a water spiral, and also a sharp wind blade. There were a large number of them, and they turned to God and asked him to bless the ice wall. And in the air there was a clash of magical forces again. Richard saw all this and said that this is wrong. They have been fighting for a long time and still can't attack them. What will the others say about this? Leo said that it was because the city had equipment called magical extraction, which was Stuart's greatest achievement, and such equipment was not available everywhere. It can be launched with the energy that magic has. And this saves magical powers, Richard asked. But what about them? Don't they have something like that? Jonathan said this device is too heavy, and the structure is also very complex. They couldn't carry it. It looks like two children fighting with each other. Richard said they used it for the siege at the very beginning. And what about the fire trebuchet? Leo noted that you can't just win for nothing. They need success. At the moment, everyone is here and needs to rest to restore magical power. The hero asked if the unexpected advantage was still in force and if it was possible to win in this way. The planning and strategy are so precise, and it's interesting to see who's in charge. Richard added that the siege was indeed very important. Because of this, it turns out that they are actually losing now. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the sky above this city. Gunther saw this and told the boss to look at it. Richard noted that I did indeed have several dragons at that time. They attacked the city which was defending itself to help the Pompeian forces. The towers that were equipped with excesses because of this were destroyed. The dragon riders continued to fly over the city in search of new targets. Suddenly one man noticed, demanding, from which he headed straight towards them. On the other hand, he noticed a boy who was with them. I shouted to him to report the situation and to retreat first. Let them retreat to a safe distance or return. The boy asked how to go back. Richard asked what it was, how easy it was to get away after an attack. This altitude was estimated to be 3,000 yards, and that was no longer considered a return. Jonathan said there was no way, and he could only buy time, let them retreat temporarily, and this battle would be considered lost. Ordered to flee urgently, Leo noticed that they seemed to have retreated to their camp and he should be allowed to go and see. The main character noticed that he would also go, and together with the guy they went there. The boy turned to the old man and noticed that he ordered to return. But why he wanted to retreat, Leo asked Zed what happened. The man stated that when he did not get down far enough, he saw the city from the inside, and it turns out that they have many weapons for hunting dragons. The boy asked what other weapon he remembered, that it was the idea of the brilliant alchemist from San Jose, a magic weapon in the hands of John. He was fascinated by his hydrogen system, giving a normal arrow a speed much greater than the bowstring speed and causing it to spin more strongly. At the same flight speed, the high-speed rotating tip of the blade can penetrate armor, and this is not cool at all. Richard said that there can't be that many dragon hunting weapons. At most, only 5 of them are genuine, unless you have to pay a lot of money. The boy said, despite this, he is not on a high place and it is impossible to tell which of them are real and which are genuine, so he says it's all nonsense. Richard understood that the brat was arrogant. He asked what happened to the commander, whether he was responsible for the attack on the city. The guy thought that if he was responsible for leading the team, then it was still possible to lose, and now the next day has arrived. The man said that the boy's team would be involved in the next attack. Lord Richard should know that soldiers must obey orders. They have no choice but to obey. Looking at him, it seems he still doesn't understand much. A man should be serious about him and remind him of this. If this siege fails again, then perhaps something terrible awaits them, and it will be a catastrophe.